Svalikita Jivani, Autobiography, of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura. Original English translation by Shukavakdasa, this version edited by KDA. What follows is Sriman Shukavakdasa's translation of a little-known autobiography penned by Thakura Bhaktivinoda. Without meaning any disrespect to Shukavak Prabhu, I must point out that his preliminary English rendition of Svalikita Jivani is so eccentric as to leave me wondering at times whether it was truly the work of an educated English-speaking person. Indeed, parts of it were so badly composed as to throw a great darkness of confusion over the subjects it was meant to illuminate. Thus, some sentences were beyond interpretation and simply had to be elided. Be that as it may, have attempted to bring order out of chaos and to present his translation in a readable form. Inasmuch as I do not have access to the original Bengali text, I cannot vouch for the accuracy of the translation overall. I have not dared to alter it too radically for fear of misrepresenting a great Mahabhagavata, and thus my work as editor no doubt contains many faults. Pray that Shukavak Prabhu, who was not unaware of the roughness of his work and who perhaps employed some method of working that is beyond me, will not be offended by what I have said, but, in defense of my criticism, I felt I must alert the reader to the possibility of there being some inaccuracies in what follows. Another point that cannot go unmentioned is the strange interpretation that Shukavak Prabhu has put upon the purport of this extraordinary autobiographical work. He sees this book as the history of an ordinary Hindu who progressed from the pit of impersonalism and the practice of unpleasant habits to the plane of pure devotion by the simple process, more or less, of conversion to the Vaishnava faith. This seems to me to be an extraordinarily dangerous opinion to foster even in the privacy of one's mind, let alone in the circle of mundane scholars, where he intends the idea to be circulated. That is not to say that there is absolutely no basis for this interpretation, but rather, that it is wrong and potentially calamitous. It is true, as the reader will learn, that Bhaktivinoda gave some credence to the monist view in his youth. It is true also that he followed some practices that the Vaishnavas generally opined to be wicked and impure. However, such things have been recorded about the very greatest souls, such as the four Kumaras, Rupa, and Sanatana, Bhimasena, and many others. In other words, one should never judge great souls simply on the basis of some apparent deviation from standard scriptural regulations, but rather on the depth of their devotion to Krishna, which may not, by his sweet will, be manifest throughout that great soul's earthly life. This text is practically new to all of us. Some of its revelations have, however, come to the notice of the occasional Iskcon devotee, and thus Srila Prabhupada had occasion to correspond on them on at least one occasion. The following excerpt from one of his letters touches on some of the startled questions that are bound to arise from the reading of this book, and, moreover, confound Shukavak's unfortunate thesis. Regarding your questions, I read in a book sent from India that Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura was sent directly by Lord Chaitanya from the spiritual sky. Am not sure if that book was bona fide. Is the above true? Someone, a godbrother, brought up that he had heard that Srila Bhaktivinoda was at one time an impersonalist. Was he ever? Yes, what you have heard is all right. Just like Arjuna is constant companion of Krishna, as it is confirmed in the 4 inches chapter, Krishna says that both Arjuna and he appeared many times on this world, but he had forgotten his past appearances and Krishna did not. Krishna is like the sun, and Maya is just like darkness. Where Krishna is present there cannot be any darkness of Maya. So as Arjuna, although always in the presence of Krishna as eternal companion and friendship, still he had some illusion in the battlefield of Kurukshetra, and Krishna had to dissipate that darkness by the teachings of Bhagavad Gita. The purport is, sometimes even a liberated person like Arjuna plays the part of a conditioned soul in order to play some important part. Similarly, Bhaktivinoda Thakura for sometimes was associating with the impersonalists. And then he exhibited himself in his true color as pure devotee, exactly in the same way as Arjuna exhibited in the beginning as a conditioned soul, and then as a liberated soul. So there is nothing to be misunderstood in this connection. Krishna and his devotees sometimes play like that, as much as Lord Buddha, although an incarnation of Krishna, preached the philosophy of voidism. These things are conducted in terms of place, audience, time etc. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita it is said that the activities of a Vaishnava cannot be understood by the greatest scholar. So there is no doubt about it that Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura is eternal energy of Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And whatever he did was just to suit the time, place, circumstances, and etc. There is no contradiction in his activities. Notwithstanding the above conclusion, which proves Srila Bhaktivinoda to have always been a Vaishnava of the highest order, we must be cautious in approaching him through the medium of his autobiography, lest we fall into the trap that Sriman Shukavak has fallen in. I would also urge the reader of this work not to pass it on to those who might misinterpret it and as a consequence denigrate a very, very great soul, or who might have his faith in the Vaisnava Acharyas in some way injured. We would also do well to consider the following words of his son, Shriman Lalita Prasad, who first published the work, and to whom it was addressed. Note to first Bengali edition by Shriman Lalita Prasad. I have published this volume of Svalikita Jivani, which was written by my father, for the sake of those who are favorable and who are very close to him. My honorable father ordered me not to misuse whatever was written to me by him. Such was his instruction to me. That is the reason that I cannot give this book to ordinary persons. Only one who has complete love and faith in my father can read this work. If anyone reads this volume and makes his own commentary that is against my father, then he alone is responsible, not I. Svalikita Jivani, Autobiography, by Srila Bhaktivinoda Bhaktivinoda Thakura, 181 Manikatal Street, Bhakti-Bhavan. 1. You have asked me for the details of my life. Whatever am able to remember, have written down on paper for you. Please see that you do not misuse this story. 2. Was born in Sakabda year 1760 on the 8th day in the month of Bhadra in my maternal grandfather's home situated in the village of Ula, or Ulagram, also known as Baranagara. 3. Horoscope was originally appended. 4. My birth corresponds to the following: Sakabda 1760, Sti Gorabda 35, Christian era, and September 1838, Bangabda 1745. 5. As Baranagara was famous within the Bengal region as a wealthy village, so was my maternal grandfather, Sri Isvarakandra Mustalfi, also famous as a prosperous landowner. His extraordinary liberality was known in many parts of the region. People used to come from all over the countryside to see his famous palace. In the district of Nadia, the village of Baranagara, Ula, was known to be especially wealthy and happy. 6. I was born a descendant of pure Satamadatta, a Kanyakubhya Kayastha. Among the 5 Kayasthas who came to the Gauda region at the invitation of King Adasura, namely, Makaranda Gosa, Dasaratha Vasu, Kali Dasamitra, Dasaratha Gua, and Purasattamadatta, Sri Purasattamadatta was the foremost. His community was settled at Balagram. Later on, some individual in his lineage settled in Angelagram and became known as the chief of all the Kayastha community. 7. Sti Govindasaranadatta was the 17 inches descendant from Purasattamadatta. Govindasaran, giving over to his brother Harisaran all the property of Angelagram, and having established a village called Govindapur on one bank of the Ganges through the generosity of the Sultan of Delhi, made his residence there. In time Govindapur fell into the hands of the British and was converted into a fort, Fort William. Thereafter, in exchange, the Datta family was given land at Hatakola where they built a new settlement. From that time on, the Datta family became known as the Hatakola Dattas. 8. The 21 descendant from Purasattamadatta was the greatly famous Madan Mahanadatta. He was foremost among the Hatakola Daktas and known as a very religious man. All the residents of Bengal were aware of his famous works at Prishtasala Hill in Gaya and at other places. My paternal grandfather, Rajavallabhadatta, was the grandson of Madan Chanadatta. Somehow or other Rajavallabha lost all of his wealth. Because of this, my father, Ananda Kandradatta, gave up his residence in Calcutta and made his residence in my grandfather's village, which is situated in Orissa. Therefore he was not present for my birth in the village of Baranagara. My father Ananda Kandradatta Mahusaya was very religious, straightforward, and detached from sensual things. Regarding his beauty, many people used to say that in Calcutta there was no one at that time who was as handsome. My mother was called Srimasi Jagan Mohini. She was possessed of intellect, straightforwardness, and devotion to my father. It can be said that there was no one like her. My grandfather was robbed of all his belongings, so my father expressed a desire to go to Orissa. My grandfather said to him, "You come and see first, then after some time you can come to Orissa with your family." The village known as Koti Jevandapur was situated on the bank of the river Virapa within the district of Cuttack in the state of Orissa. In Thak village my father and grandfather had their residence. His wealth was Thak village and other villages close by. When Raya Jagannacha Prasada Gosamahusaya died, there was no heir except for my father. Therefore, all of the property left by Raya Jagannath Prasada Gosa became the wealth of my father. While the vast wealth of my grandfather was undisturbed, there was no desire on the part of my father and grandfather to secure it. Thus, after the demise of Raya Jagannath, all of the property remained in the hands of his Kanajat servants, of whom Ramahari Dasa was the chief. That servant took possession of everything. At the time my grandfather and grandmother, who were destitute in Calcutta, went to Chhattamangalpur, but Ramahari Dasa, being disobedient, did not give up control of the property. On account of chat, my father had CTO go there for almost 3 years until the end of the lawsuit. When my grandfather and grandmother moved from Calcutta to Orissa, my father and mother moved to Uligram, taking Abhayakali, their firstborn, which came. During the time of their residence in Uligram, my elder brother Kalaprasana was born. After remaining in Baranagara a few days, my father went to Orissa on the request of my grandfather. The servants Ramahari Dasa would not give up the property unless my father was present. 9. Speaking, as above mentioned, my grandfather, Rajavallabha, requested my father to leave Ulagrama and come to Orissa for some time. I was only a few months in the womb when my father set out for Orissa. During the time he was staying in Orissa, my father received news of my birth. After the litigation was over, we took possession of the property, therefore my father was delayed a long time from returning from Orissa. 10. My mother said that after my birth, she suffered labor pains for 2 or 3 days. When, being born, an astrologer sat marking the time with an hourglass. Also an English account of the time was kept. My maternal grandfather had incomparable wealth and a grand estate. There were hundreds of male and female servants. When I was born, I was a good weight. I had an older brother named Abhayakali, who had previously died. A second brother, Kalaprasana, was still living. Was my father's third son. It was said that of all my brothers, was a little ugly. But my mother said, "Very well, let this boy be the servant of the rest, just let him live a long time." 11. My mother said that when was 8 months old I got a boil on my thigh, and as a result I became weak and emaciated. I also heard that while I was being carried in the arms of my nurse, Shibu, down a flight of stairs, cut my tongue on my teeth. To this day, have a scar on my tongue. This happened around the time my teeth were coming in. 12. When I was almost 2 years old, my father returned to Orissa. My nurse said that a few days before my father returned I saw a crow flying to a perch, and sang a rhyme. Cock, Kalkal, Chingaraful Baba Asada, Nade Baso, O crow, Kalkal, flower of the jinga squash, father comes, sit aside. 13. As I spoke, the crow changed position. Some people nearby saw this and said, "Oh, your father must certainly be coming Iskcon." It so happened that in a few days my father arrived at our home in Ula. 14. I cannot remember very much up to 3 or 4 years of age, so whatever right has been told to me. Have some recollection of going to a school run by Kartika Sakura when was 3 years old. Even now it comes to mind, that cane he used to show. The school was situated on a long veranda of my maternal grandfather's puja building. Many of the village boys used to attend the school. Mahesababu, my maternal cousin, Kailasadatta, the son-in-law of my grandfather, Mahendra Vasu, Samalal Mitra, etc. also used to attend. Kartika Sakura had a very forbidding nature and we were all very afraid of him. In those days my mother's brother Garizababu died. 15. When was growing up, vertical bar was full with curiosity and tried to see everything. In my grandfather's house all kinds of festive occasions were celebrated. Jagadhatri Puja was celebrated with much pomp. Can well remember Jagadhatri Puja being celebrated, during the night especially. Hundreds of chandeliers would hang on the puja house. Baccarat would be served outside the puja house. There, lanterns would be wrapped around all the pillars and columns. All the guards at the doors would be dressed in sepoy uniforms. Numerous stout men dressed in golden embroidered clothes would come from Ranaghat and Sandapura. Many bodyguards and soldiers used to accompany all these men. In terms of people, the scene was like a forest of people, and in terms of lights it was like the Battle of Kurukshetra. The scene was filled with fireworks and rowdy pop. On the first night there was Ksamat and Bainat dancing. At that time people would be so overwhelmed with pleasure they would lose all sight of the religious occasion. Late AC night there would be Kavi Gana, singing contests. AC dawn, used to listen, but the Kavi Valas used to scream so loudly that it would hurt my ears. The deity would be dressed in the best outfits. The eating arrangements created the greatest pleasure. 16. The Durga Seva used to be very nice. Every day in the temple the goddess Jagatarini, who was very big and made of 8 metals, was worshipped. At the time of Durga Puja the goddess was brought into the puja house. Can remember that we used to have 25 or 30 brahmanas from West Bengal come and carry the goddess to the place of worship and perform the puja. For 3 days the puja was celebrated with very great pomp. On the 6th day 2 types of drums, tak and tol, would be beaten and the sound would shake the whole puja house. On the 9th day many goats and buffalo would be sacrificially killed. That very day the ladies of the house would worship the goddess Durga by carrying incense on their heads in some manner. During the Kali Puja we young boys would get together and go to the temple. The stone deity known as Dindayamayi Kali was always present in the temple named Navakuta. On the actual night of Kali Puja there would always be preet fanfare. Everybody used to enjoy this occasion, except the goats and buffalo. Most of the brahmanas and pandits used to come solely for taste of mutton. 17. During the Dola Yatra festival there used to be singing and various kinds of sport. So much red dye was thrown about that everything appeared to be red or blood-colored. This time even the guards took part in the festival. They would enter the temple courtyard singing and throwing dye. Because of all their commotion, would stay a little distance away from them. During the Dola Yatra I used to enjoy watching the festival bonfire known as Maripura. 18. My mother's brother Gurizababu passed away and immediately after this many inauspicious things happened to my maternal grandfather. Because of excessive expenses mounting up and swindlers who came, my grandfather fell into much debt. Gradually his land was lost and his mind became exceedingly disturbed. Seeing that all his sons had died, in the hope of having a son again, he married several times on the advice of some wicked persons. At that age marriage is fruitless, Bukhi could not appreciate such wisdom due to the influence of the wicked persons. Because of this and the loss of his wealth he soon experienced much difficulty. 19. When I was 5 years old, according to the rule, was sent to school. By then my former teacher, Kartika Sarkara, was no longer in charge. Yadu Sarkara and others had successively taken charge of the school. After some days my younger brother Haridasa was also enrolled at Iskcon. We used to attend school in the mornings and in the late afternoons. The teacher would come very early every day. Many children used to read and write there along with us. 20. Amongst this group, those who were a little older used to act as agents of the teacher and would harass the younger of us. If we came late to school these older boys would apprehend us. The rule in that school was, whoever came to school first got hit with a stick once, whoever came second got hit twice, and whoever was third got hit 3 times and the number kept increasing in this way. 21. There was one older boy who the teacher used to beat and in return he would beat the rest of us. If for any reason you were absent from school you would face a preet scolding, be spat upon, on your return. The routine was of this sort: the youngest students used to write their kakagas, abes, on talpata with black hole. After a year they would write their numbers on banana leaves and after that they made a copy on paper. All the older boys were caught accounting, which was the work of the office of the zamindar. From time to time under the scrutiny of the teacher we would learn the deliberation of a court. The youngest boys would lodge a complaint and their witnesses and evidence would be deliberated, as, in a court. 22. In Cheyenne there would be the determination of punishment. All decisions of the court had to have the permission of the teacher. There were different kinds of punishment: twisting of ears, slapping, caning, narugapala and paying a fine. These methods were employed by our teacher. We saw our teacher as the personification of Yama, and the older students used to act on behalf of the teacher as if agents of Yama. Sometimes these older students would act on their own and sometimes they would arrange a court on behalf of the teacher. Some boys used to make false complaints and bring false witnesses to court and other boys would administer punishment. 23. Therefore, as we could see no means to avoid the situation, we made an effort to keep these older boys pacified. During a school holiday the older boys once spoke to me, saying, "Copyright Ketara, our teacher will have no food tomorrow morning, so bring whatever nice food you can from your house." Thus, the next day, from within our house, stole a little ekanra, a ripened jackfruit, by hiding it under my school books, and these older boys gave it to our teacher. My teacher was very pleased, and said, "This little boy will get knowledge." The jackfruit was grown at home, and, when my nurse found out about the theft, she came and scolded me, and took the jackfruit back from the house of her teacher. My mother was extremely angry, and when my teacher heard about this he became frightened. He spoke to us and said Tech should only take things that would not be noticed, don't bring big things. The neighbor's children used to steal tobacco and give it to him, but in my father's parlor the servants kept his tobacco under lock and key. Lose to steal soaked chickpeas and give them to my teacher, instead. 24. My brother Haridasa was very angry with Kai's teacher. He could not tolerate the boldness of the older boys, so one day he took a machete and entered our teacher's house after he had eaten and lain down to sleep. At that time I just happened to be present, so I threw the machete away and Haridasa fled. Hearing all the talk our teacher woke up and handed in his resignation and left home that very day. For that reason, after he left another person became the teacher. In this fashion I studied under 2 or 3 teachers and eventually began writing on paper. 25. Our method of study was as follows. We would begin in the morning by standing and loudly reciting the multiplication tables, addition tables, ganda tables, cowrie tables and sanakas. The older students would recite in a loud chorus. First older students would together say, 4 cowries make 1 ganda. Then we and the younger students' group would immediately repeat after them, 4 cowries make 1 ganda. The recitation would proceed in Kai's manner. When it was finished we would sit down and write it aluk. During writing time teacher would often declare, say it, Chen write it. We would repeat a word in a loud voice and then write it. In Che, resulting, tumult no one could understand the voice of anyone else. After 1 prahara, 3 hours, there would be a rice-eating break. We would enter our home, with rapid steps and have por bhat, a particular type of boiled rice, and then return to the school within half an hour and again begin reading and writing. At the end of the second prahara, at noon, the school would close. We would return to school after half a prahara, 1/4% hours. By the time of evening sandhya we would again recite the tables, then the school would close for the day. 26. Up to the end of my 6th year, whatever instruction received was in that school, and all that learning was in Bengali. I used to learn bookkeeping, would write out Savaka Stipatha, but my handwriting was poor. 20. At chat time an English school opened in my maternal grandfather's home. A Frenchman named Gerbert from Kandananagar, also known as Farsadanga, French town, became the teacher there. My mother's brother's son, Mahesa Babu, Kailasa Datta, Mahendra Babu, Rajakumara Ganguly and others used to study there. At the end of the second prahara when my school was closed, would go to that English school and study the English alphabet. 28. MD Gerbert talked to my father and suggested that, and my elder brother Kalaprasana be admitted to the English school. Seeing my slight attempt to study English he became very fond of me. Even though this teacher was a Frenchman he liked Bengali habits and would wear a dhoti and enjoy eating kachari and other such dishes. Sometimes, used to stay with him. My brothers would be very restless and simply go away. Sometimes, used to go with my brothers but mostly I used to like to sit with chat English teacher. On the days when our teacher went to Farsadanga, his home, would go with my brothers after Che time of the second prahara, afternoon, and play in the gardens and AC the Karaki Pushkarani. Entering the water, we would net kali fish in a cloth. Wandering in the gardens, we would pick ripe mangoes and eat them. Not far from the mango trees my grandfather had a circular building. 29. We all would play under that building. My father used to keep a collection of different kinds of caterpillars. He kept the karabi, the akanda, the kakasanda and many other kinds of caterpillars in a box. He raised them by feeding them the respective types of leaves. Best of all was the caterpillar which lived on the leaves of the isu mule tree. When the caterpillars had grown and become butterflies he would let them go. Sometimes, in the afternoon, if saw any of the different types of caterpillars, would save them and pipe them to my father. 30. At that time there were many beehives in the garden. We used to break che hives and eat the honey. Eating so much honey would make our bodies hot and my mother would be able to understand what we had done, and would punish us. Was a little restrained, but my brothers would show no restraint whatsoever. One day the honey bee stung us. My older brother, Kalaprasana, was an innocent fellow, but the bee stung him so much that he had a fever for several days. 31. Playing in the gardens, the ponds and the grain shed was not enough, for my brothers, who were inclined to get into trouble. Seeing this, I left care association, and at midday, would sit close by the outer gatekeepers. The gatekeepers were Western soldiers. They would all eat rotas made from a whole measure of attar wheat and a whole body of urad dal, after which they would sit down and eat on cots on the ground by the front gate. Thereafter, some of them would recite Tulasidasa's Ramayana. Although the language was unfamiliar, to me, it sounded very sweet. One day, being charmed by the reading of one soldier named Sridaltayari, asked him to make the meaning of what he was reading clear. He told the story of the cheating crow, Busandi Kaka. That story seemed very sweet to me. In the evening I retold this story to my mother and maidservant. My mother was very pleased, and showed her appreciation to Tayari by giving me chewing tobacco to bring to him. Out of affection for me, Tayari would give me rotas, dal and kachari. Would eat them and become very happy. 32. From the first day of my attendance at the English school, I would study English with the teacher, in Che morning, and in the afternoon. Would again stay near him. As evening arrived we would enter the bedrooms. There, Mr. Ghosa's maid and my maid, who was named Sibu, and otherwise ladies would come together and tell many kinds of stories. While taking rest I would listen, and over again I would hear Kem relate stories of highway robbery, romance, and tigers etc. 33. Sometimes I used to wake up late at night and sit by the window. At the fourth watch, 3 a.m., Officer Nath and Officer Sannazi would be carrying lanterns in the courtyard and patrols around the estate and would shout out the watch calls. Sometimes, used to call Officer Nath over, to the window, and would question him about many things. Nath was very old but still used to carry his lantern, stick, club and sword. Previously he was a prominent dacoit. His residence was at my maternal grandfather's estate in the district of Murshidabad. Fearing an attack at some time by dacoits, my grandfather kept many devarabans from the west, stick guards, Muslim guards, and sepoys. Even though he had all of these guards, my grandfather gave Officer Nath and 2 of 3 other guards the task of protecting Che inner grounds. Once, when Nath was a dacoit, during a raid, he, accidentally, cut off the head of his own guru, and since that time the sound of Haribo always issued from his lips. I used to call him over to my upper story window and ask him to sell me stories from his childhood and youth. I was only 6 or 7 years old and could not understand half of what he told me, but I used to like to hear his tales. 34. My mother was the daughter of a very wealthy man and was not able to tolerate much labor. The burden of our physical care was thus entrusted to her maidservant, named Sibu, who looked after us as if we were her own children. In the morning time she used to serve us a light breakfast and then take us to school. Later in the day, she would bring us rice to eat. At noon she would find us wherever we were and supervise us while we took milk. In the evening she would take us home and put us to rest and lay down herself with us. She would give up her own happiness for our happiness. Even if her own daughter wanted to take her home, she would be reluctant to leave us. 35. Used to like to watch the doctors make different medicines. In the outer area, Nakmundair, of the temple of the goddess Dindayamayi, the doctors made various kinds of oil-based preparations known as Kandana, Gurakya, Mahavishnu etc. There were 2 doctors named Isvara and Umakaran from the village of Raghunachapur who were paid by my grandfather, to make medicines and care for our family. They performed the difficult task of burning gold and oxidizing iron and other metals, to make medicines. I used to watch them make preparations out of rabbit oil and Shivagrita, a kind of ghee, etc. They made Loha Javar by breaking precious stones and mixing them with iron. Their students would also make different kinds of medicines and study many books as well. In the hallways of the temple of Dindayamayi there dwelt a person, named Vidyavachaspati, who ran a school there. He would recite many different hymns. He would cook rice and a preparation of chickpeas, offer it to Kali and then eat it. Vachaspati Mahusaya had many students. They would study grammar, vocabulary, and body, Bhartrahari. Used to hear their discussions on verses like Ravakavakim etc. Occasionally in the afternoons I would go to this temple and observe all these things. 36. During the afternoon we would go about playing in different ways within and around the house. Before was born my older maternal uncle Kritikandra Mustafa had died. He had had 2 wives. One was known as Rangamami and the other as Bari Mami. Rangamami was crazy. Bari Mami used to like me very much. When I went to her room she would give me nice things to eat and tell me many stories. Throughout my childhood I had a lot of dental cavities. Sometimes I used to cry all day on that account. Bari Mami used to tell me that common people thought cavities were caused by insects, but there was no such thing as insects in one's teeth. Cavities were the result of a disease within the teeth caused by eating sweet and sour things. It was untrue that Vaidinar gypsy women could drive out these insects. Occasionally in the late afternoon, would sit in my father's parlor and would tell stories with him. At Sanja prayer time it was snack time and he would give me a piece of sandesa to eat. Most of the time I would stay with my older brother Kali. My younger brother was known to be naughty and I would stay away from him. Vertical bar my younger brother, Garidas, was a very beautiful boy, but because he was so small he could not stay with us. 37. At the time of the birth festival of the goddess Ulakandi all the people of Ula would enjoy themselves. There were many banyan trees in Ula. There was a particular stone covered with red powder and raised up on an elevated altar that was known as Ulakandi, the Durga of Ula. On the full moon night of the month of Vaisakha Ulakandi Puja was celebrated with great fanfare. On that occasion 2 public pujas were celebrated in 2 neighborhoods. One puja was called Mahishamadina Puja and the other in the southern neighborhood was known as Brahat Durga Puja. During the Ulakandi worship people used to come to Ula from near and far and stay with their relatives for 3 days. The roads were filled with moving crowds. In each neighborhood 2 bazaars were set up and various entertainments would take place. The buffalo elephant fights were the most entertaining. Numerous elephants were brought there from many places. The Mahopadhyayas had a particularly huge buffalo, and the horns of this buffalo would be covered in iron. One immense elephant would also have his tusks covered with iron. First there would be an announcement that the buffalo and the elephant would be set free in the middle of the town. Sometimes this buffalo, being very strong, would wound the elephants. Sometimes the elephants used to overcome the buffalo. We would be on the second-floor roofs to watch it all. On certain days we would ride atop our elephant named Shiv Chandra, who would carry us to various places for entertainment, during the festivities. 38. In those days there was no suffering at all in Ula. There were 1,400 good Brahmana families, and there were many Kayastha and Vaja families too. The Mustafi Mahusaya family was the most wealthy. No one in that village went without food. One could get on with very little in those days. Everybody was very happy, people used to sing, make music, and tell nice stories. You could not count how many jolly, fat-bellied Brahmanas there were. Almost everybody had a good wit, could speak sweetly, and was skilled in making judgments. Everyone was skilled in the fine arts, song and music. Groups of people could be heard all the time making music and singing, playing dice and chess. That village was a very happy place. If anybody was in need they could go to the home of Mustafi Mahusaya and get whatever they required without any difficulty. Medicine, oil and ghee were aplenty. The village was so large that at that time it took 56 men to maintain it. The good people in Ulagram did not know the need of finding work in order to eat. What a happy time it was. 39. At that time I never saw any of the villages, beyond Ula. It is not possible to compare the excellence of Ula. Not a single day went by without some festival being observed. 40. I lived in this way until I was about 7 years of age. My older brother Kali Prasanna was 9 years of age. My brother Hari was 4 years old. Around this time a college opened in Krishnanagar. The king of Krishnanagar, Suresh Chandra, wrote a letter to my grandfather requesting that he send the children to the college. Whatever deliberations occurred I did not know, but we heard that my maternal cousin, Mahesa Babu, my older brother Kali, myself, along with Kailas Dada, Mahendra Vasu, and Yajunath Chandra, would all go to that college. From my point of view I felt extreme anxiety, and I was unable to exist at night without my nursemaid. My mother made the decision that our nursemaid would also accompany us to Krishnanagar. 41. We lived in a 2-story house in the midst of the bazaar in Krishnanagar. Core sleeping quarters were upstairs and we cooked on the lower floor. The bazaar and the street were at the front of the house. Above the stairs was a statue of Ganesha. There was a storage room for cooking oil downstairs, more specifically, to the side of the kitchen rooms. The door was kept closed, but seeds used to fall through the cracks in the door and we would fry them and eat them. Our main diet would be rice and dal. The cooking was done by a Brahmana, but his cooking was not good. From time to time our nursemaid would bring us a light lunch which we would eat. Sitting on the stairs, we could see into the room of the oil press man. He was very old and would sit on a low seat. Because he was going to die soon he would have the Mahabharata read. A seat was arranged for the reader in his courtyard by means of an auspicious tent, a canopy. From his raised platform a speaker would read the Burda. A garland would be placed over the head of the speaker, who would from time to time make his recitation and sing a particular song. I very much liked to hear the Mahabharata, and the stories about Bhima would especially attract my mind. 42. On certain days the speaker would get a lot of things to eat, and on those days he would be most eloquent. On these days when he received nothing his heart would be very depressed. Every Saturday we would return to our house in Ula. Hired bearers would carry us on a palanquin with great haste. We would be very happy on that day. Mahesa Babu, Kali Dada, and myself would go together on one palanquin. Soon we would reach our home, and after seeing the feet of my mother we would feel great joy. On Sundays there would be no end to the stories we heard. Very early on Monday we would go to the residence of Gyara, and after eating we would return to the college. 43. In Krishnanagar, the college was held in the official residence of the local magistrate. The college had a playing field and many trees and shrubs, though these days the place has become something of a jungle. In front of the college was the main road. Across the road was the local police station and the heavenly residence of a barrister, Che Honorable Manmohan Gosa. At the present time the chief post office is situated on a portion of that land. In that residence, where we went to college, we studied, at first, while sitting on mats. After some time chairs, tables and benches arrived. An Englishman, Captain Richardson, was the college principal, and Ramatanu Lahiri was the main native, Bengali, teacher. Mahesa Dada and Kailash Babu studied in the second-year class, while Akali Dada and studied together in a lower class. The king's son, Bahadur Satish Chandra, studied along with us. A few days after our arrival, the son of the king of Kuch Behar arrived. Gadadhara, Deenadayal, and others used to teach us. Master Gadadhara had a swollen neck and a cruel nature. He used to hit us with a broken piece of slate board. 44. Everyone said that I liked to study English. With some effort and practice I gained prestige in my class, and thus my teachers were kind to me. That year I passed an examination and got a class promotion and an award. Neither Mahesa Dada, Kali Dada or any other of our group received any award or promotion. In Ula an announcement was made that I was the best of the boys. By the next Sunday, at our home in Ula, my fame was broadcast all over. My maternal grandfather showed me a lot of affection and made me sit near him and take prasada. My father also showed me special affection. 45. My mother, Bari Mami, and others discussed the news about me everywhere. At this time my former teacher, Dejar Barrett, came to visit. He praised me a good deal, but my father stopped him from praising me in my presence. Hearing all this praise my pride became much inflated. In my mind, the importance of my reading and writing very soon amounted to nothing. 46. As a consequence, I was no longer good in class. Again the teachers gave me trouble. Using this as an excuse, Mahesa Dada and others who had been envious of me paid me a very hard time. When I had been proficient in class everyone became very envious of me, but now their anger came out into the open. Could no longer memorize my lessons, and torment came from all sides. 47. Would start out to school on the palanquin but would not go to class. Instead I would stay in the weeds until after school then return home on the palanquin. Some days, on the pretext of being ill, would stay at home. One of our servants, called Keshi, could understand my suffering and would take my side. A.C. That time our nanny was no longer in Krishnanagar, for as soon as it was seen that we were able to live nicely in Krishnanagar she was kept back in Ula. 48. One day Dio and Govinda Dak came to our house and cooked mutton. Late that night, after eating che mutton, my brother Kalidata became ill with cholera. A doctor, Kali Lahiri, said that his affliction was very serious. We all decided that Kali and I should leave at dawn and return to Ula, so we two brothers set out on a palanquin. Kali Dada was sinking gradually into che illness. 49. While crossing the river Anjana I made a lot of effort to pacify his mind. By 8 o'clock in che next morning the palanquin arrived at Ula. An hour later Kali Dada gave up his life. The women in the house gave up a cry and I knew that a disaster had occurred. On that day my uncle had arranged to feed brahmanas at the house. The feast was being hosted by the Kayastha community, but now the whole affair had to be called off. 50. After 2 or 3 days I learned that, would not be returning to Krishnanagar. My laxity in attending school was pleasant news from my parents' point of view, so I gave up reading and writing and stayed in Ula. A.C. That time there was no longer a school in my grandfather's house. 51. At the time, was 8 years of age, and this condition, cf. Noshkling, lasted for about 3 or 4 months. During this time, forgot all the English I had learned. Soon, however, a few respected gentlemen had a meeting and established an English school in Ula. There was a small parlor room known as a Tudabarai which adjoined my uncle's old house, and this is where Che English School was established. Baba Hemachandra Bandyopadhyaya, who was a resident of Halasahar, came and acted as headmaster, and Raghava Bhattacharya, who was a resident of Ula, was a pandik there. I was duly admitted to the school. Bhagavan Basu was the school's secretary. It was his idea that in the winter school should begin very early at dawn and that at other times of the year it could begin later in the day. 52. I made some effort and again began learning my A, B, C's, and my previous learning quickly returned. On account of this, everyone considered me a good boy. Thus gained a good reputation and my honorable teacher showed me a great deal of affection. The scented tuber rose used to bloom at this parlor school, and, liked its fragrance, very much. Cricket was often played at Che school. One day the bat struck me on the brow, causing blood to flow, and since that occurrence, stopped playing cricket. I had many friends at that school. Excelled in reading and reciting up to the 3rd level. 53. At this time I learned maths and Bengali in the school at the old house. That old house was under Joinakordi and the Honorable Mushtafai, my grandfather, had about 20 or 22 living apartments there. Just inside the main doorway was a dramarkam. At the front was the Bodhanathala and the Dola Mandap and a storage room. Entering the front door, just to one's left was the puja room. The thatched room for the worship of the goddess Chandi was very beautiful. In front of that was a courtyard and to the side was a homa area. Facing the front and left of Chandi Mandap were twin-gabled bungalows. 54. Within, the deity, Krishna Chandraraya, was gracefully present. The inner section of the house comprised a four-sided courtyard, surrounding which, there were many antapasi, purta areas. The cuter portion of that quadrangle was a drawing room for the Grahapati, the master of the house. My maternal grandfather's father had his residence in that house. Giving up the old house, he moved into a new dwelling. Even so, my uncles had equal ownership of the common parts of the house. The teacher used to teach in the quarter area near the deity, Krishna Chandraraya, and I studied mathematics and other subjects there for a short time. 55. Within a short time the Honorable Shamlal Pran Mustafa established a school there. Syamlal Pran Mustafa lived in the southern part of my grandfather's house. My grandfather owned 1/4 of that house. Therefore, studied with my teacher in the house of my own maternal uncle. Even though portions of the house were owned separately by different relatives, one might say that the house was under one ownership. That dwelling was divided into 4 shares. My grandfather owned 1 share. Syamlal Pran had 1 share. Harisha Babu had 1 share. And Mej Thakurani, my second aunt, had 1 share. 56. At that time, Syamlal Pran was a civil court officer, a munasef, for Hatbar. Later on he became a magistrate, at Krishnanagar. Harish Babu, who had a share of the old house, had no children. He had 2 nephews, called Dashu Mama and Sadakari Mama. They were rooters from Vemzabad. Their mother was Gangamani Didi, who was known to be very fond of joking. She would also check your pulse and prescribe medicine in that way. Syamlal Babu had 2 sons, Saram Mama and Devendra Mama. Kailas Tata was their private tutor. 57. The teacher at the school of Syamlal Babu was expert at playing chess. That teacher, who came from Burdwan, was very strict about one's doing better. He was very expert in the mathematics of Subankari, and he put in a lot of effort into me and gave us much instruction. 58. At this age, was very independent, and I used to go everywhere with friends my own age. Mahesh Dada went to Calcutta to the house of his maternal uncle, K.C. Prasada. In the house in Ula there was gradually less activity, for my grandfather was becoming encumbered with debt. Somehow he maintained his status despite his debts. But our elephant Sibkandra died, the horse went, the horse carriage went, and nothing remained but the goat cart. 59. Now the Jagadhatri Puja and Durga festival were celebrated by taking out loans. Even so, 30 to 35 Western guards were employed, and many respectable gentlemen would come and sit in my father's parlor. Girish Mahopadhyaya, Ramesh Shreya, Nabeen Bhattari and other good friends would come and sit. They would sing different songs. Mohan Datta, who was a drunkard, would come during the day and begin to sing a lot. When there was recitation of the Mahabharata, Ramayana et al. At the old house I would go to hear. I used to like to hear about Hanuman crossing the ocean to Lanka and about the demons Sivika. The honorable reader would speak along with specific gestures, and in my mind a great love would arise. Would make a regular habit of going to hear the reading after school. By hearing over and over again the reading of stories from the scriptures, we learn many things. At this time my younger brothers Hardas and Garidas successively died. There was much grief and mind of my mother, and my father fell into deep suffering. Hail. Thereafter, there was only my sister, Hemlata, and myself. Kornani would go around holding Hemlata on her hip and me by the hand. Because of the death of my brothers, my mother was afraid none of her children would survive. In order to protect us, she put many talismans about our necks. One would travel about the neighborhood with my nanny, and going to school at the old house would see chess and cards being played in the courtyard's alley crossing. When one went from our house to the old house, the Mitra's house was on the left. 62. There lived our Chari Didi, youngest aunt, and I would frequently go there. We had amusing talks outside that house. Parasir Mama and others would play there, and I would observe their play while going to school. At school, under the direction of my teacher, would read and write. 63. In whichever house a festival was being held I would go there and watch. Many pujas were performed in the house of a certain Brahmachari, who resided in Ula. There was a nice mandir outside his house, and inside there was a garden and homa area. The worship of the Brahmachari was performed according to the doctrine of Tantra. Cups made from skulls were kept hidden away in a small room, in his house. Some people said that if you gave Ganges water and milk to a skull it would smile. I tried to see this by giving water and milk to a skull but saw nothing. In that same place was the home of a learned man and I would go there to hear songs. 64. During the Durga festival there would be much eating and celebration at the homes of Brahmanas. Sometimes, in the hope of getting some nice prasada, I would accept an invitation to eat. In some homes I would get good dal along with vegetable curry and rice. In other homes I would get kachari and dal cooked with jackfruit and other things. One could get the best curry at the house of Visvanatha Mahopadhyaya. At every house you could get goat curry. All of the non-Brahmana residents of Vula would go to the homes of the Brahmanas for 3 days and get prasadam. No one would eat at his own house. During the Durga festival giving food and eating were the highlight and not so much music and song. In other festivals specific arrangements for song and music were observed. 65. To the extent the Mustafa family declined, to that extent the families of Ramanathas Babu and Sambhanath Mahopadhyaya increased in prestige. In their homes, during the Jagadhatri Puja, their affluence was exhibited with dance and song. They had horses and elephants, and at their gates they kept increasing numbers of western guards. As a man increases his material possessions he shows off his increase. At night we would go to their houses to hear the loud celebration of song. In the houses of Dioyan Mahopadhyaya and Krishna Mahopadhyaya Babu I saw that was very little fanfare. 66. In that village joy was full and thus everyone had a happy face and was free of worry. Everyone was expert at buffoonery, therefore many people got a name for being crazy. Many respectable people were known by names such as Shipagal, Ishe Medman, Gangapagal, Beshapagal, Sambapagal and so on. They would go around, both local and distant places and collect money by tricky means for the public pujas. 67. At 9 years of age, went to Jagat Bhattacharya in order to study astrology. Kailash Datta also was making an effort to practice this art. Kept notes. Whatever Bhattacharya taught us we wrote down and memorized and tried to understand. 68. The condition of my grandfather gradually declined. My father reflected over and over again that his paternal inheritance was lost and that his inheritance from my maternal grandfather was insignificant. He thought, what will become of my child? The financial situation of my father-in-law's household was also miserable. Therefore, he thought, I should set up my own house in some other place. Thinking in this way, he would from time to time travel to Calcutta. 69. Thereafter, my paternal grandfather's residence was mortgaged. Chatu Babu from Simla respected my paternal grandfather and considered him an older brother, thus, after he had made many arrangements my grandfather received some property from him. Chatu Babu had the task of bringing him, my paternal grandfather, to Calcutta, so he personally went to see him at Mangalpur, which is on the road to Purushottama, Puri. My paternal grandfather, Raja Balabhadatta, had a very firm resolve. He was not willing to come to Calcutta nor move any of his possessions to Calcutta. Consequently, not being able to do anything about it, Chatu Babu returned to Calcutta, sending the news to my father at our home. My father then decided not to accept the property from Chatu Babu, without the permission of my grandfather, his father. To build a good house in Calcutta or to buy one was very costly, therefore, considering that it would be very difficult to maintain their previous prestige with little money, my father went in a boat with Dejra Barrett, the teacher, to Fair Sadanga to see a house, and then he returned. While returning my father met David Farland, a Sadvatakari, deputy financial officer, who was dependent on my maternal grandfather, at Malahatakuti. Farland Sahib agreed to let my father have managerial responsibility of some property. My father thought that he would return to my mother Anula and then acquire some money and buy a house in Far Sadanga and work with Farland Sahib. But a man's thoughts alone produce no result, only what God desires can endure. 71. While this was transpiring, my father's grandfather's property, which was named Rampurain and was in the district of Murshidabad, had not had its taxes paid and thus came up for sale. Hearing of this, my father sent a Makaran Vishwas there, to settle the matter, with 1,500 rupees obtained from my mother. The man arrived there just as the sale was going on. The money was therefore not used in that connection. On the death of my father's stepmother, Rani Radharani, my father gained control of 6 rent-free villages. Makaran Vishwas learned of this, but while he was returning to Ula my father died. 2 of 3 days after returning from Malahasi to Ula my father came down with a fever. By that time my grandfather's family had broken up and my father was the only surviving son. Makaran Kaviraj made medicine for my father. My grandfather, also, gave him medicine made of 18 ingredients, but gradually the disease worsened. After 8 days there was a change for the worse. Many people came to see him. Many kinds of medicines were administered. 73. Nothing worked. Finally my father was brought from the inner bedroom and sat on a chair in the summary room with stairs, of the Puja Bachi. Haru Mama, Parasuram Mama, Mahendra Mama and many others began to arrive. At that time it was 4 dandas. At dusk, at the time of his coming downstairs, my father's mother was brought from the rented house of Girish Mitra. She was crying and falling down saying, "Where will Babu go?" The entire house was filled with crying. My father stayed in the outer building. I stayed with my father all the time. Late at night, fell asleep. My father was brought to the bank of the Ganges at Sandipur, while slept. 74. Forgot to relate one matter. A year and a half before this event my father's mother came from Orissa and lived at my uncle's house in Sripur. From there she went to stay at the house of Nabal for a few months. Thereafter, she stayed in Ula at a house that Girish Mitra rented for her. Used to go with my mother and see her at Nabal's in Sripur. When she was with Girish Mitra I would go and see her daily. Not wanting to be very far from my father she came from Orissa, where my paternal grandfather lived, and stayed in her native Bengal. Yoga Pisi, my aunt, came and stayed with her when she lived in Ula at Girish Mitra's house. 75. When I vertical bar rose AC dawn, could not see father. There was no one around. At that time Lalu Chakravarti and Paramasvara Mahadi had come from Orissa, and they had carried my father to the bank of the Ganges. Seeing everybody crying, I also began to cry. My honorable mother, being in anxiety, was crying, and many people were trying to console her. By the second prahara everybody returned. Loud sounds of crying filled the house. My honorable grandfather closed the door. 76. Even while father was living I began to become a little choful. What is this world? Who are we? These two questions were in my mind when was 10 years old. On some days, thought I had the answers, on other days I had none. One day, in the evening, as the moon was rising, while was wandering about on the roof of my father's parlor, I noticed that the Makan was moving with me. Thought this must be the same moon that we saw in Krishnanagar, and that this small circular thing exists everywhere in same fashion. I previously thought that in different places there was a different moon. But now, seeing the moon move, concluded that it was the same moon everywhere. Some of the women used to say that Che Moon and the sun gods were two brothers, and would accept invitations to dinner. Their mother would say, "Bring some excellent food." The moon brought sandesh on a sip of his finger, but the sun brought nothing at all. Therefore, their mother gave an immortal benediction to the moon and she pronounced the curse on the sun, saying, "You will dry up the urine and stool of the world." 77. After a short time, came to know chat these stories of the women were complete nonsense. Would read the Ramayana, Mahabharata, Kali Purana, Anatamangala etc. from Bengali manuscripts and learn much lore in this way. I would discuss these edifying subjects which whomever I met who was a little learned. Haladara Misra would worship Durga, Kali and Shiva etc., thought that Haladara spoke to the gods. One day, asked him about this matter and he said that sometimes he did talk to them. Believed him and inquired of him, saying, "Very well, Mr. Misra, Vaikaspeshi Mahusaya stays day and night in the deity house. Is there talk between him and the deity?" He said, "There is." Asked Vaikaspeshi Misra about this conversation. He said Chat Haladara Misra was lying, and chat there is no talk between man and the gods in Kali Yuga. 78. Vaikaspeshi Mahusaya was fat and learned and had no faith in Haladara Misra. Some days at noon during the second prahara, when no one was around, would talk to the mortis at different Shiva temples that were open. There would be an echo only. Thought that perhaps Shiva was teasing me. Would touch him and then run away. Reasoned that if Shiva was real then he would catch hold of me, give me some pain or harass me, in some way. Shiva did nothing and understood that the morti of Shiva had no substance within. 79. One day I went to eat gamarul fruit in the garden near my grandfather's parlor. Heard that a ghost lived in the fruit tree and on that day, ran away in fear of Che ghost. Another day I thought that if some remedy could be effected Chen I could go and eat the fruit without fear of the ghost. In Che hot weather the gamarul fruit is very tasty. Made inquiries of many people about how to deal with ghosts, and no one said there was no such thing as ghosts. Being very disturbed, asked Vaikaspeshi Mahashaya, who said chat ghosts were a particular form of living being. Their form is of the wind and their eyes are like the kuncha fruit, very small and red. Hearing the words of Vaikaspashi Mahasaya, became even more afraid of ghosts. But where there is no Gamarul, there is no eating. The mother of Chiba was very expert in the occult. She was an exorcist for some people and she oversaw the storage room of my grandfather. 80. Upon questioning her, she informed me that there is no fear of ghosts while one chants the name of Rama. She called for Jayakali, and a servant appeared who said the same thing. By way of experiment, went to the site of the Gamarul tree calling the name of Rama over and over again, and saw no evidence of a ghost in any fashion. Knocking down some fruit, ate 2 quarters. Understood that the name of Rama was protection against the ghost. At dusk I would always utter Rama Nama. When walking about in the streets and alleys, always chanted Rama Nama. I obtained great satisfaction in my mind and for many days after, took Kai's medicine against the ghost. Heard that a ghost lived in the Homa building. Uttering the name of Rama, chased the ghost away from the puja building. Now, would not be afraid to go outside at dusk. 8. There was an old carpenter who made backdrops for the goddess Jagadatri. Would go to him and ask him about many things. He would give answers to all my questions. One time, asked him, when does the goddess enter the statue? He said that on the day when the eyes are made the goddess resides in the statue. So on that day, eagerly went to see the goddess come, but I did not see her take up residence in the statue. Said, to the carpenter, that Glokapal made the statue first with straw then with clay. Thereafter one uses chalk and dye. AC no time did the goddess actually come. Then the old carpenter said that Che goddess appears in the statue when the brahmanas chant the mantras. Tried to see her come at this time but saw nothing. Returning to the house of the old wise carpenter, I asked him about all this. He said, I have no faith in Che worship of statues. I think that these brahmanas are cheating. They are acquiring money by means of social custom. 82. Had special regard for Che words of this old sculptor. Asked him to tell me about Paramasvara and he said, let anyone say whatever he may, I have confidence in no one but Paramasvara. The gods and goddesses are imaginary. Every day, worship the Paramasvara. Had faith in the words of this old man. 83. I became even more inquisitive. There was a guard, Galama Khan, who would watch the door of the Koshadan, the room where the valuables are kept. Inquired of him and he said Chat God's name was Koda. He was one and there was none other. Koda took some stool, mala, from his own body and shaped it into a rudi and tossed it into the water of the seas. The upper portion, of that rusi, became the sky, the lower portion became the earth. In Kai's form the world was created and in the creation of Adam and Eve man was created. We are all Che descendants of Adam. Hearing all these stories, asked, please tell who Rama was. He said Chat Rama and Rahim were one, and he is Koda. I then received confirmation on the mantra for repelling ghosts. Ghulam Khan spoke about ghost and said that all ghosts were sons of Satan. They fear the name of Rahim. My thoughts on the truth of the matter of the holy name of Rama were satisfied. 84. I was meditating a good deal on the cause of the world, etc. At one time I thought Chat this world was false and Chatisvara alone was real. And appeared to be Isvara. Like a man dreaming in his sleep. Only, imagine that, was suffering. When the sleep broke I laughed at this understanding of Isvara. Then, thought Chat I alone was the creator. Would frequently forget my position and then would fall into Kai's suffering condition. Then, thought that I was Isvara and this was my Leela. By the force of this Leela all mistakes and forgetfulness would take form. 85. At the old house lived Che, father of Uncle Parasuram, Akhil Mustafa. In the morning he would arise, come and take a seat and read Vedanta. Thereafter, unfastening his kacha, the back part of the dhoti, he would recite the Kalma, a Muslim prayer. After that he would kneel down and worship Asvara, as a Christian. He did not believe in the clay gods at all. Many people would say that he was very wise and others would say that he was less than a Christian. Once, went to him and asked him questions. He said the Asvara alone was Purusha. The Vedas know him as Braham, in the Quran he is Allah and in the Bible he is Ged. I believed him. He warned me not to go to Parasuram, who was an atheist. 86. His son, Parasurama Mustafa, studied law. In the beginning he had a little faith in Asvara. Later on he refused the idea of Asvara. While he believed in Asvara he had 2 disciples, Raghumama and Nasumama. After he gave up his faith in Asvara, Raghumama and Nasumama accepted Rama Mohan Ray as guru. Was greatly confused. Was innocent and had many questions. Seeing all this difference of opinion my mind was not happy. Parasurama Mama said to me, "Oh Baba, everything comes from nature. And that is Asvara, there is nothing separate from nature. Hearing all this talk, went to the schools of the Bhattacharyas to ask them, but what they said just confused me even more. Because all the conclusions were uncertain. Never gave up the name of Rama, which warded off the fear of ghosts. 87. Was 11 years old when my father passed away. Was independent then. But what would become of me? Was struck by this thought. Could see, only, darkness in all directions. Had no blood relations who would look after my welfare. At school, merely studied whatever they instructed me. You, Lolita, know the limits of reading and writing are in a village school. A.C. This time Master Hemakandra Bandyopadhyaya left to Ula and Ramakandra Dasa, the pride of the Kavarta caste, became the headmaster of the school. Studied with care, but there was no one to help me study, so my learning progressed very little. Somehow, did reasonably well in literature. I studied the fifth reader, grammar and geography. 88. Only in maths did do exceedingly poorly. Kandi Bhattacharya and Lal Gopalagosa were good students compared to me. Even so, the teacher showed a lot of affection to me. But, was helpless and gradually, was sinking lower. Was not able to say why, but I was becoming very listless, and from then on was not able to go here or there, as had previously done. In fear of going to school, I would secretly take castor oil in order to make my stomach upset. Again and again my old fever would come back. In brief, only good Ching can say about this time was that, did not fall into any bad association. Thought about many things and tried to put my thoughts into poetry. A.C. This time I wrote the Ulakandi Mahatmya. That book cannot be found now. 89. After the death of my father, my grandfather, being very aggrieved in mind, went and lived in Bhavanipur. Having closed and bolted the door to the outer puja building, he opened a passageway for going between the outer building and the former building. I stayed in Che parlor of Dasumama, and my grandfather cleaned out the chamber, Mahalati, room of the family deities. Hanumansena, Baladevsena, Subhasena and Sitaltayari Dharatwan stayed there. 90. Mother thought that my further advancement would be difficult. She felt that her husband and all her sons had gone. No property, wealth, had been acquired from the home of her father-in-law. Grandfather paid for the house at Nabala and gave in writing a share on income from Dahi Dukata that was lost by the trickery of scheming persons. Except for some property at Chadamangalpur, she had no wealth. The two gentlemen, Yajakandra and Umakaran Visvas, made some effort to assist in the matter, but in the end they were not able to help. 91. Then, was the only son, and Hemalata, a 7-year-old girl, was the only daughter. My nursemaid was thinking many things, but was not able to ascertain any solution to our plight. Everyone in the house, i.e. Che's servants, was considering whether this boy, me, would live. They said to her, one after another, see many of the other children who were like Kartika, strong and handsome, have died, so what hope can there be for this ugly boy, me, to continue to live? Therefore, if you say that your wealth is in this boy, you will not survive. Hearing these talks, my mother sold me for 9 cowrie and my sister Hemlata for 5 cowrie to Dhatri Mata. After a few months my mother heard that my aunt Mej undertook a marriage for my cousin Mohesh Dada. 92. Then she thought, a marriage for my son will bring a better future. Having said this, marriage negotiations began. Some negotiations were already underway. Mahesh Dada spoke to my grandfather, along which Krishnamati, the Brahmani daughter of Krishna Mahopadhyaya, who always came to our house. At this time Jagat Bhattacharya Mahasaya would assist our family in many ways. He shopped for us. On Ekadashi days the Brahmana would prepare a special vegetarian meal for us. 93. Mother sent Krishnamati to Ranagat to see the girl in question. The girl's name was Sayamani and she was the 5-year-old daughter of Che, first wife of Sri Madhusudana Mitra. She was the granddaughter of Simhadiga of Kismar. Mitra Mahase was very capable. He was the financial officer of the Palikothar family and he came to see me riding on an elephant and then left. After seeing the girl, Krishnamati came and spoke to mother saying, "Oh, your daughter-in-law is so beautiful. Even though she is a little dark in color, I do not see a better beauty." It was the opinion of Krishnamati that there was nothing in this girl that a man would find objectionable. Having expressed this opinion to mother, she would not consider any other girls. Lala Gopala said that the color of this girl was dark, like a hookah. Mother said, her forehead is auspicious, that is her beauty, what does a dark color matter? The marriage was decided. Dasumama acted as the head of the family. Nanda Kumar began to make the jewelry. Stealing a large amount of gold from mother, He made different kinds of ornaments, for the girl, enough to cover her entire body. Dasu Mama gave the approval for everything. The expense was great. 94, there was a pleasure boat, a wedding palanquin, decorations, lights, English, music etc. The marriage was between a 12-year-old boy and a 5-year-old girl and was exactly like a child's doll marriage. Drinking Ganges water and milk, arrived at the house of my father-in-law which a great, pompous crowd. The reception was very big. Many gentlemen of the tele, oil, caste dressed in bright and varied clothes and wearing yari outfits came to the reception. Even though was of such a tender age, was able to understand that except for the kayasthas and the brahmanas, who were dressed nicely, the good clothes and ornaments did not look well on the others. Heard fact the children of the Pandey family came. Hearing the name Pandey my Pansy doll comes to mind. Even though they were not exactly like my doll, my eyes did not see the beauty of the Pandey children. 2 reciters of genealogies read out the family histories of Chaimitra and Datta families. 95. Gradually the marriage was completed. Said that I was not able to stay alone in the house of my father-in-law, so my nanny came and stayed with me. After one night everybody in the house considered me just like a son. The following day the bride and bridegroom came to Ula. Everybody at the home declared that the marriage was like a nice style wedding. Sometime after the wedding, news of grandfather's sickness and death gradually reached Ula. Mother went to Bhavanipur with the child bride to see her stepmother. 96. Thereafter we came to Calcutta by Boak. In those days Calcutta was a fearful place. Immediately upon arriving my nose was struck by a severe, foul smell. This smell took away my appetite. After residing in Bhavanipur for a few days we visited many places in Calcutta and Bhavanipur. We saw Kali Ghat. Being exceedingly disgusted, was not able to appreciate anything. When we returned to Ula was the first to leave. Upon our leaving in Ula, Mahesh Datta, whom, considered an elder brother, Mayamami and her brother, Rajababu, performed Shraddha for my grandfather. 97. After staying a few days, Mahesh Datta returned to Calcutta. As before, I remained in Ula. My reciting and hearing, of my lessons, was poor. I worried a lot. According to the command of the older brother, Mahesh Datta, I had performed the cow puja on the Bhaja Hill and the appropriate deity worship, taking the money from the sale of coconuts from the estate and from whatever little money was sent to us. The worship was not good. Was never qualified to look after the affairs of something is missing a few properties, all her wealth was lost. At the time my father went to Murashidabad he took rupees 1,500 from my mother. That money was lost. On one other occasion my father went to extricate one of the sons of Mukherjee from some difficulty and loaned rupees 2,500 from my mother's family with the security of jewelry, to that end. Most of that money was never returned. My wedding cost almost 2,000 rupees and my mother paid 1,000 rupees of the expenses. Yogapish had a debt and my father made the repayment. In this way there were numerous expenses and no money remained in my mother's hand. I was in complete anxiety. 99. My grandfather's house was huge. The guards were few, and I was afraid of thieves AC nights. I thus gave the guards bamboo reds to carry. In this regard I was not lax. Began to study again. Book I continued to be very poor at maths. 100. Mata Thakurani sent Suraj Singh to Chhattamangalpur. While digging the floor of Che house in Chhattamangalpur the labourers unearthed an urn full of gold coins and jewellery. However, those coins and jewellery found their way to the tax office. In the hope of getting those coins and jewellery mother had sent Suraj Singh. However, power of attorney was vested in Paramesvar Mahati. My paternal grandfather, Raja Ballabha, got the coins by means of that lawyer and paid off many debts. Therefore Suraj Singh returned after some months with some brass pots only. Out of the profits from the sale of the pots, Mata Thakurani, heaving a sigh of despair, paid his last few months' wages. Seeing all this, suffered greedily. 101. At this time, was about 14 years of age. One time, being the husband of his granddaughter, went to the house of the Simha of Kishma. In that place, many men very expert in playing chess spent the whole time doing just that. Due to eating too much food I got stomach trouble. Returned to Ula with Satkari Mama. While staying at Kismet the brother of our junior aunt, Yadu Chandra, cooked goat for us, which we ate. At that time, when I met English military men, would go and talk with them. Seeing the finely dressed English women I was very curious. When the missionaries came to town, would go and see them. 102. My maternal uncle was the famous Bengali poet Kashi Prasad Gosa, a descendant of Tulasi Rama Gosa. He had brought his family by boat to Ula and stayed at the home of Syama Pranamashofi Mahasaya for a few days. The daughter of Syamal Pran was his wife. She was my aunt. Went to visit Kashi Prasada Babu and he tested my ability to read and write. Once, when was doing this, he gave me a mirror as a prize. Went into the house to show my aunt. 103. My aunt said, Kashi said that I was intelligent, but share could be no, worthwhile, reading and writing in this place. Ula, come and stay in Calcutta and study there. I called this to my mother. AC first she did not agree. Mother said, I must get Che advice of other relatives in Calcutta, then, we'll decide. I could see that she was only delaying making a decision. 104. I went and told my aunt. My aunt then went and reasoned with my mother, saying, I will protect Kedar like my own son. Everyone in the house spoke to my mother, saying, a boy will not grow up if he stays in Ula. You send Kedar to Calcutta. Later on you can go and see that the arrangements are good. It was then decided that I would go to Calcutta to study. 105. Kashi Prasad Babu then left, Ulagram, and with difficulty, remained, passing the days until puja time. The son CF Syamal Babu, Saram Mama, also intended to go to Calcutta to study. After Che Puja season, during the month of Agrayan, we left for Calcutta. Went in Karaboak. Arriving in Calcutta, Saram Mama, his mother, grandmother, and Devendra Brata rented a house in Bag Bazaar. Harigosa and I stayed in the house of Kashi Prasada Babu. This time, liked Calcutta a little. The house of Kashi Prasada Babu was on the north side of the Hidia Pond. It had extremely thick pillars. The neighborhood of Simla was like a village. On the banks of Hidia were several missionaries' homes, the Church of Krishna Bandar, Queen's College, and the Baitun School. The neighborhood was beautiful. The house we stayed in was likable. Through the efforts of my aunt and through the mercy of Kashi Babu, did well. Was enrolled in the Hindu Charitable Institution School. 106, had many advantages in that school. Master Gagan Babu taught me maths with great effort. Because of him I understood maths, at last. Isvara Chandra Nandi Babu taught me literature. What can I say? I had limitless faith in Isvara Babu. He was courageful, controlled his senses, was religious, knowledgeable in all the Shastras and was well-spoken. Through his mercy I prospered. I got first prize and obtained a medal in the annual examinations. Under the direction of Isvara Babu I gradually studied English literature and read a good deal. 107. Previously the suggestion had been made that, should enter college. But, made as much progress as could be desired at this school, and, continued studying there for 4 years. The ability to compose in English and write poetry gradually developed in me. But all of a sudden I fell ill. In the first year during the rainy season, developed an illness caused by salty water and dampness. Took whatever medicines were available but they were ineffective. Was troubled by blood dysentery, fever, and itching skin, scabies. Everyone said, should return to Ula, Book, did not like the idea of returning and giving up my studies. Just before Durga Puja many Gankal folk came from Ulagram to visit Kashi Babu. 108, with Preet fanfare was the first Shraddha of Kashi Babu's mother celebrated. AC this seam I ate a pulao, a highly spiced preparation of fried rice, which simply increased my illness. Was very weak. I returned to Ula with the people from Ulagram. After disembarking we spent a day at the house of Visvasa at Kardha, and AC that place there was much fanfare. All the relations were gentlefolk. We reached Ula the next afternoon. Am not able to express Che indescribable happiness, I felt, upon setting foot in Ula. Janani Janmabhumis Ca Svargad Api Garyasi one's mother and land of birth are better than heaven. Was able to understand the meaning of this expression. Soon I will see the feet of my mother. Will see the place of my birth. I will see affectionate Himalata. Thinking all these things I arrived in Ula. Upon arriving, there was such joy, what more can I say? When my mother beheld my weak body, she was extremely worried. My paternal grandmother was also very concerned. After the death of my father my grandmother came and lived at my mother's house. She was practically dead, herself. At least, once a day she would loudly cry out the name of my father. I saw that Hemlata had blossomed. 110. After thinking a good deal about my complicated illness, mother spoke with a leather worker. He said he would bring me the following morning and that he would cure me by means of exorcism. I waited in the morning and a very dark man of the leather-working caste, Amuchi, who previously, I'd seen, playing the toll drum, named Fakir Shanda arrived. Using the leaves of the bakash he performed the exorcism and then gave me gur leaves to eat. Then, coming, close to me, He gave me a mantra and asked me to utter it regularly. He told me, all would be revealed in a dream. He asked my mother to cook only vegetarian food for me. 111 to 112 He said to eat rice cooked with ripe tamarind. This was the prescription. After 2 days, while I slept, dreamed that a black snake went out from my body. In the morning, related this to the fakir. He said that all danger had passed. Now you do not have to follow the regulations. Go and take a bath and then eat. But continue to utter the mantra. Within 2 or 3 days your illness will be entirely cured. I then went and ate heartily. But the fakir declared, you must not eat any meat, and by the strength of your mind you should call upon the Satyat Purusha, the Supreme Person. Neither should you eat any demigod's prasada. You should not worship any demigod. My illness gradually became health. The fakir said, come, you should approach your Guru Deva. I went with a happy heart. The residence of the fakirs was in the Muchi area of Beladanga. Guru Deva was also a Muchi, and previously he had made shoes. Guru Deva had several rooms. He stayed in one room in the temple of meditation and was sitting there, when, arrived. He was on a raised clay veranda when I went and offered prostrations to him. He bestowed his blessings on my body with his merciful hand and gave me 4 pieces of muraki, puffed rice with molasses, which I ate with confidence. Guru Deva then said, your illness is completely healed? I said, the disease is completely gone, but the itching does not leave me. 113. Then Guru Dev gave the order, beat Kali Raya and Dakshina Raya. Immediately upon hearing this order the fakir took a new broom and on a raised stone began to beat Kali Raya and Dakshina Raya. Some emotion began to rise in Gurudev and he began to cry, and sang this song, once upon a time the feet of man began to sweat, therefore the Ganga began to flow. 114. When his emotions, bhava, subsided he commanded me saying, today your itching will become better. At night, whatever you dream you should come and tell me, in the morning. Amazingly, during the night, my sores almost all dried up. In the night I dreamt that I put calcium powder on the sores. In the morning related my dream to Gurudev and he gave an order, that I was to be given calcium powder. I used the powder, and after 3 days my sores were all gone. Now, began to eat good quality food and my body began to fill out. Gradually my strength and boldness increased. One day, Gurudev showed me mercy by changing the mantra, given to me, and gave me a more appropriate mantra. Daily I chanted this mantra with devotion. I dreamt many kinds of dreams. Whatever was on my mind during the day that I dreamed about at night. Gurudev gave me the order to heal others' disease. And that I attempted to do. 115. I would go to Gurudev daily, at any time I wished. His name was Goloka. One day he said to me, O Kedar Babu, our dharma is very pure. No harm should be done to any jiva. One should not worship any demigod. One should be kind to others and be of good conduct. These are the foundations of our creed. Previously, Prabhu Alshanda preached this dharma by means of 22 fakirs. Those 22 fakirs established themes levs in 22 places and each extended the sampradaya. Among them one Ramasaran Pal of Gosapada also preached but his actions were improper. Our own original fakir established the sampradaya at the village of Gantra, and his teachings were good. We do not accept any jati titles. Whatever is generally considered to be muchi is suchi if it is used for Krishna, and whatever is generally considered to be suchi is muchi if it separate from Krishna. There is no fault in being married, but one should be sexually united with one's wife only once in a month. More frequent contact than that is not good. To the extent that semen is retained within the body, to that extent it is beneficial. According to our teachings, Radha and Krishna are the true couple. Even though they are a pair, they are one. Though they appear to have form, in fact they have no material form. They are like a lord and his lady. The doctrine that this couple is the pure male and female is very auspicious. Man should be like this, like a god and goddess immortal. O Kedar Babu, mercy has been bestowed on you, very soon you will know the truth of the divine couple. 116. I discussed all these matters to some extent with others and learned that our fakirs were Kardabhaja, a sect devoted to Sri Chaitanya. In comparison with the Gosapara their behavior was very good. Be that as it may, I had faith in the mantra and their doctrines. Even though Gurudev was a Muchil, had no lack of faith in him. One day he said, soon the village of Vula will be mostly destroyed. The people would die from fever and disease. How will the people remain in such a village? 117 to 118. My ill health had improved and my wife was brought to Ula. Mother then said, arrange the marriage of Hemalata. You go to Calcutta and take me with you." At the time I took mother and Hemalata to Calcutta. Having brought them there, we stayed at the house of Kalaprasanadatta, my mother's paternal uncle, in Simla, north-central Calcutta. Grandmother remained in Ula. By winter my sister was married and they returned to Ula. During the rainy season one again got blood dysentery. I had it in my mind to go to the fakirs in Ula for the purpose of getting cured, but I had been at fault breaking the rules a little and so was not able to go to them. I had been eating fish, meat and demigod prasada, and so the power of the mantra was defeated. One was, like an elephant which takes a bath, and then throws dust upon its body, so what was the use of another mantra? This time, took the medicine, given by a doctor named Isvara. Within a month my illness was gone. Isvara was very expert in determining illness through reading the pulse, but he had a bad name because he did not have any medicine. In curing me to a large extent his bad name was removed. 119. By the third year in Calcutta I had made a lot of progress. Wrote in English a little for the newspaper, Hindu Intelligencer of Kashi Babu. He edited all that I wrote. An association was started and I gave some lectures in English. At that time Krishnada's pal and Shambhu Mahopadhyaya came and made friends with K.C. Babu and afterwards began to write for the Intelligencer. Shambhu was a satirist. He employed many sharp words and after some time his writing was no longer pleasing. From the beginning Krishnadas wrote essays. Gradually, as I improved, I joined them in writing. 120. In 1855 there was the Sanandal uprising and the newspapermen wrote a good deal on the subject. I read the papers. I had never seen the Sanandal district but I thought that they were becoming prominent and forming a new jati, caste, like the Hans and Bantral. On Sundays some of us from our place used to go and see monuments and Borough Bazaar and the Seven Pond Gardens in Calcutta. Was unable to get to know all the multitude of alleys and side streets in Calcutta. Even so, we would wander about and go to different societies like the Free Debating Club, etc. On the strength of my little learning I did thought that no one, but me, had any knowledge. 121. In that year Meshadada and Mejmami went and stayed in Ula. Having opened the interior door which had been bolted by grandfather, Mahesh Dada, Sena presidents, in the parlor. Sheetal Tayari and Hanuman Simha became guards at the main door once more. All in the house were happy because there was going to be a legal settlement with the opposing party. When, returned home for the puja holiday, was very happy. Stayed in the parlor of Baro Dada. All of my former friends would come and talk, and I went to see my old school for half a day. 122. I would go and wander about my old house and my friends' houses. It seemed that all of Ula was faring well. After the wife of Baro Dada came to Ula, mother brought my wife. My wife was very small in those days and we would play together like children. 123. At the end of the school break I returned to Calcutta. While I was staying in Ula with my former friends I discussed many topics regarding the Supreme Controller, Isvara. Uncle Parasurama had no faith in the Lord at all. At the time I came back to Calcutta I studied all manner of English books on philosophy. One by one I read all the books in the library of Kashi Babu. My teacher Isvara Babu helped me a lot with my reading. 124. I first enrolled in Hindu school in the year 1856. The headmaster was Babu Mahesh Chandra Bandyopadhyaya and Isvara Chandra was my history teacher. Mahendra Soma taught mathematics to me. That year the university was started. College classes were held in Presidency College. The senior classes of Hindu school were held in the West Wing. Sanskrit College was in the middle section and /junior classes were held in the Eastern Wing. 125. In our class were Satyendranath Thakur, Gyanendranath Thakur and Nabagopal Mitra and many others. For a long time, was an expert at mathematics though in other subjects, did very well. At that time entrance examinations were first begun. I had so much competence in literature that I was respected by the teachers and the whole class. I began to write poetry which came to attention of the teachers and gradually came to the attention of the principal. 126. At that time Keshava Chandra Sen was a Hindu boy and he studied in the class above me. He was also not very good at maths and there was no chance of his passing in that class. Therefore, being strong in knowledge of literature, he established a sabha called the British India Society. English professors and Reverend Dow used to attend the sabha. Because I had a little literary knowledge Keshava requested me to become a member of the sabha. 127. At this time gas lighting was introduced in Calcutta. One evening, Kashi Babu and I went in Oracle Place to see the gas company offices. Many dignitaries were invited to see the first use of gas lighting. Prasanna Kumar, Thakur Ramanath Thakur and many others came. Everyone was thrilled to see the gas lights. 128. Sarasvati Puja and Julan Yatra were celebrated at the house of Kashi Babu, and I went there to see and hear the dramas on several occasions. A lot of luchi, kachori, kashira, and mohan bhoga was eaten. Madan Mastar and Dugo Gadal were, among the, musical dramas that, went and heard. Had very little knowledge of music, but, liked to hear a song sung with emotion very much. 129. In those days, was able to eat a lot. When I went to the garden to Kashi Babu, to his house, would do a lot of eating. Some days, would eat a lot of fasai, a variety of green melon, and gore, jaggery. Some days I would eat a lot of chachale, a chickpea dish. On other days I would eat a panna, 20 gandas, of mangoes. Everybody would be amazed. My body was very chin even though ate so much, and everybody was very puzzled. Copyright Lalu, Lolita, Chat Rajavallabha, a pill for increasing the appetite, you used to make. With the help of such medicine, I increased my appetite for a long time. At that time in the hot season, Kashi Babu and his family lived in the gardens. Often walked from Pakpara, a district in Calcutta, Pakpara Road, as far the college at Budaldanga. 130. There was, then, a great commotion over cholera, but even so, was not averse to coming and going. From 1854, onwards, I made acquaintance with my blood relations, by studying genealogy. Kali Prasanna Dada helped my by giving me an old book, on the subject. Kaka Bolanatha Babu began to make money at that time, and he helped by giving money to me for my tuition. Went boldly from the Hindu school to take the entrance examinations, to university? The examinations being held in the town hall. On the first day my fever came on me in the town hall. Therefore, was not able to take the examination. 131. Seeing that school, did not provide a proper, opportunity to study, began to acquire knowledge in another fashion. Every day I would go to Metcalfe Hall and read books. A.C. that time Stayukta Abhayakata was the secretary there, and Pyari Charan Mikrita Kakar was the librarian. I gave lectures at many sabhas. I had learned discussions with Padre Dal and George Thompson. Thompson Sahib instructed me on how to become a good speaker. 132. He said that while he was going from the village, he resided in the Parliament, he would stand in the open fields and imagining the plants to be the members of Parliament, he would freely speak to them. Because of practicing in this fashion he became such a sweet speaker that everyone would be pleased upon hearing him. On the day that he told us that story, Nabagapal Mitra and Keshava Sen were present. Keshava said that by talking to simple little children, as had Thompson, I would begin to speak in that fashion. 133. By the end of 18,561 had written the first Parkapoid. Gangakaran Sen Mahusai read it and liked it very much. On his advice, I subsequently published the book in 2 parts. After reading the work, the Reverend Duff said that I had done very well. He said, write in the same fashion in English about the cruelty of the Zamindars. I realized that this was not a good idea. At that time I read all of Milton with the help of Reverend Duff. Near the Krishna Bandar Street church lived a missionary named Grub Sahib. In the evenings Raju Basu of Vula used to come to his house and read Edison. Also with him went and read Edison. Day and night, would read the books of Carlyle, Hazlitt, Jeffrey, Macaulay and others. Composed short poems and they were printed in the Library Gazette. I was known as Mr. ABC. 134. One day, having invited me through Dal Sahib, Mrs. Locke looked over my poetry and read it. After chatting with me, for some time, she praised my poetry and accepted my book of poetry, which I dedicated in her name. 135. Before the entrance examinations, went to Ula with Raju Basu. After spending the night eating in the Mitra's house we set off in a boat during a great storm. There was much fear on the Ganges in the dark night. The next day, by mercy of God, we reached the Gadatula without mishap. In the late evening in the month of Ashwin the light of the moon was very splendid there. Prior to that evening I had received no news of Ula. From the time of Ashad in that year in the village of Ula there was a fearful epidemic. In the month of Bhadra the family of Mahesh Dada being ill had come to Calcutta, but had not said anything to me. In the month of Bhadra in a terrible fever my sister Hemalata gave up her life, but, had received no news of her. My wife was ill so she was sent to Ranagat. What could, do in the night but think I should go to the house. Raju said, go, I will give you a man to accompany you to your house. 136. Upon disembarking I saw some people who were laughing and joking being mad with the happiness which comes from hopelessness. The village was empty. As they were under the influence of ganja they perceived no suffering. questioned them but they gave no answers. Raju and were amazed by the sight of them. Departing from the boat, we went to the house of Madhusudan. When we looked through the door we saw Madhusudan Bashu sitting on a low wooden seat. I paid respects to him and he addressed me, saying, "Copyright Kedar, stay here for the day, in Che morning you go to your house." What was I to make of this? I said to myself, I will go to the house this very day. I heard directly from him that an epidemic had killed many people in the village and some people of our house had died. I went there quickly, taking a man skilled in stick fighting. 137. While on the way this man described the horrible state of the village. He said, Mahesh Babu became ill and went to Calcutta, but he did not say what had happened. The main door, of the family residence, was open. I called and called many times, when from the deity house Sital Tayari spoke, saying, "Babu, go inside the house." I felt very sick. I was unable to stand up. I went to the puja house and calling repeatedly, until Sayaditi came. She opened the door and brought me into our room. She was crying and said that Hemlata was no more. Your mother was very sick. Upon entering my mother's room I discovered that mother had been delirious with fever for the past 10 to 12 days, but on this day she was a little better. 138. Seeing me, mother and grandmother began to cry. In sorrow I said, "Today we will leave Ula." During the night I did not eat or drink and I slept only a little. When I rose in the morning, I considered what to do. I heard that all the maids had died. Only one servant remained to bring water. In the morning, went to see Saram Mama and Dasu Mama and others at their house. Dasu Mama said, "Go to Calcutta. I will give you a man and a boat etc." Saram Mama was taking quinine. I brought 2 or 3 packets of medicine and from that day one began to take it. 139. I came to the old house calling to Haru Mama and Parasirama Mama. Because they wanted to come, with me, they began to sell some of their things. Jagat Bhattacharya Mahusaya brought a boat and set out with us on the journey on the 3rd day. The day before we set out, went to many places in Ulagram. In a great number of homes there were no people left alive. At some homes there was heard the cry of pain of those who were sick / At some homes there were bodies lying around. At other homes there was little life. Others were making preparations to leave Ula. Many had already left. It was the time of Durga Puja but there was no happiness anywhere. 140. Where thousands of people would sit together and take prasada, nobody could be seen. Though there were 80 to 100 places of the image of Durga there was only 5 or 6 pujas being performed. Everybody said that at Che house of the Brahmachari, Kailas Brahmachari had caused the disease. He then released a goat for the purpose of removing the cause of the disease. As far as that goat ran, that far the cholera subsided. The simple and crazy people of Vula concocted this story and they all began to believe it. It was also reported that 2 people came to Ula to practice medicine, but after 2 or 3 days they also had fallen in the grip of death. The fever was fearful. Whoever got fever died within 4 or 5 hours. I heard that during the months of Asad and Sravan the fever was not very bad, but on the month of Bhadra it was fearful. 141. Taking the boat and arriving, at last, at the Ghat at Ranagat I received news of my wife. Heard that my wife's disease had changed for the better. Merely getting this news we continued to Calcutta. Upon arriving in Calcutta mother stayed at the house of Kali Krishna Kaka. My paternal grandmother there, and my mother was taken to the house of my aunt, who would care for her. She made a lot of effort and took medicine, and she, mother, gradually became well there. Grandmother became sick while on the boat. Through the efforts and love of Kali Kaka she gradually became well but later a stomach ailment and fever returned. At that time was 17 years old. I suffered terrible hardships. There was no money. There was no one to converse with. Everybody thought that my mother had almost a lakh of rupees. 142. I said that we had only very little but no one believed us. At this time I studied on my own for the entrance examinations. Grandmother lived in one place, and mother in another place. There was no money and all the time I was overwhelmed. Seeing sickness all around, was not able to study. Thought, a man cannot study amidst such difficulties. At this time, thrice in succession, had fevers. The last time Kalaprazana Dada brought me quinine which I took and became well. I went to take the examination but the fever again prevented me. I saw no hope. My mind became apathetic. The house was empty, there was no money, and I had no strength. Where were my family, where my illness, the impossibility of study, darkness in all directions? Grandfather and grandmother were both from famous families. Knowing this fact I suffered. Solely to console my suffering I would sit and talk with friends my own age. Everybody thought that I was the son of a very rich person and that I had no financial needs. I was dying of pain in the heart. I did not speak much to anyone. I would attend meetings, I listened and spoke freely from my heart, as diversion. Vertical bar. 144. Nobody could understand the feelings in my heart. I ate at the house of K.C. Babu but had discussions on books at the houses of friends. Frequently in the evenings, visited the home of Sri Yuta Debendranath Thakur, which was called Jorashanko, the Tagore's family mansion. The Honorable Divijendranath Thakur was the older brother of my friend Sri Yuta Satyendranath Thakura and my older brother as well. If ever among men there was a close friend, then Barudato was that close friend. He was charitable, of good character, had a pure love, and was honest, and my heart was enlivened by him. Upon seeing him all my troubles would go away. 145. I would sit by him and discuss many Sanskrit books. I had much affection for Satyendranath, but I was always overwhelmed by the great qualities of Divijendranath Babu. He was without attachment for worldly things, and when I was with him, was happy and gave up thoughts of material things. Therefore, staying with him was all good for me, but staying with others was not so good. At that time read many books on the science of God, which was the particular science that effected the removal of anxiety from my heart. When I discussed things with Divijendranath there was help Kant, Goethe, Hegel, Swedenborg, Schopenhauer, Hume, Voltaire, and Cousin. 146. Having discussed the books of many writers I concluded in my mind that Drivya, substance, has no real existence. Guna, quality, alone exists. Drivya is but sum total of the gunas. The gunas, actually, exist but there is no proof for the necessity of there being a Gunadhara, upholder of gunas. Divijendranath heard my conclusions in the matter of philosophy and considered them and said, "Copyright Brother Kedar, your thinking is very deep. Am not able to defeat you." 147. Divijendranath was a person who was a reservoir of intellect. In knowledge of the Padarthas he was one without a second. Hearing his words my mental strength doubled. I was a guest speaker on philosophy at some learned societies. Tarkanath Palit was a classmate and good friend of mine, and at that time he had not yet gone to England. He liked very much my presentation and proposed to me that, speak to the British Indian Society. In that assembly the Englishmen said that my presentation was deep. Dal Sahib asked, what will be the benefit to mankind from acquiring knowledge of this sort? At one other meeting of this Sabha, having written in the form of a play in English the 25 stories of the Vitala Panchvinsati, I recited it. On that day there was a great debate. And from that day my friends my own age considered me a logician and began to tell everybody. 148. I studied the books and lectures of the Brahma Samaj. Belief in one God was good and for many days I had confidence in them. But at no time did I have any taste for the form of understanding of the Brahmos and the type of worship they performed. There were many discussions with Dal Sahib on the topic of theology. On his advice I was reading the Bible and various other Christian books. Canning Sahib had many books and I studied all he had, on logic with the missionary associate of Rama Mohan Roy. In those days I was interested in books about religion and I went so far as to read Sale's Quran, 1734. I made a thorough study of all the books of Theodore, Parker and Newman. Previously I had read only books on philosophy but now I like to read books on religion. Somehow, in this fashion, I developed a deep faith in Jesus Christ. Whatever I read I did not fail to discuss with Divijendranath. 149. The Sepoy Mutiny occurred at this time. Every evening I read the newspaper in Divijendranath's parlor. I was able to ascertain all the news before it was published in discussions with Bainsvar Vidyalankar, the then editor of the Tatvabodhini, and with others. In the house of K.C. Babu many discussions took place. At that time I had a desire to see other countries. I went to Burdwan with Bainsvar Vidyalankar and a few other pandits. There I stayed happily for a few days in the hospitality of the Maharaj Mahatap Chandra. In those days Burdwan was an excellent place. Respectable people who became ill in Calcutta went there to regain their health. 150. This was the time of Dola Yadara. I went to see the court of the king and I gave a complimentary copy of my Puri to the king and he read some of it and liked it. Returning from Burdwan I saw that my maternal grandmother was bedridden in the house of Kali Kaka with Gryanapira. I was thinking many things, such as, I will study, I will make money, I will print books, I will lecture in many places. I will get somewhere where mother and grandmother and my wife can all live together. But there was no money. No help. Everyone was a calculating outsider. No one made even a little effort to help. 151. My maternal grandmother was very ill. Kali Kaka made a special effort to help her. Kaka Bholanath Babu sometimes made efforts to help. At this time many small things happened. One day a friend of mine, Bhairasvar Bashu, suggested to me, let's go on a tour to Chachara, Hooghly and other places. Thereafter, Mahendra Mitra, Bhairasvara, Nabagapal and myself I by rail to Farsadanga and Hooghly. My expenses were shared by them and we returned after 3 days. Their association was not very good. Upon returning I was put to shame. I was thinking to enjoy going on an excursion, but what was the condition of my grandmother? That I did not know. Upon returning to the house of Kali Kaka in the afternoon, I saw Mother and Mejdidi calling me in the doorway. They said, "You immediately go to the god on the Ganga. Your Kali Kaka took your grandmother there." I had only one piece of cloth on but I went swiftly to Naimal God. There I saw my grandmother, and Kali Kaka was performing Antarjali, final ablutions. When she died, it took to almost 11 o'clock at night to finish the funeral rites. Afterwards, I took a bath, and returning to the house of Kali Kaka, I went to sleep. Indeed, there was sorrow on the death of my grandmother, but she was the daughter and wife of rich men. The only thing was that her final suffering was unbearable. Thus there was much benefit for her in her dying. While I was living in Ula she was very good to me. I read Kali Kaivalidayini and other books with her. Whenever new books were for sale, at the bookshop, I would go there, buy them, and give them to her. She knew how to cook the best, of all others. You could not find a woman who was as frugal as she and would pay such painstaking attention to details. She would make various kinds of dishes and sweets. What she knew no others knew. She would prepare chasapayas, amarmaraba etc. and others would not be able to. I would help her in all kinds of ways. 154. And she showed me affection. When I was a young boy I used to do foolish things. She had a very heavy pillow. She would leave this pillow, alone, at any time. At the house in Ula she often told Didi, an aunt, that inside her pillow were some gold moher coins. I was curious to see that pillow, so once, when she went to the bathroom, I opened the inside of the pillow and took out a cloth bag, though I did not open it but replaced it in the pillow. She, somehow, could tell that I had looked, but she was unaffected towards me. When she died I was not present and whatever was there she could not give to me. Kali Kaka said she had given her books to him, for me. I was not upset by all of this, but went along with the request. The day after her death I went to the house of K.C. Babu. The doorkeeper, Itarop Simha, said, "You lit the funeral fire at your grandmother's head, you may not enter this house for 3 days." Being very young my feelings were badly injured. As I was hurt, I went and stayed at the house of Kali Kaka. The small cost of Gramthar Shraddha was met by Uncle Balanat Babu. 155. A few days after the Shraddha I thought, I will rent a house and I will live there and bring my wife there. My wife was then at Dum Dum in the house of Machal Gokulakandra Simha. A few months before, Mama Gokul and Siromani Mitra had taken me to Dum Dum. I went there from the garden house of K.C. Babu. At that time my wife was almost 12 years old. Making repeated requests to me she begged me to ask mother to take her to Calcutta. I said, "I will bring you to Calcutta as soon as I get a job." 156. Among the employment I received were 2 private tutorships, and I made 12 rupees a month. After a few months I took a position as a GND grade teacher at the Hindu Charitable Institution School for a wage of 15 rupees. Then I said to my mother, "Let's go and rent a house." All this occurred in 1857, during his 19th year. A.C. that time the Sepoy mutiny was at its height. 157. In the Suntri district, the quarter inhabited by liquor dealers, very near his house, Karan Mitra arranged to rent house number 8 for 8 rupees per month. From Vinod Sahar on my behalf. I brought my mother and all my things from Kali Kaka's house to the new house. Kali Kaka kept in touch from time to time. Buying 1 cot, 2 canopy beds, 1 table, 2 chairs, and 1 clothes rack I furnished the house. I also got a Western servant and 1 maid. I got 15 to 20 rupees plus whatever from the sale of porridge which we lived on. From time to time I would stay at the house of K.C. Babu. My friends Bijou and Umakaran sometimes would come and visit me. I was writing English poetry then. 158. At that time Saram Mama from Ula and his family rented a house in the Sunri district. Would go and visit them. A.C. Chaitanya Harigosa came down with cholera and Dr. Hanig Bench performed an inoculation thereby curing him. I lived at the house in Sunri district for a few months and I brought my wife there. Again my income was deficient and I was unable to maintain my family. I moved my wife and mother to the house of Kali Kaka. Renting the house in the Sunrina neighborhood resulted in back rent of rupees 60 to 70, being unpaid, and mother sold a gold necklace in order to pay it off. At this time I printed the second volume of Poid. 159. At the time I lived in the house at Sunray, I would frequently go to the house of Mrs. Locke, the poetess. She was an elderly woman. When she read my poetry, she was pleased and showed me a lot of affection. At the home of this lady I met with Jnanendra Mohan Thakur Babu. Mrs. Locke was a spiritualist and she showed me many spiritual manifestations. She would have spirits come and dance on her table. She could see the spirits but could only hear the sound of their dancing. Gradually one got into great financial difficulty. I could not secure a job. Employment was lacking, compared to the number in need of work. I began to ingratiate myself to a muktina of a particular merchant's house. He, considering the respectability of my family, sent me to purchase sugar etc. at the market in order to teach me the duties of chief accountant. Once, when I bought a large quantity of sugar, I obtained an extra sack of sugar. I noticed this and considered it irreligious to cheat the merchants. I therefore informed the merchant and he told me, "It would be good for you to become a teacher. Business will not be good for you." 160. I was thinking how to get a job, and at Kai's time, from Chhattamangalapur, Dada Mahusaya, my paternal grandfather, Rajavallabha, sent Lalu Chakravarti and Kavaldas. Dada Mahusaya wrote to me, saying, "I will not live many more days. I desire to see you directly. If you come quickly then I will see you, otherwise I will not be able to." In Calcutta there were no apartments. I was not able to live with a deficiency of money. Employment was not easy to get, and whatever there was rooted in irreligion, so I could not do it. Considering all this, I consulted with my mother and wife and decided to go to Orissa with Kaval Ramadas. The year was 1858 when I set out for Orissa. We stored the cot, the table etc. and numerous other articles at the house of Kali Kaka. In the month of Vaisakha we departed. 162. Taking a boat we went to Elabar. On the way, seeing the huge waves, mother began to cry. I was also afraid. We arrived in Elabar in the afternoon. We were unable to rent, even, a bullock cart there, and choose we went and sought the help of the police inspector of that place, a native Prasad Gosa. As if to introduce his nature, this police sub-inspector gave a pointless order. In spite of chat we were still not able to rent a cart. From Elabar we set out on foot for Panzakura. Mother was the daughter of a very rich man and so she was not able to travel easily. My wife was just a girl of 13 years. Our progress was extremely slow. 163. Arriving at the Gak of Panzakura, we rented 2 carts and started for Yajpur. At Medinapur we meet Baromami. Sometime after Subarnareka we saw the river which divides Bangladesh and Orissa. On one bank the color was like a red pot and the language was Bengali, on the other bank the color was like a black pot and the language was Oriya. Gradually we passed Balesvar and Badrak and came to Yajpur. Kevalram and Lalkan used to occasionally fight with each other. Sometimes, after being shaved at the barber's shop, during their massage, they would wrestle and I would watch with great curiosity. Having staying in Yajpur for 2 or 3 days we left. 164. We stayed in one guest room in the garden house of a panda, a tourist guide. From their news of our arrival, went to Chattagram. Dada Mahusaya sent 2 palanquins along with bearers. We stayed 2 nights in Yajpur performing pilgrimage activities. Thereafter, in the morning, we set out for Chattagram. Dada Mahasaya cried tears of love when he saw us. He had many cows, and they all had names, such as Gamudi, Kari etc. Bida, a milkman, would come and do the milking and his mother would boil the milk and make yogurt and ghee. 165. Dada Mahusaya would eat nothing at all during the day. Then at night, after 2 prahars, midnight, he would eat kakoras that he cooked himself. His kakoras contained so many chilis that I was not able to eat them. He would mix together 4 or 5 seers of milk with date sugar. He used to eat that. Dada Mahusaya wore crimson cloth like a sannyasi. During the day he only did japa. He kept many animals, pigeons, peacocks, swans etc. and he used to employ 1 or 2 boys to feed them. In the evenings many elderly Kali worshippers etc. who were ganja smokers came to smoke ganja. Dada Mahasaya did not smoke ganja. He only ever smoked tobacco. For his age he had considerable strength. Quickly pulling cobra snakes out of their holes, he would kill them on his wooden shoes. He had a good appetite and plenty of strength. He was never sick. Because he was a Kali Siddha he was able to talk about everything. He had made my horoscope. He told me, "You will secure a very good job at age 26 or 27. 166. In Chattogram we had 6 or 7 big residences and many smaller places, and in the middle were the temples of Radha Madhava and Jagannath. Behind the house was the pond called Oyas. On all sides of the estate, there was a fence made of sharp bamboo. There was no difficulty in eating, in Chattogram. There the local king was Raj Alabama. He lived with much pomp and splendor. I had one bearer named Bhavani, but after working, for me, for only 4 or 5 months he left, and on that account, I took a small fine out of his wages. Anandaraya, our minor partner, was a swine of a man. He counseled the bearer and filed a complaint in the king's law court. The bearer was not seen for 2 or 3 days, after which he returned to me bringing an armed policeman like a Yamaduta. He realized that in the villages the decline of the kings was great. 167. I brought the chief police officer from Funri, and I paid the bearer's wages in front of him, upon which the king's policeman departed. After this incident I thought it good to stay in the main town 3 crores, 6 miles, away from Chattogram. Therefore, I went to Kendrapur and spoke with Munsef Shiva Prasada Simha. The merciful Isvarakandra Vidyasagar Mahusaya wrote a letter to Shiva Prasada Simha about me, recommending me, and sent another letter addressed to Dr. Roy with me. Shiva Prasada made some effort and established an English school in the district of Kendra and employed me as a teacher. At this time Judge Jalur and Commissioner Shore came there and I gave them a copy of my poet and talked with them. Judge Sahib encouraged me to make progress in the school. 168. At the end of the rainy season Dr. Roor, Inspector of Schools Southwest Bengal, came there and I showed him the letter Vidyasagar Mahusaya wrote and I spoke with him. I visited his boat frequently, staying late into the night, and we discussed many things. He said, "The teacher's examination will be held in Puri, you go there and take the exam, I will help you." Considering that I would go to Puri in the month of May, I began to make plans. I had my residence in a shop in the Kendra district. On Saturdays I would walk to Koti and on Monday I would return to work on foot. 169. In the meantime I got the news that Dada Mahusaya was ill. Coming from Radhasya Narendra of Kedrapura I went to Chattogram and took cinnabar, red dye from mercury oxide, and putul leaves. I did not observe any particular illness to be afflicting Dada Mahusaya. He said, "Do not leave here for 1 or 2 days, my life is coming to an end." I remained just as he asked. On the morning of the 3rd day he asked for some food for us. He had a very slight fever. Sitting up in bed in the courtyard he lay down and began to smoke tobacco. Durga Prasada Chakravarti, Kebal Ram Chakravarti, Lal Kanda Chakravarti and 10 to 15 others surrounded him. Having eaten, I came back to him. Rising, Dada Mahusaya sat leaning against a bolster and began to smoke a lot of tobacco and perform Namajapa. 170. The people of the Chakravarti family began search for Kalasi or Belgak leaves, but he stopped them. Calling to me he said, "After my death, do not remain many days in this place. Whatever work you do at 7 years of age will be your main occupation. You'll become a great Vaishnava. I give you my blessings." Immediately after saying this his life left him, bursting out of his Brahmatalu, Brahmarandra. One rarely witnesses such an amazing death. After completing his funeral rites according to the law I performed the first Shraddha in the 1st month. We had many Kanajad servants. In that region they are known as Sagarpesha. Whenever one of us would die, they would carry the body on their shoulders, perform the cremation, and thus they would take the impurity upon themselves. Having done the shaving on the Shraddha shaving day, they would put on new cloth and eat. In this fashion the funeral rites for my paternal grandfather were concluded. 171. Chakravarti Mahusaya was our family priest and it was he who completed the worship. In Orissa these things cost very little. Almost 1,000 brahmanas and kayasthas came to the feast. Khuram, curd, date gur and chillis were served. All this cost very little. A.C. This time Mahidra Mama had a job in Murashidabad. He sent 50 rupees and I had some savings from my job in Koti. In this way the small expense was covered and everything was done. 172. Also at Kai's time the following matter was settled. At Jagannathapura and other places in Murshidabad there were some properties. My grandfather's wife, Rani Radharani, had the mortgage. I settled with her, and received 800 rupees, which I gave to Kashi Babu as savings. 173. In the month of May, Diravisha Babu, Ram Babu, Kurupa Bandari and I took a trip to Cuttack, on the way to Puri. From the residence of Dinu Babu in Cuttack, I took my relation, Sadeh, and went to Puri, where we stayed at the house of Kali Chaudhary. There, met witch Dr. Ur. While in Puri, I talked with many respectable gentlemen and stayed there happily for about a month. Mupsvar Babu and Yadu Babu and many others took care of us. Braja Babu was clerk to Roar Sahib. I got all the news about the examinations from him. The examination was held in the circuit house and I passed it. I write the certificate which I received below. 174. Certificate of Qualification for Teachers. It is hereby certified that Babu Kedarnath Dutt appeared before the committee appointed for the examination of candidates for employment and promotion in the Education Department at Puri in May 1859 and that he acquitted himself in such a manner as to be entitled under the rules to this certificate of the high 4th grade, rendering him eligible to any situation of which the salary does not exceed Rs 40. Cuttack Erur Inspector of Schools, Southwest Bengal. The 30 degrees of May 1859, 175. Having taken the examination I returned on foot from Puri to Cuttack at the time of the Chandan festival at Puri. There was happiness, we derived happiness from consuming lots of prasadam. On the day of the festival, in the afternoon, we departed, and went 3 kroshas by mid-evening and stayed the night in a salt warehouse at Janakotapur. Very early the next day we set out and arrived in Bhuvaneshwar that night. On the way we ate only Chattu and Tarani Mahaprasada. The sun was exceedingly hot. Sakshi Kurupa, Baburam and Sade were unable to proceed with ease. I assisted them, and on that day we travelled 17 kroshas, 34 miles. At 9 o'clock at night we were in the jungle and were very afraid of tigers, but we finally arrived at a temple and stayed at the house of the Panda, a tourist guide. There, in the night, we took prasada and cool water and slept free of all troubles. Having looked around the place, we left in the morning and arrived in the city by mid-afternoon. Sade remained there. We 4 men went to Chandagram as before. My mother and my wife were happy to receive me. 176. In the light of the result of the examination I began to work as before, hopeful of getting some governmental employment. By the 1st of September I got a position as a 6th grade teacher with a salary of 20 rupees per month, in Cuttack. I immediately went to Cuttack and joined the school. The headmaster was Yadunath Mukhopadhyaya and he was very pleased to accept me. I brought my mother and wife to a residence in the Sahib Jada Bazaar. The eating was good in Cuttack. With a servant and a maid and a rented house for just 2 rupees per month, I was able to eat the best quality rice in the morning and all the luchi one could desire in the afternoon. 177. At that time the Munsif of Cuttack was Mahesh Chandra Raya, a very good man from Sandipur. He was a Brahmo and young Brahmos, members of the Brahma Samaj. His brother, Girish Babu, was the jailer and a very staunch Hindu. The chief subjudicial officer was Tarakanta Vidasagar. We used to have a lot of fun with him. Having become a prominent man in Calcutta he used to feed us, when we visited him. On the day of Saraswati Puja he gave pens away as gifts. His associating with Yadu Babu was like mixing ginger and ripe banana. 178. At the time of living in Cuttack, I was eating less and my body became a little thinner. Mother was stricken with epilepsy. Many were the nights I would stay up with her. Among the teachers in Cuttack there was one Sunri, a low-caste wine merchant. There was much joking about him. 179. At the time of living in Cuttack I used to talk with Sri Udahili Sahib. He was the assistant magistrate and school secretary. In the Cuttack school district there was an assembly where, since 1859, 10 policies had been enacted that were still under debate by the teachers. Hearing my speech on these matters, Healy Sahib developed a special confidence in me. I stayed in his company for 2 months studying Ellison's Europe and he had said that there was much extraordinary power in me. Gradually he developed a specific affection for me. I read many books on philosophy from the Cuttack school library. Upon receiving the position of headmaster of a Badra school I left the Cuttack school on March 16, 1860. 180. When I arrived in Badra I got a house in the bazaar. The bazaar was on one bank of the river Salindi and the school was on the other bank. Because my place of work was far away and I daily had to travel back and forth I had to pay for a bearer and palanquin at 6 rupees per month. In Badra I received 45 rupees per month, 540 rupees per annum. 181. While in Badra I had a new house built and we lived there. At that time Sari and Chandranath Viswas was the sub-assistant, for that place, Yadu Babu the postmaster and Bindu Babu the zamindar. Now and then we all used to sit together in the evening, and talk. We would have a lot of fun. The food was not bad. But my mother's epilepsy was gradually becoming worse. 182. Deputy Deer was a very good friend of ours. A Norisan Brahmana came to Badra to recite the Ramayana. When he heard about my mother's illness he made a preparation of sandal and oil with conch powder and gave it to her. Due to him mother became healthy and beautiful. I paid the doctor and made him very happy. While living in Bhadra I wrote a book entitled Maths of Orissa. In that same year, during the month of August, that is to say, the 8 inches of Bhadra, 1267, Sakabda? My first son, Aneta, was born. Also in that year, a letter dated the 18 inches of December arrived appointing me to the school in Midnapur. We were very happy and began to make arrangements to arrive in Midnapur by the 1st of January. 183. While living in Bhadra I received a letter from Rivekt Karnak as follows: the fifth master can make whatever arrangements are most convenient to him for the transport of his family and goods, but as his presence is immediately required at Midnapur he must join us, without delay. SD. Rivekt Karnak. Secretary L.C.P.1. 5 inches February 1861 184. At that time Midnapur was very conducive to one's health. A.C. The request of Mahendra Mama, one employee, a Mahishadal named Haramahan Sen, reserved a rented house for me. Upon arriving there we met with Rajnarayan Babu. In accordance with his advice, rented a house in Karnalaganga and moved there within a short time. At that time the community of Midnapur was turbulent. Some folk were followers of Rajnarayan Vasu Babu, and thus they were Brahmos. Some folk were rigid Hindus and other folk were drunkards, others were without any dharma or karma. In every group there were 2 to 4 prominent leaders. Even though I worked closely with Rajnarayan Babu I was in the Hindu group. I spoke with them at all, did not associate with them. Gradually some people became my followers. They were generally young and learned or seeking learning. 185. In Cho's days my thoughts on religion were to the effect that dry knowledge was best, and that the religion of the Brahmos was not good. I thought the brotherly philosophy taught by Jesus Christ was excellent. The taste, derived from such worship, was, due to the Christian, devotion to Jesus. Read all the books written by Theodore Parker and others, and books on Unitarianism I got from Calcutta. Because of these books, my mind was attracted toward the devotion of Jesus. From the time of my childhood I had faith in bhakti. During the time I was in Uligram hearing Hari Kirtan produced bliss in me. 186. One day, one of my grandfather's servants chastised some Jati Vaishnavas, hereditary Vaishnavas, for the offense of fishing. They said that Vaishnavas killing living entities was wicked. I heard this conversation and concluded that it was not proper for Vaishnavas to kill living beings. The Saktas perform sacrifices and kill animals and then eat the meat. Vaishnavas are, not really of, Che material world. Moreover, I recall a Vaishnava named Jaga, who came to our house dancing and performing Namakirtan, and from whose eyes poured torrents of tears, and all these incidents created great faith in bhakti in me. When I was ill Che Kartabaja made me healthy, and realized the strength of the Vaishnava religion. 187. There was some substance in the Vaishnava Dharma, there was bhakti rasa and therefore, had faith therein. There were base practices in the Sakta Dharma and the Brahmos were bereft of religion and rasa. This kind of understating gradually took its place in my heart. Went to Calcutta I would meet with Barodada and Sadar, hear a little of the Brahmo Dharma, read all their books and Tattvabodhini Patrika, but there was a natural aversion towards the Brahm Dharma in my mind. I would have much deliberation and conversation with Dal Sahib and with other missionaries, and in comparison to the Brahmo Dharma the Christian Dharma was far superior. 188. Some books were sent to me by Dal Sahib. We discussed each of these books and I developed an attraction for pure bhakti, but I did not put any of it into practice. While I was at the school in Midnapur, thought that, would obtain and read books on Vaishnava Dharma. At the Midnapur school there was a Jati Vaishnava Pandit. I learned from speaking with him that Chaitanya Prabhu preached the Vaishnava Dharma in Bengal. The history and thoughts of Chaitanya, he said, are contained in the book known as Chaitanya Charitamrita. I searched, but could not obtain a copy of the Chaitanya Charitamrita. I had faith that reading that book would produce happiness in my mind, but at the time Vaishnava books were not in print. 189. My grandmother became ill. Dr. Navagopal Gosal Babu cured her with much endeavor. In Midnapur there was a literary society, Sashitu Sabha. Rajanarayan Basu, who was the speaker in the assembly, said, "O Kedar, a wage of 30 rupees for a 5 inches grade teachership is unsuitable for you. You make some effort and you will get a better occupation." Gradually I got many followers and students. Seeing this, there was a little envy on the part of the Brahmos. In the Brahmo had a school, and a pandit there endeavored to make Rajnarayan Babu and me enemies. I lived with caution, taking care to surround myself with friends. I had a friend who was in the same group as me named Thomas who was an Anglo-Indian. He and I wrote for the newspaper, Phoenix. Braj Vaudary and Juddanath Shil were two good friends of mine. There was always agreement in the field of literature between them and me. Braj Babu held many feasts. 190, in Chay month of Jaistha my wife became ill and gave up her Betty. A.C. that time Aneta was 10 months old and my mother began to raise him. When my wife was ill all my friends helped tremendously. I, personally, had a swelling of my lungs. Endured this grief like a warrior according to the Psalm of Life. I had prayed, revealing these matters in my mind to God. Yet, even then the doctrine of formlessness had a place in my mind. But there was also the conviction that God had a distinct form. Formlessness and essential form, how these two might both be true, that I did not understand. 191. After my period of impurity ended, marriage negotiations began anew. A man named Nalambar Nag was a colleague of mine. His house was in Yakshpur or Yakpur, 2 crozes from Midnapur on the far bank of the Kamsa. He initiated marriage negotiations with your mother. Your maternal grandfather, Pitambar Babu, came to see me along with my elder maternal aunt and brought your mother to see my mother. Mother approved off girl and consented to the marriage. Concerning this marriage matter, Uncle Balanad Babu in Calcutta wrote to K.C. Babu and K.C. Babu expressed his opinion. Uncle K.C. did not approve. 192. In spite of this there is no stopping the will of God in any circumstance. The marriage went ahead. The marriage was celebrated in the month of Shravan. In those days I was unable to pay the expenses, and because of this the second marriage was completed simply by the performance of some namonamos, like the Rishi Shraddha. Rayamahusaya's family in Jakpur was wealthy and respectable. The grandchildren of their house were worthy of respect. Therefore, in Hindu society, the marriage was not blameworthy. But some English intellectuals said that it was not proper to remarry within only 2 months of the death of the first wife. Rajnarayan Babu said that if a marriage is performed in Jakpur there is bound to be a good deal of gossip. 193. During the Durga festival that year I kept my wife in Midnapur and went to Calcutta, and stayed at the house of K.C. Babu. At that time Baidan Street, College Street, was new. Seeing that neighborhood altogether changed and having known the way it had been, I was pained as I traveled about. 194. Mahendranath Mitra, who was a brother to me, said that in Burdwan the chief tax collector, wanted a chief clerk who knew English. The pay was small but the miran was nearly 200 rupees for the taking. You will have to translate his English judgment into Bengali. If you wish, then you can get this position, he said. 195. Agreeing to this, and taking a letter from Mahendra Bhai, I went to Burdwan with Mahendra Mama. There I took meals etc. in the house of Janaki Mitra, the office superintendent of the chief tax collector, and I had a meeting with the Sahib. Right Sahib decided to give the job to me. Returned to Calcutta and from thence to Midnapur. After being in Midnapur for 7 days I received a letter from Right Sahib. Before resigning my post in the education department I was given a letter of recommendation by Dr. Roor, which read, as follows. 196. Babu Kedarnath Dutt, a 5th grade master of Chay English School at Midnapur, has been in Chay educational department for nearly 2 years. He was first employed in the English school at Cuttack and afterwards promoted to the headmastership of the Anglo-Vernacular School at Budrak. He is a good teacher and has given me great satisfaction by the faithful discharge of his duties. Babu Kedarnath Dutt has studied much for himself and has a taste for literature in general. He has not yet passed an examination for senior teachership, yet I have a high opinion of his talents and hope that he will fulfill Chay expectation I have of his distinguishing himself in the career he has chosen. S.D. Erur the 18 March 1861 Inspector of Schools Southwest Bengal. 197. Having taken leave to depart, went from Midnapur to Burdwan and took up the new job. My mother and wife stayed in Midnapur. After leaving the job in Midnapur and going to Burdwan, I wrote a letter to Rajnarayan Babu explaining that the whole matter was settled. I never returned to Midnapur. I sent a man to convey my mother and wife to Calcutta. Uncle Balanad Babu assisted them and they stayed at a house in Pathraghat in Calcutta. Then my wife fell ill with cholera so my uncle sent a telegram to me in Burdwan. I came and saw that my uncle was giving extensive medical treatment to her. My wife became well and on the advice of Dr. Umakaran of Radhanagar I moved everyone to the house in Burdwan. 198. I was not happy in my position as a Nazir. The duties involved taking 1 assistant Nazir and 40 or 50 foot soldiers. Warrants were issued. The foot soldiers were the worst class of men. All the time there was fighting among them. I received a quarter of the money that was paid due to the threat from the soldiers as black money. I received 200 rupees per month by cheating, taking black money, even though the salary was much less than that, and there was no pension. As long as remained a Nazir I was doing work unfit for a human being. Right Sahib was pleased with me and gave the following certificate too, when I resigned, 199, Burdwan, 27 inches June 1863. Babu Kedarnath Dutt served me as Nazir for 14 months, and I have much pleasure in certifying to his more than ordinary abilities and high character. He left me to my great regret for a better appointment in the collectorate, where I wish him every success. Right Sutter Amin of Burdwan 200. I did not take pleasure in the duties of a tax collector. At that time the cheating of the Nazir came to the attention of the higher officers. Talk began to the effect that if the salary of the Nazir was increased a little then the government's cheating could be checked. At that time Chandrasekhar Basu was the head clerk collector. Chandra Babu was a childhood friend from Mullagram and I respected him as an older brother. The man was truly first-rate. Upon discussing my situation with him, he said, "There's a vacancy for a second clerk collector, you apply for it." I had an interview with Collector Hog Sahib. Hog Sahib gave me the post of second clerk at a salary of 30 rupees per month. 201. Now money was in short supply and thus I kept my family at the house of Kali Kaka in Calcutta. I stayed in one small residence, which, after several days, Chandra Babu and I shared. Later I crossed the river Banka and rented a house in the village of Bakala and I brought my mother and wife there. With great difficulty one managed to survive. Hog Sahib allowed me to become a money order agent, so I began to get a little more money. During the time that I was a collectorate office clerk I wrote the poem by Jangram and subsequently the poem Sannyasi. During that period I had some thoughts on religion and put them into verse. Thereafter, I presented them to the Vaishnava Society in Bakala and that poem, Sannyasi, was printed. At that time I also wrote a small English work entitled Darwans. Chandra Babu was in the Brahma Samaj. My old friend Keshav Sen also came to see the Samaj. Reverend Lal Bihari De used to criticize Keshav Sen at that time, saying that he stole from the Bible. At this time I had several philosophy students. They became members of the Brahma Samaj because of Chandra Babu. 203. Therefore they said to me, "You resolve the two views." One day, pointing out the mutual relationship between Brahma philosophy and Christian philosophy, I proposed a meeting between the members of both groups, but both sides became extremely angry with me. Padre Stern made one or two hostile speeches about me. I made one or two speeches in reply. I established the Bhartri Samaj. Chandra Babu and other Brahmo men were not pleased about this. Their group split and some of them began to come to my society. 204. Because of the enemy's increase great apprehension arose, in my party. A few men in our office, such as Tilakan Simha, were in my party. At this time Rakoldas Haldar, who had just returned from England, became deputy collector in Burdwan. Our literary society met at the Burdwan Public Library and on that account I had disputes with Rakal Babu. From time to time I would go to Calcutta. Sri Udahili Sahib, who was the superintendent of stationery, came to Burdwan. When I met with him he said, "I will endeavour to arrange a good position for you." 205. During one session of our Bhartri Samaj I gave a speech entitled The Soul. A report of the speech was published in the newspaper, Public Engagement. When he saw the report Hili Sahib came to hear. He invited me to come to Calcutta to hear a speech in a meeting at the Dalhousie Institute on the subject of the centralization of power. When I went to Calcutta I met Dal Sahib and proceeded to the meeting in the Dalhousie Institute. After hearing the lecture I stayed at Barodada Divijendranath Tagore's house for the night. Early in the morning I returned to Burdwan without seeing him. Barodada wrote a poem in Bengali to me and I gave an answer in poetry. We exchanged a lot of poems and two of them were published in Sannyasi. Where all the others went cannot be determined. 206. One did not have a good job and there was a lack of money. Your mother became pregnant at the first attempt and for her good I sent her to Jaipur. I sent my mother and Aneta to the home of Kali Kaka in Calcutta. For my part, I discussed Dharma Shastra and a good deal of philosophy and taught many persons, and I wrote a lot. Brother Mahendranath Mitra was the head clerk of a small court in Chuadanga. 207. He wanted to take the law examination in order to enter the High Court, so he took 6 months' leave. George Linton Sahib invited me to take his position. The salary was 140 rupees per month. Half of it had to be given to Mahendra Babu. At the time I was to go and do the job in Chuadanka, Hog Sahib gave the certificate written below to me. 208. Babu Kedarnath Dutt has served under me as second clerk in the English Collectorate Department for about 18 months. He is a very intelligent, hard-working officer and has discharged his duties to my satisfaction. He leaves his appointment at his own request and I am sorry to lose his services. Burdwan S.J. Hog Collector 209. Upon proceeding to Chuadanga I lived in a thatched house constructed by Mahendra Babu. Linton Sahib worked 1 week in Maharpur and 1 week in Chuadanga. The legal suits regarding the indigo workers were of many types. I spent 1.5 years in Chuadanga. Mahendra Babu was on vacation but after a year he resigned the post. I requested Linton Sahib to obtain the position, for me, and he requested the government. During the time that I lived in Chuadanga I bought a piece of land in Ranagat and built a house thereon. My father-in-law, Madhusudan Mitra Mahasaya, helped me purchase the land. It was very convenient to travel to Ranagat from Chuadanga. I came on Saturday and returned on Monday. 210. On the 26 inches of Ashwin 1271, Sal, 1864, your elder sister was born in Mama's house, in Jakepur. On the 20 inches of Ashwin there was a great storm which resulted in widespread destruction. On the preceding I left Chuadanga on the occasion of the Durga Puja. I left the key to my thatched house in the custody of a servant and proceeded to Ranagat. In the morning of the following day the storm began. Before evening time, due to the force of the storm, many trees, shrubs, houses, and doorways were destroyed. Mother and Anita were in Calcutta. I did not receive any news about what happened either to them or in Jakepur. The disaster was very extensive. The railway was in trouble at Chunka, so after 3 days I went to Calcutta. When I reached Calcutta I saw that Mother and Anita were unscathed. After 5 or 6 days I received a letter to the effect that one had a beautiful daughter. During the storm there was a lot of damage done throughout the land. Upon hearing the news of my daughter's birth, I became free of anxiety to some extent. 211. My house in Ranagat was completed after the storm. A few months after the storm I attempted to bring my wife and daughter there. First one brought Mother and Anita to the house and after continual insistence one brought my wife and daughter. We all lived in one place at last. I came, from my place of work, on Saturday and returned on Sunday. 212. While living in Chuadanga I endeavored to improve the Chuadanga school and other matters. Towers Sahib gave this certificate to me. Sir, I have much pleasure in having an opportunity of expressing my opinion on your character and conduct during the period I have known you. You resided 9 months at Chuadanga while I had charge of the subdivision and although not directly subordinate to myself I had many opportunities of becoming acquainted with your position as a member of the school committee, as in other ways. It gives me great pleasure to be able to bear testimony to the very high respect in which both the native and European community regarded you. Your departure from this part of the country will be a real loss to the residents, not only from the active and able part which you took in promoting every scheme for their advantage, but also by the removal from their midst of one who afforded his countrymen a high and rare example of honesty and right-mindedness. I have the honor to be, Sir, your most obedient servant, R. Towers. Ast. Mag. And Collector of Chuadanga 214. While living in Chuadanga I took the law examination in Burdwan. At this time Linton Sahib gave me this certificate, 215. This is to certify that Babu Kedar Nath. At present officiating clerk of the Chuadanga Court of the Small Causes has conducted himself to my entire satisfaction in the discharge of the multifarious duties with which he has been entrusted. I consider him to be a respectable and well-educated person and a fit and proper person to appear as a candidate at the ensuing leadership examination and he carries with him my best wishes for his success. Chuadanga June 18, 1864 C. D. Linton. 216. When Mahendra Babu left his position Linton Sahib wrote a letter to the government on my behalf, in order that I might continue in the post. At this time a small law court was established in Murshidabad and the clerk of that place was appointed to Chuadanga. Therefore, I resigned the position and went to the house in Ranagat. Linton Sahib wrote a letter to the government on my behalf and the government responded saying that very soon they would give me a good posting. 217. I was acquainted with Healy Sahib. He had a head clerkship available, but he considered that the status of clerk was not suitable for me. He made known my situation to Secretary Srila Eden Sahib. Healy Sahib spoke to me with much affection, saying, "You will soon get a good position. You stay in Ranagat and wait." At this time Linton Sahib also gave a certificate to me. 218. As long as times are bad you cannot see anything, but unhappiness. But when times are good everything is happy in all directions. On the 9 inches of February I received 3 letters of employment. One was a letter from Linton Sahib. He wrote, saying, "Rasika Babu, the clerk of Maharpur has died, and if you wish you can go to Maharpur and secure that position." The second letter was from Healy Sahib. He wrote, "My dear Babu, I am glad to say that you have been appointed Deputy Registrar at Chopra. If you have not yet got your letter of appointment, you had better come down at once for it. Yours sincerely, Wilfred L. Healy. 220. The third letter was from the government. That letter was, about, my job in Chopra. Dated 5 inches February 1866, one was given the post of, Special Deputy Registrar of Assurances with powers of a Deputy Magistrate and Deputy Collector of the 6th grade of the Sub-Executive Service Salary. 221.1 was very happy to receive these letters. One went to meet my supreme benefactor, Healy Sahib, but he had gone to Orissa. When I learnt this I returned. Setting out with Sri Kanta Mukhopadhyaya and Yogendra Chattopadhyaya and one western bearer, and with a dog named Tiger I got in Chuadanga, I, finally, arrived in Chopra. I took up residence in a second-story apartment near the courthouse and began my work. The language of the West was Urdu. I found a teacher and I began to learn Urdu and Farsi. Gray Sahib was the collector then. Taking permission from him I went to Ranagat and fetched my wife. 222. Everything in Chopra was good, only I would have to take an examination. For that purpose I began to study law. When I took charge of the office of registrar I went from time to time to see the villages in the Mafisville. While going to Samoria to verify a power of attorney I met Babu Brahmadev Narayan. Gadna was the place of Gautama Ashrama, a Gautama Muni's ashram. It was there that Ahulya had become stone, when cursed by her husband, Gautama. Gautama Ashram was the place where the Nyaya Sastra, scripture dealing with logic, was born. As this is a sacred place, there should be a school of logic here. With this thought in mind I organized a meeting and gave a speech on Gautama. As a result of that speech I had a discussion with respectable gentlemen from all over the area. They considered me a friend who wished the best for the locality. At that time no effort was made to collect any money. I heard from the mouth of Bandhu Baraya, Theraprasad Mahopadhyaya and Bahadur Ukil Mahusaya that there was a school of Nyaya in Gadna which was supported even by Europeans. 223. At the outset my relations with the English people of Chopra were not good. The indigo planters, the doctor and the police sahib formed one group and made trouble for me. Even though each of them had separate affairs, nevertheless, everybody's intention towards me was bad. The European indigo planters were trying to get preferential treatment from the registrar's office over the native zamindars. In this matter I was no help because, to offer any preference, would have been exceedingly wrong. The Dr. Sahib had previously been in charge of the registrar's office and he used to get a litka money, on the side. He did not get it anymore because of me and he thus became hostile. 224. Because I was not able to bear any impropriety on the part of the police were unhappy. Be that as it may, Gray Sahib was not able to get a little money, and Holiday Sahib came and took over his post. My enemies whispered many bad things about me in the ear of this great soul. At first the feeling between Holiday Sahib and myself was very difficult. But gradually, after a short time, by the grace of God and with the help of Healy Sahib, I caused him to see the truth. And after he made some exertions, on my behalf, all of my enemies became my friends. 225. Everyone in Chopra became my friends. The lawyer, Kesab Babu, always supported my point of view. The Judge Sahib also was favorable towards me. The people of Chopra made many kinds of pickle. A certain type of vinegar pickle was the best. I began to make it. Their mustard oil pickle had a pleasant taste and I began to make that also. At that time I ate a lot of fish and meat. I had known that killing animals was bad for a long time, but I had a strong desire to enjoy fish and meat. 226. Laid a lot of fish in Chopra, but it was not very good. Therefore, I ate more goat meat. After the prolonged eating of food of this kind combined with red chilies and mustard seed pickle, I developed a bleeding ulcer. The first attack occurred on a full moon day. Gradually I got pains every new moon and full moon day. It took 5 to 7 days from the day the pain started for it to go away. So much suffering. When the pain started, I automatically suffered from vomiting and diarrhea for 10 to 17 hours. At first I went to the doctor, and a close friend, Manohar Babu, gave me medical treatment. Thereafter, one tried Muslim natural medicine. Finally, Mahendra Mama brought some Ayurvedic herbs from the jungle and a local Vaidya made a little medicine. 227. But none of these things worked. The first time I went to Bhagalpur to take the examination I was unsuccessful. I was a little anxious because I was not sure if I would be able to take the examination. My health became very bad and I wanted to be transferred to another place. There being no opportunity for a mutual transfer, I traveled to the west of India during the puja season. My office superintendent, Narasimha Prasad, and K.C. Babu the collector head clerk, a Brahmana and one servant, accompanied me on the trip. After 13 days we returned to Chopra, having travelled to Vrindavan, Mathura, Agra, Prayag, Raipur, and Kasi. Moreover, while on the train I met Bimal Visvas Mahasaya, who promised to send some medicine from Vidyasagara Mahasaya. Even in those days there was no great firmness in Hinduism Arya Dharma. My bhakti was mixed with jnana. Therefore, I did not enjoy the happiness experienced by the pure bhakta while I was in Vrindavan. Instead, when I reached Kasi I had a cold from drinking Yamuna water. In Prayag I shaved my head, and in Vrindavan I spoke with Raja Radhakanta. 229. He was pleased to see me. At that time he was reading Garga Samhita. When I saw the temples of Sridham Vrindavan I became happy. But I did not properly honor the devotees. In Kanpur I fell into the hands of a false friend, but before he could show any strength from his hands I was rescued. The penders in Prayag were the worst class of men. They tried to give us a difficult time, but they could do very little. 230. As soon as I returned to Chopra I received a herbal prescription, from Bimal Visvas. But there was a delay while Multani Hing was searched for. The examination was approaching, so I studied very hard. Mathuranath Tayari made an astrological calculation and said, "This time you will definitely pass the examination." Because of the condition of my body I did not have so much confidence. That year, I suffered the pain of colitis and various kinds of heart pains. Once more we traveled and went to see a fair in Sonapur, where we stayed on a tent. During this leave of absence the Registrar General, Beverly Sahib, came to see me at my office, but he had to wait for my return. When I returned I heard of his waiting and went to see him. He was very happy. He said, "This time you study hard for the examination." 231. When I went this time to take the examination in Patna I stayed at the house of my friend, Guru Prasad Sina. Vamakaran Bandyopadhyaya accompanied me. I took the examination and then returned. Having taken the exam and returning to Chopra from Patna I saw that Srimati Kadambani had been born. This daughter was very beautiful. But once she almost died due to a stomach disease. At that time Sadhu used to move around by crawling and she would play with tiger. Babbling she would say, Gayathalalaya etc. Kaja was born on the 29 inches of Kaitra 1788. At this time Aneta was making mischief. As he moved around he would wrestle with the servant, Makan. 232. In the month of June I received news of being successful in the examination. Beverly Sahib wrote this note, 5th June 1867. My dear Babu, you will be glad to hear that you have passed your examination. We met to consider the report this morning. Yours truly, H. Beverly. 233. One was very happy, but due to my physical condition I was not hopeful. I was waiting for some improvement in my health, but did not see any change in my condition, so I made a firm resolve to transfer. 234. During the time I was in Chopra there was no unhappiness except for my stomach ailment. Holiday Sahib was a close friend of mine. But there was a lot of pressure on me. I thus wrote to Beverly Sahib requesting a transfer and he exerted himself in this regard. While I was in Chopra, on the 8 inches of June 1867, in accordance with Rule 21, one was appointed assessor. On the 16 inches of October 1867 Beverly Sahib secured me a position as the Sub-Registrar of Assurances of the sub-districts of Purnia and Krishnaganj. 235. Holiday Sahib was not happy to hear the news of my transfer and he said, "You are jumping from the frying pan into the fire. What illness will you need to be cured of when you get to Purnia?" But then I had a new position. I moved my family from Chopra to Ranaghat and then proceeded to Purnia with a bearer, Kali and Srikanta. I took an examination in Bhagalpur and arrived in Purnia in the month of November and stayed in the house of Amrita Babu. On the way there was a mighty rainstorm. There were no solid houses in the backwaters of Purnia. I constructed a straw house and stayed there. A few days after having the house built I brought my family there. 236. Everybody came to Purnia in order to attend to me and my illness. I stayed in Purnia for 15 days and then I went to Krishnaganj for 15 days. Wargan Sahib, the collector of Purnia, became my friend. When I worked in the court at Krishnaganj I stayed in a tent. During the time I stayed in Purnia I prepared the prescription sent by Vidyasagar Mahasaya. I could get Multani Hing nowhere except the Bath Shea Company. First ka was prepared by measuring 5 tolas of ginger powder, 2 tolas of black salt and 2 tolas of borax. 237. A 16 inches of an anna of hing was required. First one mixes together the ginger powder and the juice from horseradish skin, then 1 pounds in the black salt. Next, 1 pounds in the sohagakai, borax, Finally one mixes in the hing. There is no measure for the amount of horseradish skin juice. To the extent that one adds the juice, the mixture must be sufficiently well pounded. 54 pills were made, in this fashion, and were kept in a stoppered phial. I took 2 pills twice a day with water. For 27 days my convalescence diet consisted of aged rice, easily digested green vegetables cooked in aged ghee, and milk. I could not eat luchi, roti, pita, a sweet cake, methi, sweetmeats, kanchatela, fresh oil, talapakva, aged oil, tarakari, vegetables cooked in their own juices with ghee and spices, bhuja, bhuji, amla, shak, dal, chinara, flat rice, and meat, but fish, if fresh, could be eaten in aged ghee. This was the rule for what could and could not be eaten for exactly 27 days. A little excess milk was not injurious. 238. I took the medicine while in Purnia. My bowel movements became free of blood. To the extent that I had the bowel movements there was an increase in strength. At this time I studied for a law examination, but the results were poor. As a result of taking these herbs my pain ceased. I received a letter of praise from the government, dated 21 of August 1868. For my good work in building up the offices in Purnia and Krishnaganj. Previously I had received a letter of recommendation for my work in Chopra dated September 10, 1867. Suddenly this letter arrived, 239. General Registry Office 5 Wellesley Place, the 26 inches February, 1868. My dear sir, as it is the intention of the government to organize a separate registration service, distinct from the subordinate executive service, I request that you will let me know whether you would prefer to remain a sub-registrar as at present subject to such regulations regarding the constitution of the services may be passed hereafter, or to be relieved of all registration duties at once and be transferred wholly to the judicial department, that is supposing the lieutenant government is pleased to confirm your appointment. If you remain in sub-executive service you will of course be required to pass the usual department examinations. I beg the favor of a reply by return of post. Yours truly H. Beverly to Babu Kedarnath. 240. I gave an answer as follows, Purnia February 3, 1968. My dear sir, I have this day received your favor of the 26 inches ultimo. I beg to reply as follows. As I do not understand the conditions and prospects of the new contemplated registration service I can scarcely submit a satisfactory preference either to the judicial department or to the new service. What I gather from your kind letter and specially from the concluding part of it, is that there will be no further examination to which I shall be subjected, where I prefer to be a sub-registrar as at present, thrown apart from the subordinate executive. I must humbly submit that I shall gladly remain a sub-registrar on condition that I shall have prospects of promotion without passing any more examinations at all. But in case His Honor the Lieutenant Governor be pleased to prescribe any further examination for me in the registration service, also my prayer is then to be transferred wholly to the Judicial Department subordinate executive service. Yours truly, St. Kedarnath. 241. After writing the above letter I waited for a reply, and during that time came down with fever. Because of that, had much trouble living in Krishnaganj, but I recovered. At this time Beverly Sahib came to Krishnaganj and inspected the office. When I told him about my illness, he said, "What the decision of the Lieutenant Governor Sahib will be I do not know. I will assign you to the registrar office and put you in the Munger group in Bhajapur." I was pleased. In Purnia Kadambani had her first grain ceremony. On the 18 inches or 19 inches of March I received a letter from Sri Uda Dampier Sahib. 242. Bengal Secretariat, the 17 inches March 1868. My dear sir, I have just seen your letter to Mr. Beverly of 2 cent February. You write, I think under the misapprehension that the promotion in the registry department will be likely to be as good and to rise as high as it does on the subordinate executive service. But there is a mistake. If such were to be the case, of course there will be examinations to pass in that department also. Besides which, from the opinion which I was able to form when I had the pleasure of meeting you at Ranagat, I am sure you need be afraid of no examinations, and that you will be much more valuable to the state as an executive and judicial officer than as a mere registrar. The Lieutenant Governor has therefore directed that you be employed in the regular line. You are to relieve Mr. Tweedle at Dinajpur, who takes 2 months' leave. Yours faithfully H. L. Dampier. 243. After a couple of letters along these lines I became deputy magistrate in Dinajpur. Taking a palanquin, I proceeded to Dinajpur. My intention was to speak to many people and arrange for a permanent residence and bring my family there. But before that Ratanswar Babu appeared in Purnia. He stayed in my house in Purnia and I came to Dinajpur. I wrote to Dampier Sahib. He said, "Now you will likely spend a considerable time in Dinajpur. I took a palanquin and brought my whole family to Dinajpur. I stayed very healthy in Dinajpur. Mama Ratan swore procure the position of assistant clerk, in Purnia. 244. In Dinajpur the Vaishnava religion was fairly strong due to Raya Kamalokan Sahib. There were many Vairagis and Gausadis coming and going there. A number of rich people supported many Brahmana Pandit assemblies. Some respectable gentlemen would regularly come to me and discuss Vaishnava Dharma. I had a desire to know the genuine Vaishnava Dharma. I wrote to our agent, Pratap Chandra Raya, and he sent a translation of Bhagavatam and Chaitanya Charitamrita. I also brought a book named Bhaktamala. On my first reading of Chaitanya Charitamrita I developed a little faith in Sri Chaitanya. 245. On the second reading, understood that no Pandit was the equal of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Yet there was a doubt, in my mind to the effect, being this sort of Pandit, and having revealed the reality of love to such a degree, how is it that he recommends the worship of the improper character of Krishna? A.C. First I was amazed and I reflected on this. Afterwards I prayed to God with great humility, copyright God, please give me the understanding by which I may know the secret of this matter. The mercy of God is without limit. Seeing my eagerness and humility he showed mercy to me within a few days, and I received the intelligence by which I could understand. 246. Then I could understood that Krishna Tattva is very deep, confidential, and the highest principle of the science of God. From this time on, I had knowledge of God in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. I made constant efforts to converse with many Vairagi Vaishnava Pandits, and I understood many aspects of the Vaishnava religion. The seed of faith in the Vaishnava religion was planted in my heart in my childhood, and since then it had sprouted. From the first I experienced anuraga, service to Krishna within the mind according to one's natural spiritual tendency under the guidance of one of the Gopas or Gopas of Raya, and it was very good. I liked to read about Krishna Tattva day and night. Previously I had obtained Chaitanya Gita and I was known by the name Sachidananda Prem, Lankara in this book. 247. At this time there was a lot of fighting between the Hindus and the Brahmos in Dinajpur. The schoolmasters were Brahmos but almost everyone else was Hindu. The Hindus were endeavoring to put the Brahmos out of their caste. At chat time the Brahmos invited me to come to their assembly and I wrote to them saying that I was not a Brahmo, but was a servant of the many followers of Chaitanya. When the Brahmos heard this they gave up hope of my becoming a Brahmo. The Hindus invited me to form a Sabha for the Hindus, and the first meeting was held in the house of Kayanji Babu. I gave a lecture on the Bhagavata which was published as a book. A few sahibs heard the lecture and were impressed. 248. Previous to this meeting I had not heard Manohar Shahi, a type of kirtan, singing. I was impressed to hear the Shreni singing, first of Shiromani Mahasaya and then of Madhachma Mahasaya. He who is able to sing the kirtan of Mahaprabhu Chaitanya Dev in the style of Manohar Shahi, that person alone will I hear. 249. At that time I had a son. But after 1 month and a few days he died. My wife was very sad. At the same time she also received news of the death of her father, though I kept it secret for 1 or 2 days. Deciding that it was time I told my wife and 2 unhappinesses combined and made 1 unhappiness. The Chaturthi Kriya, the obsequial rites performed by a married woman on the 4th day after the death of one of her parents, were completed. After this I thought of moving from Dinajpur. 250. According to the government order, on March 17, 1868 I became the assessor at Dinajpur. I met Wich Srikan Kaji. I saw the river Akraya. At chat time I made an application for a vacation and on 29 degrees of May 1869 I got 3 months privileged leave. In the month of Jaistha there was a huge storm. Immediately afterwards I crossed the Hooghly River and went to our house in Ranaghat with my family. At the time of my departure all the people of Dinajpur were unhappy. Thereafter, I travelled as far as Malda by boat. I waited for the flood water to subside and the storm to cease, at the house of the deputy magistrate M.B. Kachodari. Then, I crossed Raj Mahal in an ox cart. 251. I took the law examination in Dinajpur but I was unable to pass it. Mama Ratansvar was detained in Dinajpur. We went and stayed at that house. Mahendra Mama come to Ranaghat from time to time and stayed there. I visited many places with him and at the end of my break I returned to Dinajpur. I worked in Dinajpur for 2 more months then I transferred to Champaran. After reporting on time, I had hoped to go home, to Ranaghat for his child's birth. But the government did not permit it. Thereafter, Radhika Prasada took birth in the house in Ranaghat. I was not able to reach the house before he was born. Taking Srikanta I went to Champaran. At the year's end, the following was written about my work in Dinajpur. Babu Kedarnath Dutt I. Magistrate is a good officer and improves with experience. 252. Radhika was born in Pausamasa, winter time. At the time I was in Matihari. Collector Metcalf Sahib liked me very much. He went to Nepal to settle the boundary and I remained in charge of the jail. I had a minor dispute with the European doctor, but Metcalf Sahib was on my side and intervened. This time I studied law intensively. 253. I made a plan with Metcalf Sahib to the effect that I would take the examination in Chopra, proceed to the house, in Ranaghat, and return with the whole family. For that reason he requested Commissioner Jenkins for an additional 15-day vacation, for me, and on the expectation of consent from the government he approved it. I went to the house and took the examination. At that time I spent a few days at the house and Metcalf Sahib wrote, saying, "You should come immediately. The Accountant General has stated that this is not the time for your leave." 254. Upon coming to Calcutta, I came to know that the Secretary's office had transferred me to Cuttack. I had had a desire to go to Puri. I was told, "It is best that you go to Ranaghat, a letter of transfer to Puri is coming." I went to Ranaghat and after 2 or 3 days I received approval to proceed to Puri. At that time Radhika was a baby, so I decided to go ahead alone. Thus, taking one Srimad Bhagavatam and Chaitanya Charitamrita I went to Calcutta with the intention of going to Puri. While staying at the house of Balanat Babu I made arrangements for, on behalf of, the Official government residence, in Puri. 255. Later, when I went to the Secretariat office I heard that Metcalf Sahib was planning to take Metcalf Sahib, to Matihari. I did not want to delay so I made my way to Puri. Going as far Aliabari by boat, I arrived in Midnapur by palanquin. Thereafter, I went to the house of my in-laws at Jakepur and then set out for Puri. After 4 days I reached Puri, one night being spent in Bhadrak, one night in Balesvaur, Balasore, and one night in Cuttack. Upon arriving in Puri I went to see my old friend Jadu Babu at the Official government residence. I rented a brick house in the neighborhood of Barodanda. Every day I went to see Jagannath at Sri Mandir. At the time of Darsan I remembered the emotions of Sri Mahaprabhu and I felt very happy. All of the Mahadis there were Vaishnava and I began to appreciate the happiness derived from associating with them. A few days before I arrived Ambika Chaudhary was also transferred there. He was an Orthodox Sakta. He made a lot of effort in Sri Kshetra, the Dhamma in which Puri is situated, but he was not able to establish himself. After this he transferred to Jajpur. For a few months I was alone, then, after the puja season I brought all of my family there. 25%, Sri Kankamahopadhyaya remained behind, holding my possessions at my residence in Matihari. Metcalf Sahib detained him there. He made great efforts to bring me back to Matihari, but when he was not able he released Sri Kanta. Sri Kanta took my household things to Ranaghat and after that he came as far as Puri. 258. Kshetra Babu had a house and when Ambika Babu, the tenant, vacated it I took it over. Deputy Anada Gosa came and stayed in my house at Mandal Kota. Because of Kshetra Babu my whole family came and stayed at the house. Mother, Anada, my wife, Radhika, Sadhu, Kaju, Saiditi and Nutan Didi stayed together this time. Everyone was happy to see Lord Jagannath. 259. After 2 or 3 months Kaju came down with a fever. After several doctors had tried Dr. Stewart was finally able to cure her. At the time this was amazing. In Orissa, one Jagannath Das had a sect called the Adibaris. The story is that in the beginning, on the order of Mahaprabhu, Jagannath was a follower of Haridas Thakur. Later on he gave up pure devotion and took shelter of Mayavada philosophy. Mahaprabhu rejected him and for this reason he is known as Adibari. 260. This Adibari group is secretive and extends throughout Bengal as do the Bals. This sect has many forged books wherein it is written that Chaitanya will reappear. In this group there are some wicked people who imitate Sri Chaitanya, Brahma, Baladeva, or Krishna. One person, known as Iskcon, a Skandaril who had obtained a little yogic power, was celebrated as Mahavishnu himself. He had started to establish a temple at Shatirakrosa within the jungle near Saradipur with the help of his followers. 261. It was written in the Malika of the Adibaris that there would be a fight on the 14 degrees of Chaitra and Chat Mahavishnu would then reveal his four-armed form. When this news spread around, all the wives of the local Brahmanas deviated from the Brahmanical regulations and went to serve him. When there was some turmoil among Dayu women of the Shodras of Bringarpur, the men of that place informed Commissioner Robbins. He wrote to Commissioner Walton saying, "Send Kedar Babu to investigate and send the district superintendent with him." Walton Sahib sent me and I went at night to the jungle and spoke in detail with Mahavishnu and he revealed his vow to destroy the English Raj. 262. Sitting behind me in a palanquin, the district superintendent Sahib heard the entire conversation. With us were two Kayas the police and a few Sikh constables who also heard. That day we said nothing to him, but returned to Sardipur and stayed there inattent. The next day we went and got papers, and directed the police to investigate his group. I gave the order to arrest him. Mahavishnu had many followers, therefore, in order to fetch him back so they might not release him on the way, the district superintendent brought many constables and shokiers and brought him to the Puri jail. I went to Bhuvaneswara. Back at my place in Puri, Pandit Gopinath Misra and other pandits came and assembled. In the afternoon I visited Kandagiri. Kandagiri was the site of a Buddhist monastery. In the midst of Parvat Sreni was Grahasreni, which was very beautiful. 263. On returning to Puri, the trial of Mahavishnu was begun. At the conclusion of a trial which lasted many days, I sentenced him to 1.5 years in jail. When his hair was cut, his followers declared him to be a cheater and abandoned him. During the few days of the trial there were almost 1,000 of his followers in Puri, and there were disturbances all over the town. At that time there was a fire at the Puri school and all the people suspected him as being responsible. Also A.C. this time Kadra came down with fever. Bizakishan had practiced yoga, and by some means had acquired some yogic siddhi. Had obtained a lot of evidence against him. For 271 days he did not eat even a drop of water, yet he did not exhibit any weakness and gave unfailing medicine to many people. For his punishment Bizakishan was sent to the Goklat Midnapur and there he died. In Yajpur Brahma took control of the group, and like Bizakishan he received punishment. In Karata Baladev was beginning to misbehave, and he also received punishment. 264. In Pural made a lot of spiritual progress. Appointed Gopinatha Pandit to help with my study. With his assistance, I first studied the 12 cantos of the Bhagavatam with Sridhara Swami's commentary. I began studying the Bhagavata with Hariharada's Mahapatra and Markandeya Mahapatra, but after 5 or 7 days they lagged behind, so I began to tutor them. Previously they had been to Kashi and Nadia to study Vedanta and Nyaya. 265. I did not have much skill in Sanskrit grammar. While in Calcutta I read books on literature with the help of Vidyasagar Mahasaya and Barodada, Satendranath Tagore. After that, in Midnapur, I discussed literature and thereafter in Dinajpur and Matihari. In Puri I studied books thoroughly. After finishing the Bhagavata I made a copy of the Sat Sundarbha and read it. Then I copied and read the Vedanta commentary, Govinda Bhasya, written by Baladeva. Then I read the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. Thereafter I made a copy of the Haribhakti Kalpalatika. 266. Little by little I began to write in Sanskrit myself. In Puri I wrote a book in Sanskrit entitled Dodakastuba. Many of the verses of the Sri Krishna Samhita were composed at this time. In order to improve the health of Kadambani I changed our house and moved for a while near Che Brahma Leader Nilamani and rented a house from Kali Chaudhary near Sradivali in front of the jail. I performed a bandit devotional service. Paramananda, Nityananda and a few others studied Bhagavat with me. At that time we would hold Bhagavata discourses in the gardens of Sri Jagannath Vallabha. 267. Mahanta Narayan Das, Mohan Das, Uttar Parsvar Mahanta, Hariharan Das, and other pandits used to attend the meeting. Babaji Kanadari and Raghunatha Dasa Mahasaya became angry about my meetings and prevented many people from coming. Raghunath Dasa Babaji used to stay at Hatyakada at that time. Babaji Mahasaya was a Siddhapurusa, and thus he could know all matters. After a few days he became close friends with me and said, "When I saw that you do not have tilak or mala, rosary, I was disrespectful and have committed an offense. Please forgive me." I replied, "Copyright Babaji, what wrong have I done? Tilak and mala are given by the Diksha Guru and thus far the Lord has not given me a Diksha Guru. I am reciting Harinama Japa on beads only. Is it good to whimsically take tilak and mala?" Babaji understood all of this and praised me and showed merit to me, and I became his follower. 268. The Bajrang cutter of Sanatana was on the way to the Samadhi of Haridas Thakura, near the temple of Tota Gopinatha. There the dispassionate Babjis would perform bhajan. Svarupa Dasa Babaji also performed bhajana there. Mahatma Svarupa Dasa Babaji was an incomparable Vaishnava. 269. Throughout the entire day he would perform bhajana within his kotir, cottage. In the evening he would go out to his courtyard and make obeisance to Tulasi and sing and cry while performing Harinama Kirtan. At Kai's juncture all the Vaishnavas would go to see him. A.C. that time some people would give him a little handful of Mahaprasada. In order to satisfy his hunger he would consent to accept this prasada, but he would not take much. Someone would then read Chaitanya Bhagavata or some other book and he would listen. By 10 o'clock at night he would retire to his kusir and begin his bhajan again. 270. When it was still dark out he would go to the shore of the ocean and wash his face and take a complete bath. He was afraid lest some Vaishnava would perform some service for him without his knowing. His 2 eyes were blind, so how he was able to go to the ocean in the night to take bath etc. only Mahaprabhu knows. There was no doubt that he was a Siddha-Purusha. He did not have a single material desire. Sometimes, I would go to take his darshan of his lotus feet after nightfall. He would talk with the people and his speech would be very sweet. He had gave this instruction to me, you never forget the name of Krishna. 271. When I stayed in Puri, made a lot of advancement in devotional service. I became more detached in my worldly life and there was no longer any misunderstanding that worldly progress might produce anything of lasting value. Generally I would go to the temple for darshan, namakirtan, stavan, and sadhu sangha every day in the evening. Any day that I did not eat a da or dal, pigeon pea soup, I would not feel satisfied. As soon as I entered the temple someone would give me dal. 272. On one side in the temple was the Mukti Mandap and there the Brahmanas would sit and teach. All of them were Mayavadis. When I went near them my mind felt disturbed, therefore, I would sit near the goddess Lakshmi Mandir or the Sri Mahaprabhupada Padma. When we sat there many pandits from Chaimukta Mandap would come and sit with us. I named this place Bhakti Pranan. Our learned meetings at this place gradually developed nicely. 273. Just as the Jagannath temple is very lofty and beautiful so also is the Seva wonderful. To see that pastime of service charms one's mind. 500 to 700 people are daily present to behold the routine festivals such as the evening Arakika. What bliss! Many kinds of participants come from all over India to attend the religious festivals. Seeing this the eyes are soothed. Copyright Lalu, only when you see all these pastimes with a pure heart can the servants of Jagannath be understood. 274. There were many yatras celebrated there, such as Dola Yatra, Ratha Yatra etc. had the responsibility of watching over these festivals. Taking many constables and several karmakaris with me, I made so much effort to oversee the pilgrims that cannot write of it. I would make favorable arrangements for the pilgrims to see the deity and to take prasada, and to hear complaints from the people. The king and such like, and the karmakaris of the temple used to commit many illegal acts. I would go there to prevent all such things and thus I made enemies of the king and the king's men. Because I was helped by Lord Jagannath no one was able to harm me in any way. I served Lord Jagannath at my ease for almost 5 years. 215. While in Sri Purushottam Kshetra, changed my residence several times. Finally, by the prache of Ramachandra Atya, I got a house of my own. On Chain night of the 16 inches of Magh 1278, 1872 AD, Kamala Prasada was born in the residence of Kali Chaudhary by the pond, Sradhavali. And then, on the 25 of Magh 1280, 1874 AD, Bimala Prasada took birth in the house of Ramachandra Atya. All of the auspicious ceremonies such as Annaprasana, first eating of grains, were performed with Jagannath Prasada. We gave up all karmakanda activities and depended solely on Prasada. 276. As soon as I arrived in Puri I got all the registration work and because of that I received a minor promotion. In 1870 I was promoted to the 5 hours grade, for which I received a salary of 300 rupees per month. And in that year I got the full powers of a magistrate. I spent the time in Puri in great happiness, observing the festivals, and acquiring knowledge and devotion. Sri Purushottam Kshetra is directly Vaikuntha, what doubt is there? I did not like to leave this place but then Sadhu was getting older and I had to return to Bengal in order to arrange her marriage. Thus, in November of 1874, I took a 3-month vacation. Saididi and Nutan Didi had already left. Mother, wife, sons and daughters took a train to Midnapur and I sent them on the road home. 277. Madhusudan Kochar was my host. He was extremely wealthy and a very good man. His assistant, Bashu Upadhyaya, brought my family to Calcutta. I waited, in Puri, until I was free from work. In the month of January I was free and together with Bangli Babu, Harilal Mitra and Narendra Datta we came to Chandivali by palanquin and then took a boat. My family came to Calcutta and Balanak Babu made arrangements for them to stay in a small house in Harivardhan Street. When I arrived they were waiting and I took them to the house in Ranaghat. 278. Before I came Mahendra Mama was staying at the house in Ranaghat and he was faring well. Upon arriving in Ranaghat I began to look for a boy for Sadhu. Being in Krishnanagar, I went to see Nabad Vipadama, Samudragar Kalna, and Sanipur, and I returned to Ranaghat. This time I did not get any happiness in Srinabad Vipadama. One is disinclined to practice religion and such like in the association of an atheist like Parasura Mama. From this I learned that when one goes on pilgrimage it is absolutely essential to shun bad association. 279. Returning to the house on Ranaghat, I went from thence to Calcutta and met with Hilli Sahib. At the time he was the Inspector General of Prisons and he was ill and very weak. He was very affectionate to me and he asked me many questions. He gave a letter to Secretary Thompson Sahib in order to get me a transfer to this region, Bengal. I met with Thompson Sahib and he said, "Very well, take a vacation and let me know what you want and I will give you a transfer." I could not find a boy for Sadhu and my leave came to an end. 280. While I was in Ranaghat, Thompson Sahib sent news to me that according to the written opinion of Commissioner Robbins the governor would send me to Puri again. I immediately informed Hilli Sahib. He was very concerned so he requested Robbins Sahib to give me leave, from Puri. Ah! The kindness of that gracious Hilli Sahib. Receiving that letter, Robbins Sahib gave me release from Orissa with much grief and he wrote, saying, "The residents of Orissa like Kedar Babu, whose returning to Orissa was worth praying for, but due to the request of Hilli and the present need for the marriage of his daughter he does not have to return to Orissa." 281. At that time Thompson Sahib gave the Orissa subdivision to me. The first time I went there I took my family. That place was excellent. Campbell Sahib was the magistrate for a few months. In the month of Agrayan I sent my family home. Srimati Saudamini married Stuyman Sharushandra Majender in Nihati. After taking an 8-day vacation during the month of Agrayan A.C. the time of the marriage I returned to the house. Mahendra Mama made all of the arrangements. Returning to Orissa I came down with a urinary disease. Dr. Pikhali Sahib said it was diabetes. 282. With the help of the local doctor, Gata machine, I discovered that the ailment was due to phosphatic urine. Though I drank the juice of the Samanath and the Vasanta Kusumaka, I did not get any relief. Bharata Prasada was born on the 15 degrees of Asar 1283 Saka in Ranaghat. In the month of March 1878 Bharaja, a girl, also took birth in Ranaghat. My illness was giving me trouble so on the 16th of July 1877, according to the order of the government, I received permission to take 2 months sick leave. My wife was with me. Mother and Anita were at the rented house in Calcutta. 283. Anita was studying in Calcutta. I stayed in Araya for 3 years. Made a beautiful garden there. Sir Richard Temple saw it and was delighted by it. George Ward Sahib saw the garden and was pleased too. I would go to Calcutta and stay with Anita at Sundaipara. Dr. Coates Sahib examined my urine and prescribed a medicine consisting of 1 drop of liquor of strychnine, 1 drop of nitric acid, goxarate, and ghee, because previously taking this had helped, and gradually my health began to improve. Arrangements were made for Anita's marriage. I took a few days vacation and went to Ranaghat for the wedding. On the November 27, 1877 according to orders I transferred to Mahabarika. There was a lot of work in Mahabarika. The misbehavior of the police was excessive. Because I was near Calcutta I wanted to stay there. 284. Umaprasad Gosa made much effort for the marriage of Anita. A.C. The time I stayed in Mahabarika I visited places like Amka, Kanakul, Siampur, etc. I was delighted to see the Shiva deity of Madan Babu at the Devi temple in Amta. My place is Godabhavanipur which was near Chitrasenpur. 285. That very place was the Hirsut Pargana dwelling of Bharachandra Raya. After 2 months, in the month of February, I went to Bhadrak. Leaving Calcutta by the boat, Sergeant Lawrence, I went to Chandravali and thence to Bhadrak. Chandravali is in the vicinity of Bhadrak. I liked old Bhadrak. Previously, when I was a teacher in Bhadrak, Dr. Sahib was a deputy magistrate. He and his wife had a lot of respect for me and they brought me to the subdivisional residence. While I was staying at that house I had written a small English book named Maths of Orissa. Dr. Hunter Sahib refers to my book in his History of Orissa. 286. Becoming deputy magistrate myself I became the residence of that very house. I was very happy to see hedges and trees in the garden. Robin Sahib wrote a very affectionate letter to me requesting me to return to Orissa. I stayed alone there for a month and I was not happy, so I brought my whole family. A.C. This Simbalanat Babu had the post of, in Che Midnapur jail. 287. He helped my family on the way Bhadrak. In Bhadrak the people who I had previously known were few. Balaram Basu, the son of Radha Mohan Babu, would generally stay in my house. Sometimes Nimai Babu would come. There was not very much work for me, so whatever I did with great attention. On the July 1878 the government gave me summary power. At that time Norman Sahib was the magistrate. On the 14th of August 1878 the government transferred me from Bhadrak to Narail. 288. Arrived with my family in Midnapur on the footpath by means of a palanquin placed on top of a wagon. I stayed in Jaipur for 1 or 2 days. At the time I was married in Jaipur it was beautiful, but it had, in time, deteriorated. When I was in Midnapur I stayed for a day in the house of Dr. Bhuvan Babu and then proceeded to Jaipur. From Jaipur I took a boat along the canal, and when I came to Ulabari I boarded a steamer. Thereafter I arrived in Ranaghat. 289. From Ranaghat I went by horse carriage via Chakdar straight to Offergat and from there by boat to Narail. It was late at night when we arrived. I, my son-in-law, Aneta, Radhika and Kamal then walked some distance to the house. 290. At the time Umakaran Ganguly Babu was the deputy magistrate. He gave food to us with particular attention. The next day I learnt that Umakaran Babu did not want to leave Narail. He tried to arrange his staying there, through magistrate page. I wrote a letter to Secretary Cockrell and he wrote in reply that I should stay in Narail. Umakaran Babu then left. 291. There was a lot of work to be done in Narail. The registrary office was at hand and there was some advantage in that. Atul Babu was the Munshf, administrator of justice, there. It was good to tour about the countryside while in Narail. One could travel all around by boat. I would go at times to places like Lakshmi Pasha, Kalia etc. and hold court, there. After 5 or 6 months I brought my family to Narail. When I was in Narail I made acquaintance with Brett Sahib, who came to Narail for the purpose of hunting. In Narail there were many important people, but Chandra Babu was the foremost. His attention was focused on Hindu Dharma. I stayed in Narail for almost 3 years. The local people liked me very much. As I proceeded from village to village the local residents would serenade me with kirtan. 292. During the time I stayed in Narail I suffered serious fevers on 2 occasions. On one occasion I became very weak because of the fever. Because my touring the Mufaisal had fallen behind schedule I traveled with my wife. I took medicine from a Kaviraj but I performed my duties with difficulty. Staying a few days in Naladi I went to Raygram. Dr. Saidanath Babu carefully examined me and he gave me electrical treatment. One would find very few as intelligent as he. We had great fun at the Raygram fair. The respectable gentlefolk of Narail made great efforts to entertain visiting gentlefolk. The ladies would make a preparation of crushed coconut, and light snacks, and bring them to our tents. The gentlefolk brought many common household foods and it would have been very indiscreet not to accept them, so I would take a little and give the rest to the others to eat. There were many dishes offered to us, such as condensed milk. 293. The green coconut, dab, milk was very good in Narail. Samil, a servant of ours, could purchase a very big coconut for 1 paisa only. I did not drink any water but drank only green coconut milk. Because of this my body became very healthy. Krishi Babu and Bharadadas Babu and others came to see me all the time. 295. In 1286, while residing in Narail, I published Krishna Samhita. After Chat, in 1287, I published the book Kalyana Kalpataru. Regarding the Krishna Samhita, a European scholar, R. Rest Sahib, wrote, as follows, 290. India Office London SW 16 inches April 1880. My dear sir, a long and painful illness has prevented me from thanking you earlier for the kind present of your Sri Krishna Samhita. By representing Krishna's character and his worship in a more sublime and transcendent light than has hitherto been the custom to regard him, and you have rendered an essential service to your co-religionists, and no one would have taken more delight in your work than my departed friend Goldstucker, the sincerest and most zealous advocate the Hindus ever had in Europe. I am sending you a number of Theou Athenium containing a notice of his literary remains, published last year, as the work may be welcome to many of his old friends in India. I trust you will pardon me for having ventured to draw your attention to it. It would be a good thing, if his views, literary and political, were better known and more appreciated in India. I trust you will let me know if he can be of any service to you. Believe me to remain yours very truly, Reinhold Resta Babu Kedarnath. I. Magistrate. 297. Waldo Emerson Sahib could not read Bengali, but he wrote this letter, May 10, 1886, Concord, Massachusetts. Dear Sir, I have received with pleasure the book you so kindly sent me. I am sorry that I do not know the language and cannot read it and can only send my thanks. Emerson. 298. When I published Krishna Samhita, the people of this country had many opinions about it. Some said that this book was a new point of view. Others said it was good. The younger, educated people said the book was good. But no one could understand the essence of the book. The purpose of this book was to show that Krishna Tattva was transcendental. Some people thought that the entire matter of the book was psychological, but they were altogether wrong. There is a subtle difference between aprakrita, transcendental, and adhyatmika, psychological, which generally no one can grasp. Aprakrita has as its basis the absence of speculative knowledge. Kalyana Kalpataru was mostly received with affection and its many verses were sung. 299. While I was living in Naral I took Diksha along with my wife. I had been searching for a suitable guru for a long time but I did not find one. I was very unhappy, on that account. I had done much anxious thinking, and in a dream Prabhu diminished my unhappiness. 300. In the dream I got a hint. That day I became happy. 1 or 2 days later Guru Deva wrote to me saying, I will come quickly and give you Diksha. Guru Deva came and Diksha was given. My mind was satisfied. From that very day the sinful reaction from meat eating went from my heart and mercy arose, in me, towards the jivas. 301. You were born in Ranaghat on the 15 degrees of Av in 1880. I saw Aspoya signs on your body that indicated that later on you would be religious. A.C. This time Sadhu had a son. There was something in his appearance which gives rise to the fear of ghosts. When anyone would lay the child down next to you, you would laughingly push him away. You were born on Sri Ekadashi. In a dream I beheld an ugly monkey which came to me and said, this child is very wicked and it will not live. Then Sri Narada appeared in a dream and said, the monkey was Kali, do not heed his words. This boy was born on Harivasara, Ekadashi. Taking initiation into the pure Vaisnava religion he will preach that Dharma. No one will be able to kill him. 302. Copyright Lalita. Hope that you will fulfill the predictions of Narada Goswami. In this world there is no wealth that can compare to the wealth of Dharma. The body lives for just a moment, it is here today and gone tomorrow. Prabhu has been kind to us, out of his mercy he has given his name and the treasure of Prema to this world. You will understand this from the Sadhu Guru when you are older. Srimad Bhagavatam and Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita are two books that are priceless gems in this world. Make some effort and consider this matter. There is no necessity of exhibiting mundane knowledge to this world, rather, give the treasure of bhakti to the world. Live a sinless life according to religious principles and earn money and support your family and yourself. But never at any time forget the holy name of Krishna. 303. Around the time that I was living in Naral I had a desire to live in Calcutta. I asked Mahendra Mama to arrange for a house there. In those days there was a lot of malaria in Ranaghat, and thus I wanted to live in Calcutta. We have been residents of Calcutta for several generations. Previously I had said Chad it was impractical to maintain oneself in Calcutta and had maintained a house in the villages. But, life in Chat, particular, village had become difficult and it was better to arrange to have a house in Calcutta and go to another. 304. You and your relatives would live with a greater family. Acquiring knowledge and making money and such things were easy in Calcutta and so also was arranging the marriage of sons and daughters. 305. At this time one other thing occurred. I was sick in Naral. Because of the marriage of Kadambani my wife stayed for a few days at the house of Bhalanathaka Kamahishaya at Patharahat in Calcutta. It was very difficult to stay in Calcutta because we did not have our own house. Realizing this, I wished to arrange for a house in Calcutta. Kadambani married Shriman Mani Madhav Mitra. I was not able to attend the wedding. Because of my illness everybody returned to Naral after Kaju's wedding. Within a few days I became well. 306. While I was living in Naral Brajababu of Navadvipa was my sub-deputy. His activities were pure, but he had no faith in bhakti. I saw Vaishnavas in the area surrounding Naral but all of them were false. Rakaran Gayak and Avidya, Ayurvedic doctor, I saw were pure. On account of my desire to arrange a house in Calcutta I got a 3-month privileged leave in July of 1881. Abdul Qadir came to take over in my absence but was delayed. I knew him from Puri. 307. T rented a house in Calcutta on Nimugasai Gali and stayed there with my family. During the rainy season, Sravan 1, my wife and you, Lolita, went on pilgrimage along with 2 servants. My mother-in-law also went along. When we dined at a place known as Makama. In the afternoon we took a train from Moghalsarai and eventually went to the house of Devendra Vasu at Prayag. At Triveni we performed Shraddha etc. and I came down with a fever. There we met Sitaram, a Brajbasi. Seeing my fever, he cautiously took me to Vrindavan in the reserve train. First we stayed at Kedarya Kunja. Afterwards we went and stayed at the Kalakunja of Radha Mohan. The fever did not go. I prayed to Prabhu, let there be fever afterwards, just let me enjoy now. While I am in Vraya let me be happy. Prabhu heard my prayer and the fever departed. From then on I associated with sadhus while in Vraya. 308. We got good prasada from the Kunja of Lalu Babu. We saw Govindaji, Gopinatha, and Madan Mohan. We arranged to offer a thali at the Gopinatha temple and there was a dispute, in that regard. We took prasada at the Kunja of Rupada's Babaji and there I received the Dasasloki of Nimbarka. I heard the recitation of Nilamani Goswami in private. It was there I first saw Sri Jagannath Babji. 309. Going by Palanquin I took darsana of Radhakunda and Govardhana. There I experienced the spitefulness of the Kanjata, a gang of dacoits, so I made arrangements to stop it. Returning to Vrindavan again I took full darsana. You were a very young child. Due to your constantly eating prasada you passed urine, on the steps, on the way out of Madana Mohan temple. 310. We went to Lucknow from Vrindavan via Mathura. Staying at the residence of a landowner, Rajakumar, we wandered all around the town. From there we went to Fayyabad, then on to Ayodhya. We returned to Fayyabad in fear of the corrupt pandars in Ayodhya, before evening and stayed at the residence of one Bengali Babu. The next day we took a bath at Goprat Ghat, and that same day we went to Kasi. In Kasi we stayed at the house of Tinu Babu. My mother-in-law was very happy in Kasi. From Kasi we returned to Calcutta to our rented house at Nemugasai Gali and everyone was in good health. 311. I stayed a few days in Calcutta and I went and viewed many houses. Because of its suitability I decided on one house in Rambagana. Bhalanatha Babu and Mahendra Mama did not like it. While I was in Narail I was friendly with Commissioner Peacock Sahib. At this time Kamala, Prasada, had a cataract of the eye and Peacock Sahib helped in its removal. I employed Dr. Sanders Sahib for the purpose of excising the cataract. Dr. Sanders was new in Calcutta. He was not, at all, greedy. Thus, after a few visits I paid him 50 rupees and thereafter 10 rupees more. His removal of the cataract was successful, but the vision in Kamala's eye was not clear. 312. I was transferred to Jasharara on the 30 degrees of November 1881. AC that time, according to my previous promise, the prayer for health while in Vrindavan, I came down with fever. As Peacock Sahib was not around. Concluded chat in my depressed condition in Jasor I must be experiencing a bad astrological period. Therefore, recognizing my inevitable suffering, while in Jasor I stayed at the residence of Deputy Babu Naveen Krishna Bandhayopadhyaya. My body was weak, and immediately on arriving, got into a dispute with Bardhan Sahib. 313. The place was exceedingly abominable. Fever had taken its residence in Jasor. At the same time I had problems with my eyes. From my childhood I was short-sighted. I saw well from the left eye but everything looked blurred from my right eye. At chat time there was a chini spot in my eyes. My short-sightedness had gone, but my vision was hazy and had some sort of ache in the eyes. 314. While in Jasor my health was not good and I was not able to work well. Peacock Sahib described my good work to Bardhan Sahib and Bardhan Sahib became very affectionate towards me. He took all the work for me except for the treasury duties. Dr. Cummings Sahib examined my eyes and said that my eyes were ailing and I must take leave. I went to Calcutta and had my eyes examined by Kelly Sahib and he gave a certificate recommending medical leave. All of my family was living at the rented house on Nimugasai Lane there. Would not allow them to go to Ranaghat. I made a promise that I would stay there, in Calcutta, and buy a house. 315. I showed the certificate from Kelly Sahib to the authorities, with the certificate from Dr. Cummings, and on January 10, 1882, obtained 3 months medical leave. The officer who was to replace me arrived late. When he came I was relieved and went to Calcutta. During Kai's time I treated the disease, myself and looked for a house to buy. In the end I bought a house for 6,000 rupees from Chandrakaviraj at 181 Manakattal Street. Mahendra Mama did not agree to my taking the house, therefore he would not give me much help. I worked on my own raising the extra cash and I made the house suitable by having repairs done. On the advice of Bhalanatha Babu we performed Graha Yajna before we entered the house. Realizing then that the house was good Bhalanatha Babu and Mahendra Mama had faith in my decision. 316. Upon coming to the new house my whole family was very happy. Since the time we were in Puri my mother was afraid of petting cataracts. She went to doctors in Calcutta, but all of her relatives prevented her from having inspiration because of her old age. I also decided that mother was too old. I concluded that there would be no problem for her if we gave her a bathroom of her own on the second floor. Although she was living in the new house, she was not able to see it, and she suffered on that account. Rajani Ma was her private maid. All mother's work was seen to. There was a Brahmana cook and my wife served her genuinely. Because everybody was working for her, she was very unhappy. 31%. Heard chat. The post in the subdivisional office in Barasat was available. I felt that my eyes were much better and it would be good to reside there. I spoke to Katral Sahib, but he said that he had promised the post to someone else. I went and spoke with Peacock Sahib and he wrote a letter to Katral Sahib. After a few days, got permission to go to Barasat. I received the order in 1812 on the 8th May. Before that I had taken another 3 months medical leave because of my eye problem, and I spent the best portion of the vacation at Barasat. 318. I received a lot of allopathic medical treatment because of my eye disease and I got general improvement there from Dr. Lal Madhav, Balanat Babu, and mother all said that I should eat fish again even though I had given it up for a long time. They said eating fish heads daily is good for the health of one's eyes. The thought of eating fish after so long was painful. By taking medical treatment from Babu Rajendranath Datta, a homeopath, I improved. I had faith in homeopathic medicine. Rajendranath Babu then considered that there was no necessity for me to eat fish. 319. In Barasat I received charge from the deputy collector, Bakim Chandra Chaturya. I went there with Radhika and Kamal. We had a very lovely house with a garden and pond in Barasat. I did not bring my wife to Barasat. As usual, whenever I was ill my wife would come. Court was held on Monday in Nihati. Having informed the collector, I used to come home on Saturdays. I would hold court on Monday, and then I would return to Barasat. There were not many cases to be heard in Barasat. But there was a great deal of municipal work in Barasat and Nihati. 320. There was a lot of bad-natured people in Barasat. In order to draw attention to themselves, they used to create a lot of mischief for me in many ways. Formerly, when Lee Sahib was the subdivisional officer in Barasat, there was a program called Athletic Exercise at the time of Saraswati Puja. There was also Jatra Gana. Over 2 years I spent almost 500 rupees supporting these events. The expenses of the festival were covered by donations. All the important people would attend and the expenses, for the food etc., were paid by the subdivisional officer, me. 321. Nihati was also a difficult place. There were 2 groups among the commissioners, of whom Haraprasad Shastri was the chief, and they would quarrel. Their disputes were very difficult to settle. Moreover, the house of my son-in-law, Charu, was in Nihati. One had to be very cautious. 322. I was in Barasat for 2 years. I continually had to travel in the Mafazal. There was malaria at Barasat, and were I to stay longer than necessary, there was always the fear of my contracting this disease. I was promoted to the 4 hours prod of deputy magistrates and deputy collectors on the 20 degrees of March, 1883. 323. At the end of the year in Barasat, had a man named Kailas Babu, staying with me. Kailas Babu said that he would read Chaitanya Charitamrita and meet me at my house in Calcutta. He knew little grammar. At this time, Babu Saradacharan Mitra, an advocate, purchased some Sanskrit books for me. Among those books were Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti's Tikas on the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. I had yearned for a devotional commentary on the Gita for many a day. Upon seeing this book, Kailas wanted to make a copy. I took the book to Barasat and I gave it to him to make a copy. After 2 or 3 months the copy was complete. Kailas's writing was very nice. He was the editor of a newspaper called Arya Darsan. 324. Kailasa made a copy of Jai Gita and read the Charitamrita. A.C. year's end, during the festival time, a pair of shawls was stolen from the house of Mahendra Mama. Being under suspicion, Kailas fled. When he left, my Nautama Vilasa went with him. When there is a bad astrological period no one is able to counteract it. 325. I became depressed by the rude behavior of some wicked person of that place stealing the shawls. A.C. this time Aneta became mad. While in Narail, as I was teaching Aneta the work of the registry office, and because I was the registrar general, I separated Singasapur from the sub-registry office in Narail. I appointed Aneta the joint sub-registrar. Later Aneta did accounting work as the sub-registrar in 2 districts. When he had finished all the work, having requested Norman Sahib at Gurigrama, I arranged for him to be made the sub-registrar A.C. Ranpur. I sent Aneta's wife and daughter there. He became mad, and hearing the news, I sent Mahendra Mama and 2 other men, released Aneta from his duties and brought him to the house in Calcutta. 326. The very day he came to Calcutta he left for his mama, maternal uncle, Sharika in Muzaffarpur. Not knowing where he had gone, everyone became very anxious. While in such anxiety, I asked Peacock Sahib for a transfer. A.C. That time Peacock Sahib was the secretary, and on the 1 of April, 1884, he gave me a transfer to Sri Rampur. 327. During the time that I was staying in Barasat, in the month of Kartika, 1884, Krishna Vinodini was born at the house in Calcutta. There being a daughter after so long, everybody thought this was the last pregnancy. Mother said, as this is the end, having a daughter is good. 328. In Sri Rampur my residence was beside the court. I was going and coming from the house every few days. The reason is that cholera had afflicted the servant named Gopinath in the temporary residence. After a few days I returned to the house. There was a lot of court business in that place. Collier Sahib then was in Sri Rampur. I was the senior deputy magistrate and Nagendra Gupta Babu was the third magistrate. I came to the house on a Saturday and I sat in Sri Rampur on a Monday. Radhika, Kamal and Bimal stayed with me in Sri Rampur after some time. 330. In the month of Bhadra of that year my mother died. I received 1 month privilege leave on October the 6th hours 1884, for the purpose of performing Shraddha for her. Aneta, who previously had been in Muzaffarpur, stayed in Sri Rampur for the first time. He was sent to the village Tiralumayi and was given a bangle, as a talisman against his mental problems. But there was no improvement in his condition. 331. I realized it was my duty to go to Gaya to perform Shraddha for my mother. I, my wife, Binu, Haridas Mustafa, and Japasi, a servant, left our house and went first to Vaidyanatha. From there we went to Baikipur and from thence to Gaya. There we stayed in the house of Pasupati Babu. According to custom, on Tuesday the 2 grams of October we performed Shraddha in Gaya. After seeing the hill known as Ramsala Brahmayoni, we took a train to Purtasila. Vinu, Bimal, sat on Japasi's lap. With great effort we climbed to the top of the hill. There were many big buildings there. My great-grandfather, Madan Babu, was well known for his work there. There were 395 steps up the hill. A.C. the top of Sthe step the name of Madan Makandata was written. Outside my great-grandfather's temple I saw the inscription of the maker. 332, Sti Radhakrishnaya Nama /Sri Chaitanya Chandrodaya Nama Sri Shiva Durga Saranam /Jaya Rama /Abaram Ajai Prabhu Tamara Sharain /Savams Kusail Raka Madan Mahan. Following this was this verse. 333. Drishtva Kastam Naranamadiva Pathrohanayat Haranam /Pradadura Divisapanakamadivitatam Saukayamarohanaya /Kurtvatap Asantya Richunabarasabu Shamkaya Sake Tre Saudam /Sti Nathapriyate Sri Madana Parabhavan Mahanakyo Hikes at 334. Sri Madan Mohandada Sam Kalikata /Gamasta Sri Ganganariana Karsamudisha /Gramagopala Paragon Baluvishi Sarakarkat Hawk /Tahaviladar Kali Charan Chaudhuri Sam Samalagadi Paragon Pandya Aramba Sakabda 1696 Sangha 1696 San 1182 Sal Moharar Sri Ramanarayan Raya Sam Chandahati Paragon Bardhaman Hajara Navi Sasrinariana Gosa Sam Rayunathapur Odisha 335. We arrived in Calcutta on Friday the 31 degrees of October 1884 by morning. The vacation was over and we went back to work in Sri Rampur. 336. While I was in Narail, in Chay month of Vaisakha, 1288, my Sage Anatashani newspaper was first published. When a new, printing, machine came to Narail its owners came to me requesting work, and thus I printed Sage Anatashani there. After I left that place I was restricted, in what one could do, and the newspaper could not be published regularly. At the conclusion of my stay in Barasat I regularly spoke in English with Sri Upendra Goswami. In 1883 an English edition came out but then the Patrika stopped. In 1885 I had the Vaishnava Depository, a library, at Rambagana. I stayed in Sri Rampur. Radhika, Kamal and Bimal studied in Sri Rampur. In 1885 Radhika, Kamal, Bimal and Prabhu went to Mamari and Kulingram. After that we went visited Saptagram. A.C. that time made some effort and put out an edition of Sage Anatasani. Around that time it was offered to the Visva Vaishnava Sabha, but the publication stopped. After 1892 Sage Anatasani was revived and continued, to be published, regularly. 337. In 1886, while I was staying in Sri Rampur, I wrote and published Sri Chaitanya Sikshamrita. This book was well received in all quarters. In that year the Gita was published with my translation, Rasikaranyana, with the commentary of Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti. It was an extremely intellectual task for me to publish all these books. A book named Bhaktivedanta was published and I composed a Sanskrit commentary on its Sikshatika. Haridandata of Badanganga in Kayapat came to Sri Rampur and offered me a very old copy of Sri Krishna Vijay, which I published. A.C. that time I established the Chaitanya Press and Sri Yukta Prabhupada, his guru, ran it. 338. When we had printed 2 khandas of the book Chaitanya Charitamrita Sriram Narayan Vidyartna requested that we stop. I got a very intense head ailment from all this intellectual work. There was one other cause, my nose was running constantly. Kaviraj Haricharan had me take Svarnabanga to stop it. Immediately after taking that medicine I got dizziness in the head. Because of that I got leave for 1 month 15 days in the month of May 1885 through the efforts of Risi Sahib. I tried many kinds treatments but my ailment did not go away. Old Guru Gadi Bashu and Babaji Charan told me to smear ghee on my head. 339. I smeared ghee on my head. At that time I obtained some books by the Gosvamis on Rasa and Krishna, Tattva. But I was not able to study at all because of the head ailment. I prayed to Sri Jiva Goswami that the illness would depart. I considered that the suggestion of the Vaishnavas to put ghee on my head was perhaps the instruction of Jiva Goswami. I continued to apply the ghee to my head, and my ailment went away. Again I began to work and to read the books. On Sunday the 17 inches of Falgun 1886 Yama Sarojini was born. In that year, in the month of May, I got leave for 1 month and 24 days. Anita's mental illness had worsened significantly. Vidyadatta Hari Mahapatra from Orissa arrived and made Shiva Grita. Anita's disease improved somewhat and he felt, significantly, better. 340, I transferred to Krishnanagar in the district of Nadia according to an order dated the 15 inches of November 1887. I will tell you the true reason, why. I recovered from my head ailment and I studied the devotional literature a lot. While in the association of some bhaktas I began to become renounced in mind. I reasoned in my heart thus, to have passed my days in a futile way and I have done very little. I have not been able to obtain even a slight taste of service to Sri Sachidananda Svarupa Radha Krishna. So if, am able, I will retire and get my pension and finding some little place in the groves near the bank of the river Yamuna in the Vrindavan Mathura district, I will perform bhajana in solitude. However, because of the nature of the practices, of devotional service, and my physical condition I may not be able to remain alone. Therefore I will live in the company of one other person. 341. I arranged for Sri Ramsvat Bhakti Bringa to be with me. Bringing him to Sri Rampur, I asked his advice and he gave his opinion on the matter. At this time I was writing Sri Amnai Sutara. Ramsvat Babu went to Calcutta and I immediately went to Taraksvar to work. While there the Lord spoke to me in the night while I slept, saying, "You will go to Vrindavan, but your house is so close to Navadvipa Dhamma. Have you done all there is to do at Navadvipa?" Upon returning from that place I again called Bhakti Bringa and I told him all about this dream. Bhakti Bringa advised me that I should transfer to Navadvipa Dhamma and I made this known to Peacock Sahib through Janana Babu. He said that going to Nadia so soon was not proper. After retirement, you can study antiquity. Being disappointed, I stayed where I was. 342. I forgot to mention one incident. Observing my writing books on devotional service, and being pleased with me, Sripadacharya Kula, Vipina Vihari Goswami and others, gave me the title Bhaktivinoda. I reproduced the letter that he vought to me. 343. Sri Sri Tramakrishna Jayata / Sri Patubahan Pada Nivasa Burgovamibi Sri Kedaranitha Dattaya Bhaktaya 344. Sishyaya Kurupaya Bhakti Vinodopati Pradata / Sishya Sayas Ramada Sador Govindakaranasanna / Kedaranitha Datasaya Jayo Bhavada Sarvada / Prabhashaitanya Chandrasaya Madasya Hanavartana / Prakarakasaya Sastranam Bhakti Marga Pravartanam / Sri Radha Krishna Visyam Talva Bhaktam Anutamam Dristvako Loksmin Vaisnava Priya / Yam Bhaktam Labhivam Sasvat Vanganti Bhagavat Priya / Tam Bhaktam Ride Dristvadnyosi Priya Savaka Jivasaya Jivanopayaka Bhaktar Goriyasi / Auto Bhakti Vinodika Upadi Pradagrihatam, 1, Sti Sri Caitanyabda 400 Magamasa / Sri Vipina Vihari Gosvamina / Sti Tinakari Gosvamina, Sri Gopalandra Gosvamina, Sri Yoranchandra Gosvamina, Sri Ramachandra Gosvamina / Sri Yajansvara Gosvamina / Sti Vinada Vihari Gosvamina, Sri Yajanatha Gosvamina, Sri Vinada Vihari Gosvamina, Sri Yagandra Chandra Gosvamina, Sti Gopalashandra Gosvamina, STI Hemachandra Goswamina /STI Chandrabhushana Goswamina /Sri Kanai Lal Goswamina /Sri Haradana Goswamina, 2, 345, replied as follows to the Acharya's merciful letter. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Chandraya Nama Jayata Sri Ramakrishna Vagnapali Vibhushama Javavalabho Ramakandra Kirti Svarupakau Vyahayopi Vaishnavasakshat Yet Prabhava Bhuvatat Vapultmagvandasripatam Gaura Bhavanam Sri Vamsivadananda Prabhorvam Sapratipakan Acharyanamatan Sarvan Madesi Kavaran Prabhan Tchan Prasadel Shanajarapadojait Mama Bhaktivinoda Prakyati Dasasaya Vidya Adhuna Yashiam Kurpalavan Apibusha Toam Upadina /Tchan Padasaro Misadandesh Sri Rama Pareta Kritanjali Nirvadana Matachan Charasavaxya Sarva Vaishnavadas Anyadesas Bhaktivedanta Sri Ketaranatha Datasaya, 3, 346. The Acharyas gave me the title Bhaktivinoda, and this was also the desire of Mahaprabhu. Yet in spite of this, seeing that my going to Sti Dhamma Navadvipa was obstructed, I was very anxious. At that time Styuka Radhamadhav Basu was the deputy collector in Krishnanagar. 347. Proposed a mutual transfer to him. He was very earnest and expressed a desire to go to Sti Rampur. Sending his letter, requesting a transfer to Sri Rampur, to the government, I requested a transfer to Krishnanagar. By then Peacock Sahib had gone and Edgar Sahib was the secretary. Seeing there was a delay, I sent a telegraph to Edgar Sahib. He was in Chopra with the lieutenant governor and he wrote to me saying that permission would come in time. A few days later, permission to transfer came. The order was dated the 15th of November, 1887. 348. How shall I speak of the misfortunes that then befell me? Returning home in joy I became worried because at the same time that horrible fever came upon me, and it did not cease. Collector Toynbee arrived and expressed a desire to postpone any substitution for me. But then I thought, I'll live where I'll die. Book will go to Krishnanagar. I went to the official residence in Krishnanagar, and the worst part of the fever went away. But the cough, weakness, and minor fever did not relent. At the time, I had not taken, or did not take, a convalescent diet for almost 20 days. Bhalanatha Babu, Mahendra Mama and everyone requested that I take a vacation. 349, realized that if I took leave I would not be able to go to Nadia. Thus I chose to go in my bedridden condition. My wife and Mahendra Mama accompanied me. There was a little difficulty on the way, but in the joy of going to Navadvipa the difficulties were not felt. When I arrived in Krishnanagar I met Collector Hopkins the next day. He said it was not good that I should come with my illness. They gave me charge over the treasury and the small claims court. When, drank milk and I was able to hold court then I had a little strength again. But when I left the court I would have to lie down, as if dead. I saw Dr. Russell and he said, "You do not have the strength even to move. If you do not take medicine or a convalescent's diet you will die." I had fever at night and I worked during the day. In 45 days I had eaten only 1 seah daily of milk. This is what I lived on. I thought from time to time, many obstacles are a good sign. Dr. Russell gave me 20 grains of quinine to daily eat with a roti and other medicine. By following this system my body was a little healthier by Christmas. 350. During the Christmas break I took a train to Navadvipa with my wife. Arriving there and seeing the land in all 4 directions the hair on my body stood on end. Upon crossing the Ganga, and I went to Rani's house and I made arrangements to cook for Srimad Mahaprabhu. Having taken darshan of the Lord with difficulty I honored prasada at around 1 o'clock. After 45 days of dieting, I took rains, inchera dal, soup made with unripe jackfruit, mocha ganda, banana flour sabji, and soup etc., which were like nectar. Since my very birth I had not eaten such nectarian food. Even Biru, Bimal Prasada, ate everything on his plate, and with great devotion. 351. We had to go to the house at Krishnanagar before evening and thus, buying some cooking pots and utensils, and quickly crossing the river, we took the train to Krishnanagar. The next day I went to Barogoswami's house in Sandipura, took prasada, and before evening returned home. At that time I was beginning to become strong. Every Saturday, I went to Navadvipa to search out the places of the Leela of the Lord, but I did not find many and I was very unhappy. At the present time the people of Navadvipa only pay heed to their stomach etc. They do not make even a little effort in relation to the places of the Leela of the Lord. One night, Kamal and a clerk and I went up on the roof in order to look around. 352. TT was 10 o'clock, and was very dark and cloudy. Across the Ganga, In a northerly direction, I saw a large building flooded with light. I asked Kamal if he saw it, and he said he had. I asked the clerk and he said, he did not see anything. Because of that I was utterly amazed. In the morning I looked carefully at the place, where I saw the building, from the roof Rani's house, and I observed that in that there was one tall tree in that location. When I asked others about this place they said that this distant place was known as Balaldai and that the remains of the fort etc. of Lakesman Sen were close by. That Monday I returned to Krishnanagar and the following Saturday I went back to Balaldai. I saw that wonderful phenomenon in that place again at night, and the next day I went to see the area on foot. Upon inquiring of the elderly people of that place, I was informed that this was the birthplace of Sriman Mahaprabhu. I gradually saw everything, in the area, and ascertained where all the small villages mentioned in the Chaitanya Bhagavatam and Narahari Thakura's Bhakti Ratnakara and Parikrama Padhati were. 353. While staying in Krishnanagar I wrote Sri Nabadvipa Dhamma Mahatmya and sent it to Calcutta to be printed. I explained all these matters to Devarik Babu, an engineer from Krishnanagar, and through the strength of his intellect understood everything. He made a map of the area around Nabadvipa for me. That also was printed in a reduced form in Dhamma Mahatmya. While I travelled around Nabadvipa Dhamma and wrote Nabadvipa Dhamma Mahatmya I saw that there was very little opportunity to do more. 354. Again I fell into difficulty with some illness. During the rainy season I was troubled by tonsillitis. Had sent my family to the housebook I brought them back again. I had some medical treatment but nothing happened. A European doctor told me, you will have to have your tonsils removed. On the 31 degrees of January 1888 I received promotion to the 3rd grade. Realizing that my illness was serious I went to see Dr. MacLeod in Calcutta. He said, there is no use in operating. He made arrangements to paint my tonsils with perchloride of iron. In the meantime, you applied for leave. On the 25 inches of November 1888 I received approval for a privilege leave for 2 months and 12 days. My replacement was delayed a few days and during that time I purchased the property called Sri Sarbakunja. Hari Pramajini was born on the 26 inches of May 1888 at the house in Calcutta. 355. NL the month of Agrayan I took my leave. Mahendra Mama, Ramasivak Babu, myself, Gopi, Japasi and the father of Kalata went to Sarbakunja. After staying there a few days we returned to Calcutta. 356. I forgot to mention something. The year was in Krishnanagar, in the month of Vaisakhi, on the full moon day, or on the full moon day in the month of Jaistha. I took the family in a horse carriage to Ula. I was very happy to see the place of my childhood after so long. After seeing the temple house, the pond called Kalisagar, and my birthplace, I went and stayed at the house of Dasu Mama, at the old house. I saw pujas performed for the public and enjoyed many entertaining, dramatic, performances. There were lectures at the school. In the evening we ate and so forth at the house of the Varanasi Babus. The next day Kamal and I took the train back to Krishnanagar. The other children took a boat from Ranagat to Calcutta. 357. Taking a vacation, I went to Calcutta and saw Commissioner Smith Sahib. I spoke to Edgar Sahib about a transfer. I said it would be good for me to move to a place more conducive to good health and a little drier. He transferred me to Maimansma in the subdivision of Netrakona. At this time Radhika was married. The bride was the daughter of Visvambar Babu and granddaughter of Babu Gopala Mitra. After the wedding we went to the Fulsajya house decorated with flowers during the wedding, and later I, Kamal, and the father of Kalata made the trip to Netrakona. Prior to that Mahendra Mama went to Gadrama and sent my things and Japasi to Netrakona. On the ship I spoke with Radha Vallabh Babu and his brother. 358. Before evening we reached Narayan Ganga. Thereafter we took a train, arrived in Maimansma and proceeded to the house of Atul Babu, the sub-judge. In the morning I met with R.C. Dutta Sahib. That day, arrived in Netrakona before the evening. The next day I took charge, and I lived in a tent, for some while. I bought a few straw huts from the previous deputy. I stayed there 3 months and it was a good place. You could get anything you wished to eat. The coconut fruit was plentiful. There was a lot of court business in Netrakona, for the citizens were very wicked. For the purpose of seeing the Garo Hills we stayed in a tent at Durgapur. 359. I went on a trip to the hills on an elephant. The people of the royal house of Susanka, in Chat Place got all kinds of news, from us. Berndra Brahmana was a fanatical Saktadhatu. On one occasion I invited the people of the Hajang for Hari Noor. Their kirtan was good, with pure devotion. I saw Chat their devotion to Sri Gauranga was strong. For 3 months I did not go anywhere, Then Dutt Sahib, R.C. Dutt, secured a transfer to Tongale for me. He was on vacation at that time, so I went to see McGraw Sahib and then I left. 360. At the time of boarding a train Atul Babu brought a document and told Kamal, "You have passed the entrance examination." At that moment the train departed. We went at once to Taka. There stayed at the residence of my old friend and cousin, Judge Mahendranath Mitra. Having met with the commissioner, and going around seeing the sights of Taka, we eventually spent 2 days attending the Hari Sabha of the Baisaks. From Narayana-Ganja, close to Dhaka, we went to Goiland, on a steamer. There was utter disruption in the strong wind on the river Padma. We arrived in Goiland a little into the night, and went from thence to Calcutta by rail. 361. After staying a few days at the house, I, Radhika and Gopi, took a trip to Tongale. Upon arriving in Tongale I heard that previously there had been a tornado and many people had died. I then started work, but observing that the Bengalis of that place were not so good I brought a houseboat to Dhaka and began to travel around there. It was easy to travel about in the rainy season. After traveling all around for some days the former Deputy Babu's leave was over and he arrived. At this time Mahendra Mama wrote, I was transferred back home. Eventually I saw the transfer to Burdwan and on the 5 degrees of September 1889 I was transferred there. Because of a shortage of funds, money received through a telegraphed money order. We then went to Calcutta. 362. Immediately on arriving in Calcutta, I was told that I must go to Hooghly, but that did not happen. I went to Burdwan, instead. Janaki Mitra's sons made efforts to help our people by bringing luggage up to the house near the station, of Nalinayaksha Babu, and we stayed there. The sons of Janaki Mitra, namely Mamath Mitra and Hiran Mitra, purchased the materials of the Chaitanya press of mine. Some additional money was due from them from that sale, but in the end it was not given. Death came, to them, and it caused me the loss of 200 rupees. 363. I moved from the house of Nalan Yaksha and stayed in the garden house of Akshatya. 15 days later I came to the house. Li Sahib was the first magistrate and later McGraw Sahib came. I had a fever in Burdwan for 2 or 3 days. While returning from Mankar on one occasion, I contracted fever. My wife came and Mahendra Mam also. Balanat Kaviraj Mahusaya made good friends with me and gave me medical treatment. According to his desire Mahendra Mama brought a piece of Thinoceros, horn and pava to him. The fever diminished, but in the night breathing became difficult and I slept in fear. In this way was I ill. A.C. Kai's time I began to take half a prain of opium on the advice of the doctor and Bhalanatha Kaviraj. On that account there was some improvement. 364. Deputy Purna Babu of the Khulna district went on leave. I wanted to take his place and thus, went there. Previously, I had given some money to the Navadvipa Mandal of Svarkopaganga for the purpose of developing Sri Surbhakunja. Having seen Surbhakunja in its natural state and observing how the work had progressed I came to that decision en route to Khulna. There was the hope of going to see Sri Dhamma Navadvipa and many other places from Khulna. On the 10 degrees of March 1890, myself, Bimal, Japasi, and Pulin Babu went to Khulna via Sandapura. On the 14 hours, I went to Samudragat by boat and stayed in a tent. On the after inspecting the work in Gadrama, there was a picnic. 365. On the 26 inches of March I went to Sripath in Bagnapada and sojourned there in a tent. I inspected the school there and performed court business. I took darshan of Sri Baladeva and took prasada. On the 30 degrees, returned to Khulna. On the 31 degrees of March Sasabhushan Pal from Janagar sent a silver mudra, amulet, which he obtained in parallelogram. On one side of the mudra was written, Sri Sri Chandrakanta Simha Narendrasaya, this belongs to His Majesty Chandrakanta Simhai. On the other side was the Saka date 1242 and I realized that at this time there was a small independent kingdom in Parula. 366. On the 9th of April I visited Nakula Brahmachari in Pyaraganja. On Chay20_Ramsvak Babu, in Khulna. On the 23 inches of April I went to Kaigram. On the 25 hours I saw the residence of Reintroducing Thakura in Danuta. On the 27th the family came to Khulna and on Chay 9% of May we returned to Calcutta. On the 18 degrees of May I went to Gadrama. We went on foot to Indrarkapur with Kamal. Thereafter, crossing the Ganga and coming to Kakshashali and Chupi, we arrived at the police station in Purvasthalaya and dined. The next day I went on foot to Kulia and Navadvipa and I took darshan of the Bayana Kutir of Jagannath Dasa Babaji. 367. During Chay time I was staying in Krishnanagar, intending to perform some service for Babaji Mahasaya, Jagannath Dasa, At his Bhayanakusir, I arranged for a solid veranda, to be constructed for him, at a cost of almost 150 rupees. On the auth of June I gave charge, of my duties to a deputy. And on the 10 inches I went to Godram, via Sandipur and Krishnanagar. There I planted a Madhavi tree, and on the 14 I ate at the house of Srinath Chakravarti Babu and proceeded to Calcutta. On the 27 inches of Azad 1297 Sal, Sailaja Prasada was born in Calcutta. On the 17 inches of June, went to Burdwan again. On the 18 inches of October I went to Amlayota in the afternoon. I lectured A.C. Gopalpur and Amlayota. On the 20 degrees of October I returned to Burdwan. On this day I was transferred to Ranaganga. 368. I stayed in Ranaganga only a few days. During this time on November the 25th, 1890, I was transferred to Dinajpur. 369. I went to Dinajpur, taking Ram Savak with me. When I was first at Chat Place, I stayed in the thatched house. In the night my breathing, almost, stopped, that ailment, of mine, increased. I left that house and rented Basant Babu's house. Radhika, Kamal, and Bimal came there and stayed a while. At that time I was heavily involved in the census taking. After copying out a Gita with my Bengali translation, Vidvad Ranjan, with Baladeva's commentary, Ram Savak Babu went to Calcutta. The whole family came to the house, in Dinajpur. Not being satisfied there we went and rented a very good house. TT was there that Krishna Vinodini and Hari Pramajini got intermittent fever from eating too much jackfruit and suffered for almost 40 days. We tried many kinds of medical treatment but nothing I did worked and time went by. Sri Yuddha Mahendra Mama came there to help. A few months previous to this I had made an application to go on furlough, some kind of extended leave. On the 4th of August 1891, received approval for a 2-year furlough. 370. Having reserved a coach I took the family and servants and all our luggage to Calcutta. Both of my daughters became well in Calcutta with the change of climate and the administering of the customary medicine. 371. During this time, in the month of Asan, myself, Ramsvek Babu, Saitanath, and C. Talberti took a ship, and went to Ramjivanpur for Nama Prakara, promulgation of the holy name. Previous to this we had held Namahatta, marketplace of the holy name. According to the desire of Yajunath Bhaktibhushan in Ramjivanpur, we went there first. Even though there were many bhaktas staying in Ghatal we did not go there first but went instead to Ramjivanpur. We performed Nama Prakara in many places in Ramjivanpur and we were very happy. From there we proceeded to Kayapath Badanganja and we gave a lecture. All of the bhaktas, brahmanas and pandits there were pleased. Having stayed 13 days in that area and concluding with a lecture in Ghatal we returned. We performed Nama Sankirtan everywhere. 372. After returning to the house, in Calcutta, I went to Surbakunja. We also performed a lot of Sankirtan there. In Krishnanagar there were many societies and I began to lecture, to them. Monroe Sahib, Gupta Sahib, Reverends Wallace and Butler all heard me lecture. After the rains Mahendra Mama became seriously ill in Dinajpur. 373. On the 15 inches of Falgun 1892, myself, Bhakti Bringa and Tarak Brahmagasvami went to Basaraya for Nama Prakara. On the 16 inches in Bajitpur we held Sri Namahatta. On the 17 inches I gave a lecture in Basirahak. On the IO I gave a lecture and preached in Dandiyarhar. On the 27 of Falgun 1892, I went on a pilgrimage to Sri Dhamma Vrindavan taking the Honorable Bhakti Bringa with me. That day we went to Amlayota. With much endeavor I brought Mahendra Mama by Palanquin to Kshetra Babu's house. I spent Ekadashi with Sri Jagannath Dasa Babaji Mahusaya and the next day I established Prapan Ashram. The 29 inches of Falgun, I preached in Gidota. On the 30 degrees in Bakesar. The 1 of Chaitra, I went to the house of Umanat in Allahabad. On the 6 inches of Chaitra, I went from Allahabad to Etwa. On the 8 inches of Chaitra, I preached in Hatras. My purse was stolen from my pocket there. I proceeded to Vrindavan on the GT of Chaitra. On the 8th after taking a little time to see Bandiravan, we established ourselves in Mathgram. We went to Minizaravar on the 12 degrees of Chaitra. 374, on the 13 inches in Igth, we were, in Vrindavan, on the 15 inches in Mathura, seeing Gokula on the 16 hours, and on the 17 hours we went to Madhuban, Mahaligram, Krishnakinda, Talavan, Baladevakunda, Kumutavan, to eat, Sankanakunda, and Bahalavan. On the 18 degrees we went to Giri Govardhana via Radhakunda. I had fever that night, which persisted the next day. On 20 degrees I went to Vrindavan alone. We went to Agra on the 29 degrees of Chaitra. On the 1 degree of Vaisakha we went to Allahabad via Kanpur. We had a second trip, following the same route, then with a third trip we came to Calcutta via Gidad. A few days later, on the 7 of Vaisakha, I reached Prayag and I received news of Mahendra Mama. 375. On returning to the house, in Calcutta, I preached and lectured here and there. At times I was in Gurudram and at times in Calcutta. From time to time, lectured in Krishnanagar. The year 1893 arrived, and that year, bringing a large number of Vaishnavas with him, Sri Jagannath Dasa Babaji Mahasaya went to Sri Mayapura for a festival of Darsan and to Sri Gadram for a festival of congregational chanting. 376. After a year and a half of furlough it was almost time to go back to work. Bringing a letter from K.G. Gupta Babu and speaking with Cotton Sahib, I requested a posting in Krishnanagar. A.C. that time Sarkar Bahadur, who had need of a qualified man in the subdivision of Sasaram, requested me to go there. I went there on the 204 of April 1893 in the hope of getting the position. Prior to this I received a promotion to the 2 degrees grade. I took some time from my furlough and went to Sasaram because one does not get a result if one does not return to work. 377. My wife, Pimu, and Sailu went with me. It was at a very hot time in Sasarama, but with the help of a fan it was very soothing. Being in the midst of the village by the side of the river Sona, I was very happy. Anakatu was in Dahir, working for the government of Bengal, which was nearby. Beholding the beauty of the river Sona, the river that girdled Ayodhya, and hearing the sound of the water's current, I was enchanted. While I was staying at that place there was a serious dispute between the Hindus and Muslims over cow slaughter. There had been very good relations between the Hindus and Muslims for many a year, but because of cow slaughter their good relations had ended. The feelings of hostility were mutual and there was constant fighting between them. For a long time Sasaram had been the home of the Muslims. Their ancestral father, Sarashabadasa, had his residence there. 378. In the town of Sasaram there were many alleys and lanes and Muslims and Hindus lived cheek by jowl. Because of this there was plenty of opportunity for disputes. Fighting would develop daily. 379. A certain Vaishnava sannyasi bought a small piece of land facing my court office, and he endeavored to build a temple there. The Muslims insisted that the temple could not be built. The sannyasi spoke to me about the matter and I spoke to the Muslim Sarastadara so as to know the thoughts of the local Muslims on this matter. The sannyasi did not wait for the results of the talks, and he began to build the temple, anyway. That particular day I was in Nazarganga. Muslims went to the plot of land, with sticks and swords to fight. The leaders among the Muslims sent a telegram to the government and the commissioner was informed that the sannyasi was building the temple over a Muslim tomb and that it was being done with the help of Hindu officers. 380. Many letters were exchanged concerning this matter. Being a Hindu officer it was difficult for me to remain in Sasaram, and remain impartial. I made many attempts to get away from Sasaram. My superior officers gave much help to me and the government secretaries informed me that there would be a transfer elsewhere at a suitable time. 381. I traveled from place to place, at that time, and on one occasion, I conducted court in a bungalow in one of the villages. That night I received a telegram from Magistrate Krin Sahib saying, "Go to Korath as soon as possible," which I did. There was terrible hostility between the Hindus and Muslims in Korath over cow slaughter. Gopala Babu of Jakepur was the sub-engineer at that time. Immediately I sent word to my cook and servant at the bungalow in Sasaram to prepare a meal early in the morning. Late at night I took a carriage and set out on the trip. I arrived in Korath AC 4 o'clock in Che afternoon having eaten in the morning at Sasaram and, having the carriage driven at speed. Korath was about 40 miles away from Dahir. 382. L arrived extremely tired from traveling on that carriage. Later in the evening I consulted with Krin Sahib and the next day in the morning, Krin Sahib gave me responsibility for management and went to Ara. While inspecting the court I came to know that in the village there was an excellent bull of a Brahmana. AC that time the Brahmana went to Purushottama, but he did not take Jabal. Upon returning, he searched for the bull and, when he could not find it, he concluded that the local butchers had killed and eaten it. The Brahmana challenged the Muslim butchers and they replied, "What of your bull? In the Fukur we will kill 5 cows in front of everyone on market day. What will the Hindus be able to do when they see this?" 383. Hearing this utterance, this Brahmana was enraged and informed all the Hindus. He also wrote to the respectable citizens of the town, in order to put an end to the cow killing. On the market day almost 4,000 Hindus from all over the region and beyond and carrying missiles and swords, came to the house of the butcher, who fled. They made a slight disturbance but did not see the man in the enemy group and dispersed. In the afternoon the Muslim group grew, and taking guns and swords, some of them injured some Hindus. The injured persons had to be sent to hospital. 384. After some delay the police came, but they were not able to do anything. Finally, they saw the Muslims creating a disturbance, but because the fight was not started by the Muslims, but, rather, was started by the Hindus, the fault was considered to be the Hindus. Instructed the police to bring the first case. 385. After carefully questioning witnesses from both sides I gave 2-year prison sentences to a few Hindu men. Then in the trial of Che Muslims, after examining the witnesses against some of the Muslims, I gave 2-year prison sentences to some of them. They appealed to Che High Court against my decision in these 2 trials, but my decision was upheld. The government established a special police force, in Koyeth, in order to keep peace between the 2 parties. 386. It was very painful for me to make the judgment in this case. I gave the same scrutiny to both groups and the same punishment. Because of that the Hindus said Chat being a Hindu officer the magistrate should have been somewhat partial to the Hindus. The Muslims said that because the wreck of the problem was with the Hindus, why were they not meted out more punishment? Just observe, making decisions in this place was not pleasing in any way. While I was in Sasaram Prabhavachi was married in the month of Vaisakha and Kamala was married in Shravana. 387. Wrote to Cotton Sahib and he paid me a transfer to Nadia from Sasaram. The days of my trouble were over. In the month of October I came to Calcutta from Sasaram. 388. Did not delay, but went directly to Krishnanagar. A.C. That time Bernard Sahib was the collector. My residence was at K.C. Babu's house near the house of Manomohan Gosa. I purchased a carriage and a pair of horses. While was living A.C. Thakhouse your older brother, Mana Babu, Chara Babu and others all came there during the winter. Also Siam Sarajini came and stayed for some time. There was not very much work, but during the trial of one particular thief I became fatigued. Whenever the collector went to the Mafazal, was the senior officer and all the responsibility for the principal towns fell upon me. At that time I would inspect Che jails. 389, You went to Krishnanagar in the month of December and by the month of February you were admitted to the college there. The time of my retirement was rapidly approaching, therefore, I sent you to Calcutta during the difficulties of the rainy season. 390. Bhaktivedanta Babu told me one day that he had written a letter to Nafar Babu concerning the arranging of worship of Sri Mayapur. I gave my approval and arranged a meeting at AV School in Krishnanagar in January 1884. On the GD day of Magha, on a Sunday, the meeting was held. All the scholarly men attended the meeting. Devarik Babu and I explained the whole matter, and gave sanction for the Prakasa Seva, manifest, or external service, of Sri Mayapur. A society named Sri Srinabadvipa Dhammaprakarini was established and Nafar Babu was declared the chairman of the society. Having collected funds at a public meeting according to the decision of the society, approval was given for the installation service of Sri Morti. 391. On the 8 inches of Chaitra there was a huge deity installation ceremony and innumerable participants attended. There was Manahara Sarikirtan, and Namasankirtan, all performed with great bliss. Much envy arose among the people of Navadvipa over the finding of old Navadvipa. There began to be some gossip and a storm of abusive words against the worshippers of Gauranga, but why should those who have offered their life to the lotus feet of Gauranga retreat because of the talk of wicked people? Not paying heed to the talk of worldly-minded, envious people, they arranged to build a temple and worship the Supreme Lord there. 392. Our whole family and my students went to Sri Surbhakunja for the festival in Sri Mayapur. Previously, having left K.C. Babu's house, I made my residence in a rented house in the municipality of Krishnanagar. You were also there with me for some time. 393. Due to the endeavors of a landowner, Nafar Babu, permanent service was established in Sri Mayapura and gradually things progressed there. Yet, when I went there I observed that it was necessary for me to oversee, even ordinary matters, due to mismanagement. It was necessary, for me, to raise funds from the public to build the temple. However, at that time, I was deputy magistrate and thus I was not able to collect funds, and I also began to anticipate my retirement after so much labor. The service, at the temple, was proceeding with my monthly quota, donation. 394, Commissioner Sahib came to Krishnanagar and advised me to work a little longer. I gave him my thanks, but I had no desire to continue working, And thus, on the 4th of October 1894 I retired, and moving all my things to the house at Sri Surbhakunja I went there, to live. In that year there was an extensive flood and the water rose close to the street of Svarupaganja. Upon proceeding to Sti Surbhakunja I stayed there a month. I purchased 16,000 bricks, and used them to construct the boundary wall of the Kunja. For the entire month of October the river was swollen and I could not go to Sri Mayapur, and so I went CTO the house in Calcutta, instead. 395, when I came to the house, in Calcutta, I began to beg with Ramsvat Babu on behalf of Chait Temple at Sri Mayapur. By begging every day in the morning, and collecting money little by little, I, gradually was able to send 1,600 rupees to Nafar Babu for the purchase of bricks. 396. Copyright Lalita Prasada, whatever I can recollect up to my retirement, have written in this letter. You will know everything that happens from now on. 397. 21 June 1896 Bhakti Bhavan Calcutta. Your father, Sri Kedar Nath Datta Bhaktivinoda. Thus ends the Svalikita Jivani of Thakura Bhaktivinoda.